phases: the opening, the middle game, and a spectacular endgame.
Well, I am risking not being able to throw it to you guys before we get out of the opening here, because that was the quickest Petrov I've seen in a while. Take it away, folks.
That's right. The Petrov defense, sometimes known as the Russian defense, it has been a staple of Anish Giri's diet since he was a child. It is his pet opening, something he was playing at the age of 12, 13 with consistency and with great results too against top players. It's known to be super solid for black. The pawn structure is no longer symmetrical. White has an isolated pawn in the middle of the board, an IQP, isolated queen's pawn, we would say. And normally that can be either very strong or, in the endgame, very weak.
Now, in principle, if we see a Petrov, are we automatically thinking, ah, okay, we're playing the classical draw with black, win with white game of chess? Or could this be something? Is it too early to make that assertion?
It is still early days, but this is one of the more imbalanced Petrovs, I want to say, because you've got these pawn formations which are not symmetrical on the board. There's still something to play for. And this last move, it sort of seems to have handed over the edge to the black pieces. And I think the reason for that is just a healthier pawn formation for black. You've got 2 pawn islands if you're black, which means less weaknesses compared to the 3 that white has. A clear target at the center of the board. The black knight's headed towards a square where it can start attacking that weakness you earlier highlighted.
Yeah, and for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, since he does have an isolated pawn in that middle of the board there, he needs to compensate with energetic play. He needs to get his pieces forward, he needs to attack, he needs to play on the front foot. Because simply, Anish Giri here long-term is doing very well. Any endgames will suit black down to a T. And the clock situation also on Anish's side right now. So great start for the player with the black pieces.
Now, I saw some really quick play earlier, so I'm going to ask this question as quick as I can. I'm going to let whoever wants to jump in answer it. We mentioned the isolated queen's pawn. Who wants to talk for our viewers about what this actually means in the short term and long term? Because that pawn does look really lonely in the middle of the board, or it could be the absolute vanguard of an amazing piercing attack. How do you tell whether it's good or bad?
Yeah, white's pawn on d5, we'll highlight it here in the middle. It controls a lot of squares, it takes a lot of space, it's in black's half of the board. It also makes sure that the pieces around it gain activity. The white knight was kind of indirectly attacking a pawn once the black knight had been removed. The white knight might jump in if this black pawn ever disappears. It just gives you launch pads. The problem is it could become weak. We could imagine a black knight coming and just gobbling up this pawn, especially if the queens are off the board. There aren't too many defenders of it. So short term, great. Long term, bad.
So how do we neutralize that? What are we thinking if we're Anish Giri right now in the long term?
Well, for Anish, it's pretty clear, right? You want to start getting that piece activity in. We see the knight jumps that right now Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has on the board with the knight further trying to get into that center. Looking good, the a5 knight also tying down Anish's rook to defend for the black pieces. For Anish Giri in this position, you know, you want to get your own knight closer to the weakness that was earlier highlighted. He does take a pause right now, trying to understand what is the right square. And the confusion, I think, is that f6 spot. If we highlight that, whether the bishop lands there or the knight. Two very tempting options, and I think that's what's on Anish Giri's radar right now.
Yeah, it's a fork in the road. The black knight either goes pawn hunting, that's very direct, very ambitious, or the black bishop just moves out the way. It actually goes the other way, keeping that square vacant. The rooks might now be traded, and we will head towards an endgame. Very solid again from Anish Giri. The computer says 0.0, the engine, the bar locked, undecided in the middle. I think that perfectly reflects the actual position here.
You know, we spoke about the styles of these players and how this matchup, just given the head-to-head throughout their rivalry, is so 50-50. And I think it comes down to the kind of position that appears out of the opening. If we get more chaotic, more intuitively attacking positions, perhaps that's where Maxime Vachier-Lagrave would have the edge. But this is Anish Giri's position for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's solid. He's in control right now. No big weaknesses. There is a threat on the board that he needs to watch out, though. Maxime's knight jumping further on, attacking a pawn on the flank, the a7-1 under threat.
Those knights looked menacing. I spent a good couple of seconds busy negotiating my way through the potential blunder that was one of the knights to c6, and I was desperately trying to make that work as white. I don't think I could, but those knights, like even the knight on the rim on a5, is actually looking like a huge thorn in black's side right now. On the other hand, if black manages to solve that problem, bishop looks reasonably well placed to rake across the board. There's flexibility with the dark squared bishop. The other minor pieces, they look okay for Anish.
Yeah, everything looks okay if you can fend off the immediate threats, but momentum is definitely on white's side. We talk about threats, that's the side who is kind of building the initiative, and it's definitely MVL trying to put Anish on the back foot, Just a couple of minutes ago, Anish was a minute up on the clock. Now he's a minute and a half down almost. And that, again, reflects the trend of the game.
And it's because there's a big question on the board, right? It's not just one pawn that's under attack. It's actually two pawns that are being threatened right now with the knight that's moved forward, the a7, the c7 pawn. So Anish needs to find a move that stops both or blocks the attack on both. We see the players head in hand. And I'm trying to figure it out. What are the ways that you can actually keep your material intact here if you're Anish Giri right now?
So I'm embarrassed because I feel like I dismissed the move that they might play. Because I was thinking, there's no way you'd play bishop c5. I'd be so afraid of a3 and b4 coming in. You're not going to play that bishop out there to try and hold this, are you? But maybe that's the way forward.
Yeah, only one move to stop going down a pawn here for Anish Giri, and that is to bring the black dart-squared bishop out to c5 to block the white rook's line and to cover the pawn in the corner. No, Anish sacrifices a pawn. He jumps forward with his knight. Problem is, for the white knight now, you have a choice of two. No matter where you go, there might be no way back home. Very committal decision here. Either way for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
And you'll probably have to burn the clock on those decisions. It's just so tempting to go pawn hunting, to go pawn grabbing right now. But is your knight too far gone in that place? Is there no way home? Then for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's knight, I really liked, even though Anish Giri did not find the move that you were talking about, which felt like it would fend off the threats that we were talking about, I think he's found a very practical decision. You know, he took his time. Now he's sort of tempting Maxime into those dangerous waters. What do you think? Does Maxime take the bait?
He's so ambitious, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I grew up with him, and he's always been the type of player to kind of start games in this fashion, slight advantage, and then he tries to take risks to go for it. Wow. Rook takes pawn, given a question mark. And look at this, the white knight, white bishop, they're all overloaded. That white rook might have to give itself up. Look at this, a transition here. White wins a rook. Whoa. In return, black gets a bishop and knight, but white has so many pawns in this position.
Was that all forced? It felt like someone highlighted the queen side and hit the delete key there. What on earth just happened?
Everything hoovered off the board there. All the pawns gone. It was a tactical tsunami, a sequence of moves. And this is the material imbalance that we've got right now. A rook and 3 pawns ready to push up the board against the 2 minor pieces. Now, if you're playing black, if you're the side with the minor pieces, you need to combine an attack against the white king. That is where your compensation lies. Any endgames, get the queens off the board. It's advantage Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yep, those white pawns are sprinting forwards. And for white, the plan is easy. In a quick game like this one with 7 minutes versus 5, I think in practical terms, white is doing very well here. Anish Giri, he needs to do something he's not necessarily known for, Tanya. He needs to go for the white king, but there we go. Very principled. Black has the queen, black has a knight, and 2 bishops. The white king doesn't have too many defenders around it.
That is step 1 if you want to get to Maxime's king, lining up his queen against that king on the same file. And what he's threatening is to slide the bishop over, hit the queen, try and come in with some knight checks. There are immediate threats that Maxime needs to take care of. He can't just keep pushing those pawns, no matter how tempting they are. David, this is a 3-result game.
Great move from Anish Giri on the previous turn, bringing out the black queen, and great response by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Blocking the dart squares. White has no dart squared bishop, so the white pawns around its king are trying to hold that color complex right now. Still looks scary, though. The black knight is going to start jumping soon.
The imbalances in this position are fascinating because you can see the pawns on the queen side for white with absolutely no opposition from the black pieces. On the other hand, I'm looking at the position of black's minor pieces and the queen, and I'm going, hang on a second, Tanya, this is all pointing rather menacingly at the king side, and there's potential for f3 to become weak as well. It feels like whoever lifts off the gas first, if you like, and loses that initiative might lose the game. And it's almost a game of chicken now, and people keep raising the stakes.
You know, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave for team vitality here. He's playing with all that vitality with his pawns, trying to get them rolling. But Anish is making no secret of going for that king on those light squares that you're talking about. The bishop could slide over, threatening that big check on the board. But what Anish is relying on is the attack. What Maxime is relying on is trying to trade those light squared bishop to make sure there are no checks. Once again, using that light squared bishop to stop the knight from jumping into the game.
Yeah, bishop controls light squares, pawns control dart squares. And there we go. We see Anish on the screen there, dropping his knight back. He looked like he wanted to move it forward, but this is definitely one of those games where the eval bar is deceptive. It's going to swing one way or the other very, very soon. A draw, by far the least likely outcome in this game.
Let's talk about how the eval bar is likely to swing, because I'm seeing one player soon with double the time of the other. 6 minutes 33 seconds, 36 seconds, pardon me, for MGL. Plays 3 minutes 15 for Anish Giri right now. Tanya, the clock here could be decisive.
It's the biggest factor in the game. I mean, 3 minutes touching that mark with your opponent 6.5 minutes and the pawns rolling up the board. Bringing your queen back is not an attacking move. And look at that. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave sets up a trap right now. You cannot pick up that pawn.
Yeah, that white pawn is poisoned. It's only 2 squares away from touchdown as well. A new queen could land on the board. The black queen couldn't take it as the white rook would have jumped out of the way. Let's just go back one move, quick action replay. Queen takes pawn here, would have lost due to some X-ray action. The white rook would have jumped forward with a check, given itself up, and the black queen would have fallen. This white pawn, if we go back to the game, is going to be the MVP potentially for MVL.
Love it. This is now looking like a lot of pressure is being applied by MVL with the white pieces. Don't forget, of course, both players will have the opportunity to play again with colors reversed, so even if it's a decisive victory in game 1, you could end up with fates reversed and it still goes to an Armageddon game. But right now, Anish Giri having to defend with half the time on the clock, it's scary.
And like we said, you know, it is about getting to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's king. But with the queen stuck on the back rank for black, how are you even setting up those checkmating ideas? If you try to slide over your king to h3, trying to threaten the kiss of that checkmate, the bishop in the center of the board is hanging, just not giving enough time. Not only attacking the bishop, but assisting that a-pawn to move one step forward in the game next.
And a huge hidden threat, just to point out, if the black bishop in the center moves, runs out the way, rook takes bishop is a nice short-term sacrifice due to the fact that the white queen comes to the top of the board, check, wins the black knight on the next move. This game is only getting more complicated. Anish Giri throwing in a last-minute gamble here, but this knight check can be captured. Let's see what unfolds. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he needs to be quick, he needs to be accurate.
Wow, and now there's a big threat that black has on the board, right? The kiss of that checkmate that we keep pointing out. The black queen is ready to swoop into that h3 square and there'll be no defense. So Maxime Vachier-Lagrave continues to put the pressure on the light squared bishop, not giving Anish the time.
Nail in the coffin there, queen f4. It's targeting the bishop on f3. Also, it's looking after that b8 square where MVL is looking to push the rook to the back rank, skewering the queen to the king. I don't think there's any coming back from this.
That was the key move, the bone cruncher. Double threat here, double attack. Anish Giri with 2 minutes left. Not enough. He needs a miracle to escape. One of the black bishops likely to fall. Either that, or it's your queen that's doomed. Anish Giri with a kind of blink there, double blink. He knows he's about to resign.
And that shake of head spoke volumes by Anish Giri. He knows that this double threat is pretty much the end of the game. You can either save your bishop or your queen, but either ways, that would end for black. It's only delaying the inevitable. Loses both the bishop. He's about to pick up the rook with this check, but look at those beautiful Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's pawns moving up the board.
Exactly. I mean, even once the rook falls, you can play a7. And unfortunately, queen b8 is a check. There's so many different ways now that white can try and finish off the game.
He's going to resign. I think so. Anish, over the next, this might be the moment. Gives a check. The white king is about to march up the board.
These are what we call spite checks. You just throw in a couple of checks, kind of come to terms with the fact you're about to lose this game, and we will see the end of the first encounter. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave taking the lead, but he still needs to be slightly careful. Goes forward with his king. King's in the center of the board. Again, we recommend not to do it usually, but here black just doesn't have enough attacking ammo.
And that's because white's queen will block, will play the bridge in this checking party, as Anish only hope is to keep attacking the white king. Now the pawn to the defense. The king about to step back. Notice how the white queen also beautifully defends the gem and glory in white's position, the a7 pawn.
Yeah, you could give Anish Giri 1 hour here and he would not save this game. 1 minute. This makes it hopeless. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's ruthless in these types of positions. He's known as the professor, the calculator. With his mathematical degree, he has worked out how to convert this to a win.
The clock is least of Anish Giri's troubles here. And just the way masterfully Maxime is combining the queen and king at the center of the board, defending the pawns, he's now going to step up with his queen, potentially block the check. He could also come back with the king, all plenty of options, but what's most impressive has been his time management. 4 minutes, 20 seconds in a completely winning position. The king keeps going up the board.
Yeah, efficient. He's done it all correctly. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Giri still fighting on desperately. A check. checks are drying up, though. The White King is going to hide behind its queen, behind its own pawns, maybe, and that will spell the end. As soon as the checks dry up, game over.
That's when the handshakes will happen, and I think we're very close. I actually do not see a check in this position, which is going to force either the handshakes or Anish Giri's queen to step back in defense. And he gives up.
MVL, a comfortable conversion at the end in game number 1 with the white pieces. Anish Giri now very much on the back foot. That said, has got the white pieces in game number 2, an opportunity to equalize and take this match to Armageddon in this group of life, I think we want to call it, where literally any player can step through. And all of that struggle, to be honest, was very much through the middle game. Yes, okay, the last 10 or 12 moves looked extremely one-sided, but that battle was really won or lost in the tactical complications in the middle of that game.
Yeah, Maxime, he pressed the chaos button at some point. He grabbed a pawn, transformed his position instead of a static, slow, grindy advantage into pure dynamism. And Anish Giri there, looking at his opponent, couldn't keep up. He knew that the clock was never on his side, and unfortunately the position as well started to drift away, but very impressive MVL.
So impressive. Excellent play by the Frenchman with 3 names, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. You know, he had the tactical ideas when they presented themselves, always ready to take it. Also countering the defenses here, just the way he handled the checks coming in towards the king, finding the trade and sliding his queen over, the double attacks. It was a perfect combination of strategic play against activity here, and the final blow was the move that was played in that moment by the white pieces. Flawless by Maxime.
It's very much spinning plates when you're in Maxime's position, right? You will have noticed knight f3 check many, many moves ago, and every single time you make a move, you go, can this be played in response? And that's fine, that's one move. But when there's 5 possible moves that Anish could unleash at any moment, you always have to make sure you've got it all covered. And it felt like MVL just spun those plates really well.
Yeah, I love the rhymes there. What can Anish unleash? And the flawless Frenchman, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he had definitely calculated 4, 5, maybe even 6 moves ahead in that variation in order to win a piece and go into that decisive endgame. And it looks like the players are itching to get going with game 2. Anish with the white pieces is a dangerous beast, an opening specialist. I'm not going to write him off yet.
Both these players, their opening walls, they're the biggest theoreticians, 2 of the biggest theoreticians of their generation, and I think it's going to be so much about the position that comes into play. Anish, traditionally a very solid player, but in recent years he's added a sharper edge to his game, and I think he needs to get that. He needs to get those complicated battles where there's an opportunity for both players to go wrong if he's looking for a comeback win in this one.
Now, heading into game number 2, Tanya, we said before the start of the match that MVL, the player more likely to hit the chaos button, as we call it. Anish, extremely calm and composed in all situations. Does he have to break out of that mold now and hit some of that chaos button himself?
I would think so, because yes, Maxime is the tactical beast, but he's also got a more universal style of play. And as the players are ready, they're set. I think that's exactly what Anish will be looking for with white. As early as possible, maximize your chances. Don't go for the safety first approach. Don't be cautious early on. And as soon as you can, make it muddy on the board.
All right. Well, Anish now being pressured to make it muddy with the white pieces. Let's see how it goes. Knight f3, b3 this time around.
Yeah, and cool fun fact here, the players were so impatient to get game 2 going that they started prematurely. We had to abort that one, and we go again. But these are the exact moves they played last time as well. And a short think here for Anish Giri, who develops his bishop. Not the most direct of openings here at Tanya.
Absolutely, and I think apart from what the strategy Anish will have with the white pieces in this one, it's also going to be time management. He was behind on the clock for the majority of the game, you know, under 1 minute in that previous game, and unable to defend despite having some complication and despite having the fight in that material imbalance. So extremely important for Anish to keep the pace on the clock.
All right, well, let me ask both of you a question in principle. Because you're playing 2 games back to back like this, it's not like you can go away and take a look at your database and sort of plan some new opening ideas. So you have to prepare and you have to get ready with what you've got in the bank already. Knowing that, what are some other techniques other than opening that you can have to keep controlling your time? Is there something else that you can do other than database prep?
Well, there are other things. I think players often do rely, especially Anish, on this opening prep. There are systems, though. He's gone for something non-direct. I think he just wants to keep the tension, get in the flow, build his way into this game. In the previous encounter, we saw how speedy both players were in the first 10, 15 moves.
Sure.
We kind of blinked and they were already into the middle game. Here, it's going to be all pieces on the board and maximum tension. Anish playing the first dozen or so moves here super quickly. And a very different nature of the game. So if you can't rely on knocking your opponent out in the opening, at least test them in a different style of position.
So lots of tension here, nice and positional. We finally see a capture in the middle of the board. We have the pawns getting traded on the e-file. The pawn structure still looks identical for both players. Are we able to now ascertain, okay, this is what the kind of theme going into the middle game would be, whether white or black or both are going to be pressing on opposite sides of the board? What do we think we're looking at here?
Yeah, traditionally we would call this setup that white has gone for the King's Indian attack. That's mirrored by the King's Indian defense on the black side, where you have a light squared bishop in front of your king. You have this nice, healthy pawn structure. Usually it is white attacking on the king side, the flank that both kings have castled here. It takes a bit of build up though. The knight gets out of the way first, maybe to push some other pawns forward. And yeah, it's very much a case of black trying to stay solid, white trying to make the magic happen.
A lot of piece moves at the center is what I would be predicting here. You know, black lining up the rook on the only open line that we see, the D1 file, as he does right now. White trying to get his knights into the game, jump that other knight as well towards that C4 square. But first, Anish Giri does get his own rook on that line. We might be seeing some trades. But here's the thing, right? A draw is not good enough for Anish. It would be a dead man's draw because he would lose the match regardless. He has to win this game with the white pieces. So the more pieces on the board, not a single minor, not a single major has been traded off, is good for Anish. It's a slow game. It's not a chaotic one. But the idea is get Maxime low on the clock, get him to those final few minutes, and then create the chaos.
Yeah, the question is whether he'll be given that opportunity. Maxime just playing super speedy. Some committal moves by black. We saw a trade of pawns early on. Now the black bishop is coming out, trying to persuade white to push a pawn forward and kick that black bishop away. Then he'll retreat and he'll argue that black's position rock solid, white lacking a plan. The pawn structure is almost symmetrical. That often lends itself to drawish tendencies. So for now, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave relatively happy.
This feels almost like his heart rate should be ice cold. It should be like 55, 60 at the moment for MVL because we have hyped him up. And to be fair, he's got an excellent reputation as that bringer of chaos. But this is very much a, no, you're the one that has to prove you can do something here. I understand that I'm good at bringing the... There is no need for him to do that here, and I think he's making that point maybe to Anish.
Absolutely he is. You know, he's not created any weaknesses in his position. He's playing the slow game. Yes, he's moved the bishop to a diagonal where it pins the knight. It's sort of provoking Anish to gain a tempo by pushing his own pawn, attacking the bishop with that C3 move. But that would block the white dog squared bishop as well.
Sure.
So a lot of give and take going on. Anish doesn't go for the idea. He plays a slow move on the other side. But this might give Maxime some chance to try to make something out of that pin on the central line.
Just so cagey right now. Feels like this is the calm before the storm. Anish, though, has burnt 3 minutes. Maxime likely to try and accelerate the pace of the game, at least on the board, at some point. And then the calculation phase will kick in where he's notably strong. For now, though, where will the piece trades come? It's very hard to predict, actually. It's very hard to even name a natural move for black.
Well, when I'm taking a look at the activity the pieces have, the light square bishop for black looks like it's in an excellent place with long-term opportunity. The dark squared bishop is menacing and trying to provoke c3. White's bishops also look great. There isn't really that much on the board in terms of piece positioning that you're looking at here going, oh my goodness, I desperately need to improve that. This is just really solid positional stuff.
Yeah, and from my experience, the top players in the world, they're so good and so quick when it comes to calculation. They see things, forceful moves, it's bang, bang, bang. They see the whole variation. But yeah, when it comes to maneuvering, that's when they slow down. All about formulating plans, and Maxime decides he doesn't want the tension any longer. Trying to kick the white knight out of the middle, allowing that white knight to sit on a very active square though, Tanya.
And you mentioned it's the calm before the storm. I think the storm is arriving. With that pawn move, every pawn move has its own set of consequences. A square being left behind, we might be seeing the first imbalance of the game as a knight sort of inviting a minor piece trade to get rid of this monstrous knight on f5. At some point, will Maxime Vachier-Lagrave give up a key bishop in his position is the big question right now.
Knight f8 as well, presumably to reposition that via e6, I would guess, or maybe to come across to g6 if white's attack starts gathering momentum.
Yeah, you've set me up for my favorite rhyme. Knight on f8, there is no mate. You await your fate, but yeah, most likely, actually, he wants to bring it forward to the center. Problem is, those two white knights, one of them looking very strong on that f5 square, the other one about to land forward onto c4, attacking black central pawn. This might be the last opportunity black gets to take one of those knights off the board with one of his bishops. Which one, you would ask? That's the question that MVL has to answer himself, but suddenly the clock situation has reversed, and that, again, shows how difficult black's choices are now.
Yeah, and as a chess player, you really don't want both these knights alive on the board, right? Putting so much pressure on black, the central pawn, the king as well. And Maxime continues to make these big pawn moves, these extremely committal pawn moves, because now this one also appears to be giving up a pawn. It feels like a gambit, but the opening up of the files that will happen will give Maxime the chance to recapture.
Yeah, okay, we see a trade of rooks instead. Anish playing a very logical move, trying to attack black's central pawn, but defended. And as Tanya points out, if there is a trade of pawns on b5, the black queen opens up. That c file is going to be key, very important. I don't think you want to kind of get itchy fingers here and do anything on the queen side as Anish Giri.
But the biggest question is, will Maxime give up his bishop for that knight, which is a bit of a nightmare for black currently sitting on f5. You know, the other saying, knight on f5 and we live. So he's got to be feeling good about planting that piece there. If you do that, you're giving up a bishop pair. And that's a big one. You're opening up white's light squared bishop as well. So a huge decision. How much tension can Maxime take, allowing that knight to live on that square?
Well, let me turn the question around a little bit. And I'm perfectly willing to get egg on my face here. I'm going to suggest the knight on f5 is a beast. But it's also the one piece that's like indirect attack for the king right now. Is it the case that maybe MVL doesn't have to think about taking the knight until more pieces get involved in the attack? Does he have time to consider that? And he's not being pressured really into making that decision.
Yeah, I think that's a key thing in chess, like trades, exchanges. They're one of the hardest decisions to make, and often you want to leave it to the last possible moment because then you keep your opponent guessing, then you don't show your hand. And here, Anish is saying, please take my knight, you'll open up my light squares. Maxime's like, nope, I'm just going to wait and wait and wait. There we go, improving pieces, and eventually one of the sides is going to blink.
And speaking of trades and blinking, it's not just the tension between the bishop and the knight. There's tension on the left flank as well between the two pawns. You know, both sides want trades on their terms. If white was to go pawn takes pawn, that would actually give Anish Giri a passer on the a file. Pawn takes pawn, thank you very much. The a pawn starts moving forward.
Yep.
On the other hand, if it was Anish to take that decision to grab Maxime's a4 pawn, that would actually help Maxime open up a line for his own rook eventually and a diagonal for his queen to infiltrate on.
For sure. I've got one last question to ask as an idea. Does black have aspirations of playing knight g6 back to e7? Is that a thing?
Yeah, I think long term, any other way of getting rid of that white knight on f5 would be ideal, but in the meantime, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave trading pawns. He was the side to blink first. And look at this, a tactic. He's sacrificed his bishop, jumped in, double exclamation mark given, the first of the day for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And that is trying to lure the white queen onto where it can be captured. This, yeah, looks like a brilliant idea.
That is incredible stuff. You know, the brilliancy has arrived by the tactical beast right now. Some big brain play here by Maxime. You take that bishop, the knight will capture the central pawn on e4, and the whole board collapses for white. For Anish Giri, the knight will be left hanging, the bishop will be left hanging, and it forces Anish into a think. I wonder if it's too late.
This is amazing. This is like taking the bottom block off of a tower of Jenga or something, because once that pawn on e4 goes, the knight on f5 looking pretty dangerous. Oh, guess what? If you're not careful, you've got knight takes g3 check, you've got knight f2 check, the queen has to get out of the way, and guess what? The bishop on c3 is on prise. That is an absolute octopus of a move. White suddenly has to defend from about 12 threats at once.
Beautiful move. Just quick action replay. Bishop takes pawn. We're looking on the right board here, the analysis board, and the white queen simply cannot recapture. This would be a game-losing, match-losing blunder by Anish Giri. If queen takes bishop, knight takes pawn, and too many threats. Black will regain the sacrifice piece with interest. Let's go back to the game where we see Anish try to fight fire with fire. He takes a pawn in the center instead, but suddenly the white pieces look very loose.
And with the rook, the black rook lined up against the white queen, one can start, you know, the spidey senses getting activated here. You're looking at trades, checks, captures, threats. There are no checks in the position. What Black is doing right now, what Maxim's doing right now, is calculating all the captures that exist. Does he take the pawn with the bishop? Does he take the knight with the bishop? And he does. Bishop takes knight, opening up a central line. Also now the g3 pawn was hanging. The trades, the flurry comes in. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with a big edge on the board. And tactics as well, David.
Tactics favoring him. That knight might have to be captured. The white queen attacked. Cannot grab the black bishop right now. That bishop is poisoned. Queen takes bishop would allow a knight fork. Black would play knight takes g3 check, hitting the white king, winning the white queen. This could spell the beginning of the end for Anish Giri. He's just fighting for his life, fighting for a draw, but that is not enough in this match.
So was it the case that fighting fire with fire was the fundamental mistake there? Did he have to take a step back, take a breather and say, okay, that's really good. I need to just defend for a bit and consolidate. Is that where it started going wrong?
Yeah, I think he missed this bishop sacrifice first of all, which I think psychologically is tough to recover from. But he needed to just take his foot off the pedal there and just solidify. He still had great activity despite being a pawn down. Now the board is clearing, things are simplifying, and that only favors Black.
And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is so good at shifting gears, you know, playing in a controlled manner at the start when Anish had that strategic fight. But given that one opportunity to bring up that brilliancy on the board, and it barely took him seconds to spot that game-changing move, bishop takes pawn, which is the outcome that we see right now being played out. More tactics coming in, and it's so difficult for a player to adapt in their brain. And that's why we see Anish's clock ticking down to under 2.5 minutes as well.
This is proving to be problematic on multiple levels. Their pre-move of the retake, and that, of course, is with check to the king on h1. So we're going to have to deal with that first before anything else comes into play. And as things stand, MVL looking set to go 2-0 here.
That would be a power pack performance. I mean, he's really on his way. And this sad retreating move was a necessity for Anish, because there were not only the check, but also the ideas of rook capturing that knight at the center of the board. The queen now coming into play by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, attacking the pawn, defended. And look at that beautiful pin. Just multi-purpose moves on every single instance by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, every single move arriving with a threat, every single move arriving with a check or a capture. Right now, he's spoilt for choice. At the very minimum, he could remove that white knight from the board, get the queens off as well. He's moving towards safety. Black is a full pawn up, a very healthy pawn up. Very hard to imagine Anish Giri winning this endgame, and he is in a must-win situation. I think that would be the most practical way forward for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He looks locked in right now.
You know, he's such a professional. He knows he's so close. 1 foot in, needs only a draw. He could pick up the pawn with a check, but look how he doesn't do it. He goes towards safety. Instead, a very professional approach. He's calculated the line to the end. He does bring his rook to make sure the a-pawn doesn't move anywhere forward. It's 4 pawns versus 3. That's an extra pawn for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The only hope for Anish is that a-pawn now.
Yep, final hurrah for Anish Giri. I am slightly surprised Maxime tried to cash in his advantage this early, but he has worked out that he can force a draw, most likely with some knight checks a bit later. For white, it's very hard to find a next move, so black has a few turns to start pushing pawns. If the whole queen side, those pawns on that left side disappear, dead draw at the very minimum for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and he jumps in with a check. He's given up all of his material advantage just to force a dead drawn rook endgame.
Again, incredibly clinical there by the Frenchman, you know, giving up that pawn, but he knows how this is done. This is elementary at this level. He's going to get his king out, making sure the black rook defends the a-pawn from moving forward. If the white king comes too close to get that rook out of the way, the whole of the right side of the board will be left hanging.
So it's not necessarily the flashiest move on the board, but it actually is a statement to say, hey, there's an imbalance left in this position. Let me get rid of the knight and bishop and make this as equal as humanly possible, just to drive the point home that there is no opportunity left for you to win this game.
Yeah, his name might be Maxime, short for maximum, but he was going for the minimum there. He just wants the draw, and that black rook is going to step up 1 square. As Tanya pointed out, that rook is now going to go and grab white's pawns, sitting pretty and undefended on the right flank. And unfortunately, that white a-pawn, Tanya, these rook's pawns, they just run so slow. It's not going to be quick enough for Anish Giri here.
I mean, Anish just has to burn his house down. He shouldn't care about the right side. Use his king. We see one trade. Take that pawn, take the pawn back with your rook, and then you want to start pushing your own king forward, trying to deflect the black rook from defending it. But now Maxime has his own counterplay with the f-pawn eventually moving forward. But eventually, I say, well, the king advances first, hits the rook, which needs to stay connected to the a4 pawn.
Yeah, and then black G-pawn is running. We're going to see king versus king as the most likely outcome here. Again, not good enough for Anishgiri. Maxime calculating whether he can push the G-pawn forward, just trade everything. Cynical, you might say, but very, very effective right now.
And you could say, look, once these trades take place, yes, there are still opportunities for black to win, but like you guys said, it becomes easier to calculate all of that out without the distractions, without the additional elements on the board. And when those don't exist, you're not going to get a player of this caliber messing that up. 999 times out of 1,000, that's just going to be a dead draw.
Yeah, this is bullet time for Anishgiri under the 1 minute mark, but the white rook will give itself up for the black pawn, the black rook give itself up for the white pawn. We're heading towards a dead draw here, fully equal, and the players just going through the motions. The clock, not the biggest factor for once here.
And there we see that plan being played out. The white rook will be forced, and it is handshakes. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave takes the match victory.
So that is it. By a scoreline of 1.5 to 1/2, MVL will take the victory in this group, and he moves top of the group for now. Anishgiri, of course, second chance in the lower game in a little bit, but right now it's all about MVL, who moves into the upper bracket game in their group. It will be interesting to see how they manage to fare later on in the tournament.
And it just goes on to show that in these mini matches, best of two, just what an important role, what a key factor that game one plays. If it's decisive, just how incredibly hard it is. Even if you try to create your chances, create your imbalances, as Anishgiri did with the white pieces, but it was this moment that was decisive. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, so sharp, spotting this beautiful tactic.
We saw the mutual respect between these two discussing the game afterwards, but ultimately Maxime was just too sharp, too quick. Anish couldn't keep up. Deserved result there as the Frenchman moves on.
And he really gave us a great example in game number 2 especially of when to turn the taps on. I think you mentioned it on air as well, Tanya. It's so amazing to see how he can flip his mind from one to the other and to get a little bit more insight into how he's able to do that so consistently and with such deadly effect. We'll head to him on stage now for a winner's interview.
MVL and Vitality take the win in our second series of the day. MVL, congratulations. I want to say, compared to the first series that we had, that looked pretty chill. Your heartbeat was kind of relaxed, but were you nervous?
I was pretty nervous. It felt very different. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but it was a different experience to my normal games. But it was fun. I'm glad to hear that my heart rate was chill because I could feel it pouncing.
All right, so he came off screen and he was like, "Oh my God, my heart was going crazy." I was like, "Brother, it was like 85." like you were chilling. So those games were way calm. You kind of just crushed both games. Very strategic, very precise. Did you prep at all for this, or what's your preparation?
I think everybody prepped for this. So like I was looking at Anish games and in general at my own games to know what to do. I was happy with the outcome in the first game, but there were really some tense moments. Second game, after I found my tactics, I had more control.
You crushed it, man. Congrats.
Yep. Congratulations, MVL. We'll be moving on to the next stage, and we'll see what Anishgiri will be able to do, and we'll wait for his next opponent. Boys and girls in the studio, take it away. We have 4 more matches for the first day of chess here at EWC. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Sandstorm. MVL, he'll take the win in the second match of the day here on the A stream. He said he was nervous, but those nerves didn't show. It looked calm, cool, and collected, and rather decisive. Got it done in game 1. All he needed was a draw in game 2 to bring it home.
Yeah, absolutely. The nerves did not show one bit because he came to the board swinging. He came in with a really active play, putting the pressure from the first game, I've got to say. Almost from the first move, he controlled the pace of the game.
And, I mean, they showed kind of move of the match came in game 2, while that one did fizzle out to a draw. I mean, by all accounts, it looked like MVL could have ended this one in 2-0 crushing fashion if he had decided to.
He was super practical. He knew that a draw was all he needed. Once he saw that path, these guys are professionals. They just put the dampers on the position and say, "You've got no chance. This is over. We're just going to cruise to victory here." And that's exactly what he did.
Now, there was a question about preparation. Of course, MVL said, I imagine we all prepped, and he had looked at Anish's games off camera, you've talked a little bit about, Jovi, how you feel openings are going to be very determinant in this format. Do you feel like the openings were the precursor to the result, or was it more about the maneuvering in the middle and end game?
Well, it's certainly the case in the first game, because there we saw Maxime with the white pieces. You know, he just kept on trying to invade the other side of the board, you know, putting Anish under severe pressure. And then you saw him just control that and also just get in those tactical blows.
And let's not forget, Team Vitality. Team Vitality is right atop the Esports Club Championship leaderboard right now, so they've got to be just feeling happy for their pickup of MVL coming into this tournament.
Absolutely. Again, MVL is one of those tricky guys. And, you know, the trickiest tacticians, they're excellent with their knights. It's not just about the moves, it's the crazy moves of the knights. You see MVL, his knights were dancing and prancing in that first game. And then again, the geometric movements of those knights, again, confuses everyone. You saw the Bishop F2 sack. Yes, that was a good move, but it was based on knight takes on E4 on the very next move, just absolutely destroying all of Anish's positions and his hopes. This guy, he can get it done. If he ends up winning this whole thing, you'll say, yeah, sure.
It made sense.
It's MVL.
Yeah, did you see the way he started this whole thing off? I mean, it's brilliant play out of him, and already our brackets are starting to take shape. Let's get Group B up on the board so you can see how things are playing out. With MVL, he's going to be moving into that upper bracket matchup. Again, an extra win for him, and he's already straight through to the top 8 for Anish Giri. Now the pressure really mounts. He was probably already feeling it today, but now he's gonna have to win back-to-back matches over the course of the next 2 days if he wants a shot into the top 8.
He just needs to refocus and reset, because he saw that there his style was being used against him, because there you saw Anish in a must-win situation. He was sticking to his principles, playing his kind of chess, and Maxime just turned it all around. So Anish will definitely have to rethink things tomorrow.
And while, of course, we were watching Group B games over here, I do want to pull up Group A's bracket and just make everybody aware of what happened over on the B stream, because you'll see a result filled in here between Levon Aronian and Artemiev here. Of course, we were watching Yesipenko upset Jan Nepomniachtchi at the beginning of the day, but it's Aronian from the black side of the board in Armageddon with 658 to his name, finds his way to a forced draw. To hear more about how that matchup and that Armageddon played out, though, we're going to the man with all the info. It's Mike Klein. Take it away.
Over here in Stream B, we have our first result. Levon Aronian has advanced past Vladislav Artemiev in the Armageddon game by virtue of playing 2 brilliant rook moves in a row. They both came up with double exclamation mark on the screen, and in the end, he ended up forcing a draw by repetition. Remember, because he bid lower, he had the advantage of draw odds as black. In the actual 10-minute games that got us there, both players won as white. Now, in game 1, it was really interesting because Levon, the oldest player in the field, he did what we call dirty flag in chess. It was king and rook versus king and rook, but he played faster than Artemiev, and he got the win on time. Artemiev struck back in round 2, played a really nice discovered attack that forced Levon to resign, and in the Armageddon, as we said, Levon made the draw with those 2 brilliant moves, so he gets the first win. Artemiev loses, and that's the story from Stream B. Now back to you guys.
Thank you so very much, Mike. Here you can see our competitors for the next matchup, though, here on Stream A. It's Hikaru Nakamura up against Javokir Sindarov. It's going to be another fireworks battle between these two. One of the best fast time control players in the world, in Hikaru Nakamura up against one of the young guns and a dark horse pick here for us in the EWC for chess. Up next, it's Hikaru Nakamura, Javokir Sindarov. Stick around. We'll be back to preview the matchup in just a bit.
gas and I bring the thunder. Ride it faster, burn it brighter. And in the flash you'll be left to wonder. Push it harder, fly up higher. Push me up, pull me down, but just know that I'm never out. Turn it up, play it loud, is the sound that shakes the ground. Shake, shake, shake. It's the sound that shakes the ground. Shake, shake, shake. It's the sound that shakes the ground. Petroleum, stadiums, that's a pandemonium. Adrenaline, gasoline, helium, delirium. Turbocharged supercars, leaping loud, milestones, satisfied, leaving shot, deal with time, really high. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. It's the sound that shakes the ground. It's the sound that shakes the ground. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. It's the sound that shakes the ground. Shake, shake, shake. It's the sound that shakes the ground. Shake, shake, shake. It's the sound that shakes the ground. Shake, shake, shake. It's the sound that shakes the ground. Shake, shake, shake.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup. It's the world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura, stepping on stage next for Team Falcons up against Javokir Sindarov, one of our dark horse picks from the beginning of the day. We're welcoming Ben Feingold back into the studio to help us preview this matchup. I'm coming straight to you, my friend. Hikaru, I think by many, as we put him in our favorites, would be the expected winner, but we've already seen how that's worked out for the expected winners today.
That's right. I'm afraid to pick somebody because I don't want to jinx them, but I'm going to have to pick Hikaru, even though yesterday I saw Hikaru somewhere and he said, "What are you doing here?" And the answer is predicting a victory for you in the first match. So I got Hikaru. I think that's everybody's pick. Sindarov is going to try to prove me wrong, but Hikaru's been here before, done that, and against almost anybody in the world, Hikaru's a favorite. It's pretty clear. And it's not just because I'm American and that Hikaru and his wife are expecting a new baby. That's not why I'm picking him at all. I just think he's the better player.
All good reasons to pick him, though. Can Javokir get it done? Can he do what Yesepenko did?
He's going to be closer than you think. Javokir Sindarov, only 19 years old. He has beaten Hikaru before in official random chess earlier on in the year, so anything can happen.
He's also taken it to the likes of a Magnus Carlsen, the world number 1 player in 10-10 over in freestyle chess world. So I think this kid can absolutely get it done, but it's up to the players to decide. They're ready to step on stage to do battle, back out to the arena to meet Javokir Sindarov and Hikaru Nakamura.
2 games down, 4 to go.
Yes, sir. So let's bring on down our next contestant. What?
Can I get one? Do I?
Yeah, go for it.
Representing Team Falcons, 5-time U.S. champion, Hikaru Nakamura
Versus representing Team Vitality, Javokir Sindarov. One of the youngest GMs in history, one of the brightest stars of Uzbekistan here in Riyadh.
Got a nice firm handshake there.
Hikaru, how's it going? How are you feeling on the stage, playing for Falcons, first opponent, Javokir? Feeling excited? Nervous?
I think it's really exciting to see the fans here, and it's an exciting new event, so really just looking forward to the competition.
I'm not going to lie, bro. He's part of Team Falcons. They're going to be cheering like crazy and probably booing you. Is that going to change the way you play?
No, of course. Hikaru is one of the best players in the world, so I will just try to enjoy from this match.
All right, well, boys and girls, let's get ready for our next match. Boys, place your keys in the pedestals and get yourselves ready. This is a fight on the stage, a battle on the leaderboard. This isn't just personal, it's also business. Vitality versus Falcons. Let's get it on, casters!
Here we go. This is another fight for the ages here. Nakamura Sindarov. I mean, Nakamura, many would even say like the greatest speed chess player the world has ever seen. And it's him versus Carlsen all the time, forgetting, of course, that frankly, other players are in knocking on the door, looking for the opportunity to dethrone them. And Sindarov, he has history beating some of the world's best players. He is capable of doing absolutely anything in a chess game to any one of the participants here.
Yeah, one of the highlights of 2025 so far was Sindarov picking Hikaru Nakamura as an opponent very bravely on the freestyle chess tour and going on to defeat him in speed playoffs. He's nearly half Hikaru's age, 19 years old versus 37 years old here.
I think my back just cracked hearing you say that. My goodness.
Yeah, this is amazing. I mean, Hikaru Nakamura in the house, watching him here play the teen sensation, you know, part of the Uzbekistan young golden generation. Sindarov, he was part of the Olympic gold medal winning team. And as David was earlier pointing out, Sindarov has already handed Hikaru an L earlier this year in a big quarterfinal matchup. He knows he's done it before. I think he was being a bit modest there in that pre-game interview, playing against the best. But he did pick Hikaru as an opponent as well. Went on to prove that pick. Can he do it again? Or will this be the grudge match that Hikaru's been waiting for?
I think it could well be a grudge match. Because look, at the end of the day, we have so many storylines where it is sensation versus experience. We have to remember, Hikaru's kind of both right now.
Hikaru's just good at everything. It's so hard to pinpoint a single weakness. You might take him in a match, but to take him down in a longer encounter is difficult. I think for Sindarov, the fact that it is no increment helps. It randomizes things slightly. In the meantime, we see Hikaru with the white pieces start with the Spanish exchange, trading off a bishop for knight very early. This has been employed by some top grandmasters, Bobby Fischer occasionally. But this is a provocative pin, Tanya, that Sindarov has employed. He's actually sacrificing a pawn. If Hikaru wants to push a pawn in front of his own king, he doesn't. If he'd pushed the g-pawn, he could have won a pawn in the center.
And I think the Hikaru from 10 years ago would have done that at a blink of an eye. That was his trademark. That was the brand of chess that Hikaru Nakamura got. But in the recent years, we've seen him take a more universal approach, a more strategic fight, getting those positional battles in. I like that he did barely take any time to make that decision, because that is absolutely key in this format. You know, you can't burn the clock deciding, do I play tactical? Do I keep it positional? He said, safety first.
Safety first, Hikaru brings out a knight. Knights supporting each other now. This is not the deadliest of pins, but it looks like a very steady start to the game. This opening, the Spanish exchange, can either lead to very direct play or very slow, cagey maneuvering play. It looks like the latter on this occasion, and that was the choice of Hikaru Nakamura.
Do we find that surprising that Hikaru has chosen to do this with the white pieces? Did we expect him to maybe, I don't know, like try something a little bit more provocative in game number one?
I think he's playing the player as well, right? He knows that Sindarov is fearless. He will take those complications. He will take that bait. He will bring the fight if he has to. So for Hikaru, he believes this is sort of that anti-young player chess that he wants to get on the board. Once again, leaving those critical decisions, those perhaps chaotic positions for later on when Sindarov might not have enough time to make the precise choices.
I've heard of the openings like the anti-Marshall. I've never heard the anti-Youngin, but it looks like that might be what we're employing here. Are we in consensus that that's probably what Hikaru is doing? Is it possible perhaps that he can tempt Javakir into some sort of overextension if he just plays slow, calm, methodical chess?
I think that's the plan for Hikaru. He's kind of, sometimes there's this misconception he's still branded as this attacking player, but that's very much Hikaru from 10, 15 years ago. These days, he's a bit of a strategist. He's very slow, very measured with his approach. He wants to minimize risk, and if he gets a chance, he'll jump on it, of course. But he's hoping that maybe Sindarov pushes too many pawns forward, leaves too many holes for the white knights to jump into. Still early days here, though, of course.
When we speak of Hikaru, the two biggest trends that come to my mind are his tactical speed, the pace on the clock, more than the pace on the board.
For sure.
And the second is just his resourcefulness, just incredible resilience on the board. So the long fights do suit Nakamura in this battle of experience versus ambition. And to your point, you know, the anti-young player chess, a term coined by none other than the world number one, Hikaru's good friend Magnus Carlsen.
Yes, exactly. And I think you bring up a really good point there, Tanya, in that maybe Magnus has a great reputation at being able to, grind any player down. You can also maybe think of some people that have written books on the topic. But at the same time, people might forget, well, actually, Hikaru is basically as good at doing exactly the same thing. There's a reason why he's been at the sharp end of the chess world for so long.
Yeah, he's been learning from all of his great rivals. Hikaru Nakamura, he's fought the likes of Vishy Anand, Kramnik, Carlsen, and others, and he's learned from all of them. He's definitely tried to replicate Magnus's kind of grinding technique to an extent, especially in these blitz games, rapid games, where he has the speed to kind of tire his opponents out and change the pace later. There was a bit of a frown on Hikaru's face. I think he was wondering whether he could break the pin of that black light squared bishop on the edge of the board, but ultimately, again, very modest play from Hikaru, but very quick play. That's the key.
Well, he is trying to make it fun on that left flank. This last move does hint at the b-pawn moving 2 steps forward and creating some tension, which now has been stopped by Javakir Sindarov, so making sure that Hikaru doesn't get the b4 plan in. The first imbalances are already there, right? Black does have the bishop pair. Javakir Sindarov with that long-term gain, but the dark squared bishop, what bishop am I talking about? That looks like a big pawn on the board, sort of blocked with its own army. But eventually, one of the pawns moving forward will open up the diagonal. I'll also point out a weakness in Hikaru's camp, the d3 pawn, something to always think about with the queen and the rook potentially lining up on the d file for Javakir.
So are we saying then that the d3 pawn, the weakness for white here, potentially you've got Javakir saying, well, look, my dark squared bishop is sat behind a couple of pawns, and that's because if you ever choose to push this, you're unleashing my minor pieces and allowing me very naturally to get my pieces onto better squares. Therefore, I'm sort of paralyzing you and not letting you do anything with your position. Is that the idea here?
Yeah, it's kind of a balancing act, normally against a bishop pair. So for Hikaru Nakamura here, you want to accelerate the play, before the bishops are able to exert influence, but this dark square bishop of blacks, of Sindarov's that we talked about, is a bit of a dead piece. So blowing open the center might actually backfire for Hikaru Nakamura. I'm more expecting here that he continues developing his pieces. The white queen will step forward, connecting the white rooks. The white rooks will centralize, the white knights will improve, and only when he's fully ready will he press that button and say, let's go for it.
And potentially, speaking of let's go for it, one of the plans that Javakir has in mind in return for that. And wow, before any of that happens, he goes for the idea, John, that you earlier pointed out. D4, but again, you're opening up the diagonals, you're opening up the lines for your opponent's bishops. This is a double-edged sword.
Yeah, maybe that's why Hikaru kind of did the head bob. He's like side to side. Well, it's not great, but it's not that bad either. Ultimately, the Black King hasn't yet castled. I think that was the kind of trigger for him. He thought the Black King in the middle, let's try and go for it. And Sindarov here has to decide himself whether to trade off pawns, allowing the White Queen into the center, or whether to get the King castled as soon as possible. I quite like it actually from Hikaru.
Now, if black takes the pawn here, of course, white can take back with a knight, a bishop, or a queen. Positionally, what are we looking at in the short to medium term here for white?
I actually like all three options, and
Okay.
I would be very tempted to even get my knight into the game, into the center of the board. The bishop has its own pros. You might be looking at the e-pawn moving forward next, and David's point of getting the queen centralized. I think it's a problem of plenty with all the moves. You know, chess is a complex game with different approaches. If I had to make a pick, I would probably go with queen takes pawn. Centralize the queen, get the rook onto the open D line next.
All right, one more positional question while I have the chance, because they're going to speed up soon, I'm sure. The knight on f1, where's that going? While the bishop was out there, I was thinking maybe the knight would end up on g3. Now I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it's unclear. Maybe the knight will jump now. There's a chance it might get chopped off within a couple of moves by the black dark squared bishop if it jumps forward to g3. The end goal is that f5 square, the square we talked about earlier in the day that Anish Giri landed a knight. Not to great effect, but here we go. Because he has more knights than the opponent, he tries to block the center. Knights preferred block positions. Bishops struggle slightly. Very logical move there from Hikaru Nakamura. And Sindarov eventually does get his king to safety, and the knight does leap forward.
And it's not going to stop there, right? It is coming on that f5 square. Now, again, if you're the side with the bishop pair, you want to open up that center, which has just been closed. So c6 is the idea that black wants, which is why the rook was lined up by Javakir behind the c-pawn. He's just calculating if this is the moment that he strikes at the center with c6.
Now, if I'm thinking about ways to push buttons, provoke the chaos, and all this kind of thing, I'm looking for ways to burst the position open as white or black. Are there things like, for black, bringing the knight forward to f4 and pushing g5? Like, do any of these ideas sort of hold water? Are we worried about pawn pushes on the king side for white or black?
Yeah, I would say that maybe pushing the black pawns in front of the black king could backfire, since the white knights are poised. They're great defenders for now, but could also leap forward. I quite liked your knight to f4 move for black on the previous turn, but now that he's started retreating Sindarov, the black dark squared bishop going back, maybe a bit less support for that idea. It feels like Hikaru now trying to gravitate his knights towards the other side, the queen side, where he does have a bit more space. White has the most advanced pawn of them all on d5. It feels like that's the side he's playing on.
Well, black can return the favor and get a very advanced pawn on that a-pawn moving forward. One pawn clamping down two of white's pawn. a4 is a move on black's radar. Now, this last move that Hikaru's played, one idea that's off the card for Sindarov was the c6 plan, because that would create a lot of dark squared weaknesses where that white knight was beautifully planted to head towards that c4 square. So Sindarov first falls back with a queen, a sort of a prophylactic move, making sure that you don't land in any sort of forks once the knight starts jumping forward.
Yeah, a lot of retreating moves, though, from Sindarov. He just brought his dark squared bishop back home, bringing his queen now to the back rank. Does feel like a step in the wrong direction. He's also a minute and a half almost down on the clock. So we will see what kind of action Hikaru can go for. He's the king of changing the pace. It looks like he's just maneuvering for so long, doing nothing, and then suddenly he'll go on the attack.
Speaking of changing the pace, I've been quietly noting the heart rates since the start of the game, and Sindarov has had his heart rate, it more or less went up to 130, 140 straight away, and it's kind of stayed there. And Hikaru sort of started, it took until the end of the opening for it to reach 100 BPM, and it sort of went up to 120 briefly, and it looks like it's ramping up as the game progresses. Very fascinating.
And it's been a sort of a storyline in this game. It felt like Sindarov did everything right out of the opening, but the last two moves, what have they been? The bishop comes back next to the king, then the queen falls back with the bishop. And you start feeling that the momentum of the game is shifting as well. Hikaru now offers a trade, and the idea is that that would allow the rook to a square if that bishop capture is accepted, and a doubling up on that C line, the queen following up, potentially the rook following up, and really tripling down on the C7 weakness. Queen C2, rook C1 on the cards.
Yeah, but the knight move that was prophesied by John here has landed. A knight fork is in the air. The black knight is aiming to jump even further onto the D3 square, hitting both white rooks. That has to be guarded. I like your move there, Tanya, guarding D3 with the white queen, queen C2, hitting black pawns as well. Instead, he improves his knight, Hikaru Nakamura. Visually, it just looks so nice for white. Black needs a bit more activity, some backup for his lonely knight there on F4.
The problem is the light squared bishop that Javakir has here. It doesn't have any good active diagonals. The bishop's only as strong as the diagonals that you place it on. Right now, that D5 pawn, doing a beautiful job of blunting it. More piece activity for Hikaru. And again, it comes down to sort of shifting gears, right? Hikaru, from keeping that KG approach, blocking the center, has gone on the front foot now.
It's always scary, though, to play a knight sort of behind the rook like that, because I'm looking at the retreating squares going, ooh, if b6 gets played for any reason, it looks like there's an opportunity for the rook to escape via c6, but it just feels a little bit offside, and it makes me really uneasy seeing possible moves like that on the board.
Fully agree. These top players, they know when to break the rules, though, when to go for those exceptions, and the white rook, at least on the last turn, was kind of eyeing up an escape route by hitting that black pawn that has just moved, the A pawn there. And if you attack that white rook with a pawn, it has a square to slide forward to. So for now, it's totally fine, but for Hikaru, it's a job of improving his queen, his other rook maybe, as he tries to push the advantage. Board, clock, heart rate, it all feels like it's in Hikaru's favor right now, but still, he needs to turn it into something a bit more tangible.
And also in very tight territory, right? That's barely a little bit over a minute. I mean, one long thing by Hikaru, we'll see the clocks leveling out. But Javakir, he needs to make sure that he's ready with his responses. This last move, A4, is one that we spoke about. And Hikaru on the think here.
I wanted to ask you about that, actually, Tanya, because I feel like there's some long-term pressure against the c7 pawn here, if you're playing the white pieces. And that all makes sense. The black knight also looks really well positioned in f4 for the longer term, but I'm also thinking, cool, but if that's step 1, what's step 2 and 3? Like, I'm trying to visualize what the plan is, what black wants his position to be, and I'm struggling to work out what that longer term plan is for Sindarov.
Or maybe there's no long-term plan. Maybe there's going to be no time, because that's a short-term move that Hikaru chose, getting that D pawn forward, now coming in with a knight. That pawn could not have been captured because of the knight jumping forward and a fork on the board. This is big pressure and starting to look very scary for black.
Scary for black, but you can start trading stuff off. You can remove that white pawn now that's continued advancing. It's definitely a change of pace from Hikaru. He waited until Sindarov was around to the 3-minute mark, and let's see if it pays off. It does feel like it's a bit scary, but so many knight jumps for both sides, I should mention. This is pure calculation now.
And a flurry of moves coming in. The rook under fire, the bishop attacked as well. Tough decisions for both players to make as they reach blitz territory now. Knight takes pawn. Do you move the rook? Do you do an in-between move by sliding your bishop over and attacking the white queen? Hikaru's head nod, always scary to face.
Scary to face, Hikaru's head nod, but it is sometimes a bluff. I think Hikaru here believes he's doing decently. He knows he's not necessarily winning, but there we go. A hit on the white queen. Brilliant intermezzo there, in-between move from Sindarov, given an exclamation point by our all-seeing engines, and Hikaru doesn't actually have too many great squares for the white queen.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at candidate squares for the queen. I'm going, well, there aren't really many places where I think, actually, this would be better positioned. Like queen d2, for example, potentially runs into stuff with rook c2, doesn't look that great. Going further forward, I'm not 100% sure that works either. What exactly you're looking at on f3, maybe g4, but I'm feeling a little bit like there aren't that many options.
Yeah, you need to land a blow. Something very concrete, something very direct here with white. Otherwise, the white knights actually don't have so many escape squares, and they can get hit by the black pawns, by the black pieces. White's knights look clumsy. Black's bishop, black's knight, super active in the meantime.
Maybe then you anticipate that and you say, fine, queen g4 so that I don't care about g6. I don't need escape squares if you're the one having to do the escaping.
Yeah, also lines up some potential checks with the white knights due to the black g7 pawn being pinned. That's the move Hikaru wants to play, but suddenly he's tanked. He's lost most of his time advantage. It's going to become a race to the finish line now.
And queen g4 is sort of the hand move. You play it in 10 seconds. He reaches out the mouse. Well, I want to say the mouse move in this case. I think he's ready, but he hesitates. So unsure about it. What Hikaru's trying to understand is there a follow-up to this devastating-looking move? And perhaps realizing there wasn't an attack to play for, he does put it on a slightly cautious approach. I want to say queen g4 was extremely tempting in that position.
Yeah, and the black rook saves itself. Could maybe have gone more active, but Sindarov plays a very natural move, defending a pawn, defending his 7th rank as well. Hikaru needs to get that black knight out of his grill here. He needs to kick it away somehow, but no real way of doing it without losing a pawn himself. A big threat for black as well, to kick away the white knight from f5.
The only reason that explains why Hikaru chose the f3 instead of the g4 square is that it stops the black knight from coming further into the camp. Knight d3 was prevented by Hikaru with this last move, so taking control of some key squares there. But this is the scary part, right? Hikaru spent so much time coming up with queen f3, and then again took a few seconds before he retreated with that knight, and now he's the one with less time on the clock.
Question mark move, though. That white queen is within forking distance. Watch out, the black knight might later land a check. In the meantime, a retreat from Hikaru forced and a shake of the head. He's not liking his position. He's down 10 seconds suddenly. This is a bullet game. It looks roughly level, at least visually, but Sindarov is the one with the momentum on his side.
It does feel like if you compare this position, you know, superficially to what was 5 moves ago, the white knights in really menacing positions, black not really able to do much about it because the queen could have come up to g4 and stuff like that. And you compare that position 4 or 5 moves ago to what it looks like now, it feels like the thread is being lost just a little bit.
The biggest difference is the 0 to hero piece, and that's the light squared bishop on b3, taking away so many big squares, and Sindarov now improves the position of his queen. Finally, Hikaru kicks out the knight after the h3 pawn was defended, which reroutes itself. David, I have a feeling that Sindarov is feeling ambitious about his chances here.
Sindarov thinks he's doing well. Sindarov wants to win this on the board, maybe even the clock. It's a huge time advantage for black.
And this is getting extremely tense, and you can see it on Hikaru. He's feeling the pressure. His pieces, the lack of coordination, a big threat on the board. There's a fork coming in. Be careful. Watch out, Hikaru Nakamura. He defends it with his king.
But a pawn drops. Sindarov now with the advantage. 1 pawn up, also 30 seconds up. Hikaru Nakamura needs to put on his speed here. Ooh, the white queen coming in with the check potentially.
The white queen coming in with a check. That's the resource he's relying on for this move that Sindarov had planted. The knight jumping in now. The rook does defend. Hikaru Nakamura, known as the most resourceful player on the planet. He's got to put that cap on right now.
He looks so frustrated a moment ago, Hikaru Nakamura. He keeps glancing up at the clock. Suddenly Sindarov, longest think he's had in a while. And the bar all in black side, pushing the f-pawn forward was apparently a winning move for Sindarov. Instead, trading queens, being a bit more conservative here. But he's still up on time, up that 1 pawn.
And Hikaru just couldn't afford the queen trade. That would end up in a lost endgame. He tries to fight, he tries to keep the calculation going, the complications going, but I'd be scared for that queen, which is now being chased around the board.
Ooh, that white queen almost trapped there as it stood, but resourceful from Hikaru Nakamura. That white knight near the black king now, the black rook a bit loose, everything hanging by a thread for both players. Hikaru jumping around with his knight, threat after threat. This is just going to be decided on the clock. This is blunder territory for both sides.
And it's 30 seconds. It's almost a hyper bullet mode right now. That extra pawn doesn't matter. Look at the control that Hikaru has on the light squares. The queen and knight, a deadly combination. The queen's forced off the board right now. A close to winning ending for black. But does Jabakir have enough time?
Yeah, he's turned it around on the clock. Hikaru Nakamura, those few seconds might be worth a pawn here, as black still with the material advantage, but losing control. Knight's jumping. It's going to be checks. Oh, it's anyone's game now. Under 20 seconds for Sindarov.
This is a flagging game. He's got 10 seconds left, and that's it. He gets checkmated. Hikaru Nakamura does the unbelievable.
Out of nowhere, mate on the board. Hikaru Nakamura from a position that could be described as trying to find some sort of resource, pulls out the ultimate resource, Rook G4, checkmate. And out of nowhere, Hikaru Nakamura takes the win in game number 1. Now, a lot of players, a lot of viewers would say, oh, hang on a second, that could be construed as a bit lucky in a difficult position. I'm pretty sure he manufactured that and knew exactly what he was doing.
That was experience playing a key role deciding that game. Here we see an action replay. It was Black on the front foot, Black with the extra pawn, but this final check, this final trap, landing Hikaru the win. And for Sindarov, it's heartbreak. He played so well, but he still couldn't get past his wily opponent.
What a beast, Hikaru Nakamura. And what we saw in those last few moves in that game one is wintered Hikaru win. Just a complete swindle. You call it luck, well, you make your own luck on the chessboard. And that's what Hikaru did in game one, on the back foot, on the defense for the most part. But again, his resilience, his resourcefulness, and he's the one who delivers a checkmate.
And look, that result is all important now because Hikaru Nakamura now just needs a draw from this game in order to advance into the winners match in this group. And that's so important considering he was on the back foot, even losing for parts of that game. He now needs to, okay, let's play slow positional build-up. Not sure we need to go so explosive now. Advantage Nakamura.
Exactly, and that plays into all of his strengths. Hikaru, he's Mr. Solid these days. He has so many gears. The previous game, he was in trouble, but mainly because he was trying to make things happen. He was trying to be a bit too creative potentially, and Javokir was able to counterattack. But here we see the Petrov defense, the opening of the tournament so far. It has appeared a few times, and that shows Hikaru's mood.
Especially by the player who's got that match advantage, right? With the first game win, you want to keep the second game solid. And look at that, Javokir chooses a response that does try to create an early imbalance, but Hikaru knows this opening. It was incredible to watch him in action in those last few moments. That just felt like a Hikaru Nakamura stream on, just the way he turned around game one.
Really amazing stuff, and he pulls the rabbit out of the hat. I suspect that's not going to be the first time we see a similar finish to that in this tournament. That was simply the opening salvo, and many more to come, I am sure. But right now, look at, he's back in the zone, he's bobbing his head, he's getting his head in the right place for game number 2, and that is the hallmark of a player who's so good at resetting. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like Hikaru holds the record for the number of Blitz wins in a row. Probably not just on chess.com, but other places as well. And frankly, his ability to reset after every game and just continue to crush his opponents is one of the hallmarks of why he's so good.
Exactly, defeating dozens and dozens of Grandmasters in a row. Not many are capable of that, even on 1 or 2 occasions, but Hikaru, he plays game after game after game, and that experience, that kind of muscle memory really pays off. This opening, meanwhile, we only saw a trade of 1 pawn. Sindarov doing a great job with white of keeping as much tension as possible. But Hikaru seems to know his stuff, seems to have studied this before, just judging by the speed with which he's been playing. Opening success for Hikaru, it feels like, Tanya.
Javokir also equally impressive, I want to say. Yes, opening success on the clock. You know, you also have developed all your pieces, but let's not forget the big takeaways for Javokir. He was the one on the edge for the most part of game one. He was the one putting pressure on as well. So he knows he has it in him to create those chances. And the last 2 moves, H-pawn moving up the board, the bishop sliding with the spin, a potential knight jump to G5. I think Javokir's got tricks of his own. Hikaru, meanwhile, unfazed, simply retreats, unpins the queen.
I want to ask you guys a little bit about that because, you know, we see the Petrov, okay, we're trying our best to be nice and positional, very, very solid, and then we chuck H4 in there. How normal is this? Are we raising eyebrows? Is this perfectly within theory?
I think up to a point it was within known territory, but this is Sindarov kind of trying to keep as much tension as possible, trying to put his own spin on things. The Petrov is known for quick trades, quick simplifications. Often it's very symmetrical, the pawn structure. So although objectively it feels like Hikaru is doing decently, it feels like Sindarov has managed to create enough imbalance to be optimistic for the future. There was a bit of a frown on Hikaru's face there in the meantime, the white queen stepping forward, hitting one of the black pawns on the diagonal, but inviting black forward.
Yeah, I'm going to ask the question. D3 is screaming at me right now. Is that the insta move you play here, Tanya?
It is the insta move, but you know, social media didn't get anyone too far. And I'm just wondering if white wants to plant that queen to the center of the board. You go D3, you go queen E4 with a duo threat. You're attacking the H7 pawn. You're also threatening the C4 pawn. I think we're going to see this being played out. And the only way black can counter this resource is G6. It arrives. Hikaru Nakamura, it's like he's seen far into the future, David.
Yeah, and playing very quickly, playing intuitively here, Hikaru. He blocks one of the attacks, hits the white bishop. I know the move Javokir wants to play. He wants to sacrifice that bishop somehow, maybe even leave it on the square it's on. But ultimately, there are safer options. You can retreat it, you can trade it off for that black knight. The black king doesn't have too many defenses around it, and with the h-pawn marching, we have seen this type of thing lead to success for white before. But again, long-term, Hikaru doing great with a pass pawn sitting on d3. Short-term, Javokir needs to land a knockout blow.
Absolutely, and Hikaru bobbing his head. I think he agrees with everything that you just said right now, as Javokir pins that pawn which was attacking the bishop, lines up the queen against the king. And this might be a good time for Hikaru to try and think of some trades that he can get going on the board. With that d3 pawn planted so beautifully, endgames would favor black.
It is worth pointing that this looks hella scary if you're the black player right now, and white to an extent. You've got a protected pass pawn on d3 on one hand. On the other hand, you're thinking, hang on a second, those pawns in front of the king look like they could be seriously provoked with a move like h5. There's a lot of stuff to consider here, and h5 could still be on the cards, you know.
Yeah, Hikaru trying to force some trades first, but definitely h5 is Javokir Sindarov's plan. There was a trade of light squared bishops that alleviates some of the pressure. 3 is the magic number when it comes to attacking. White had a queen, bishop, and 2 knights. That was more than enough to overload the defenses. But now with that trade, it feels like less pressure. And the white queen is staring at a pawn on the 4th rank on c4, but then a black knight will jump out the way. Knight takes e5, discovered attack, black rooks, black knight, all hitting Her Majesty there.
But definitely in the air. Always watch out for those tricks. One of the trades that I would think Javokir wants to get on the board is get the bishops off the board. You know, you see for Hikaru's king camp, there are a lot of dark squared weaknesses. Yeah. So if Javokir is able to get that defender bishop and then plant his knight on a beautiful f6 square via a route that's already available at the center of the board, that might give him the attacking possibility and the chances to go for Hikaru's king.
So if we had to pick any square for that bishop to be on right now, would the idea be to try and get a knight onto d4 and have it swapped off so your bishop can stay on d4 instead? Or where are we thinking that lives?
I'd want to go to g5. Like I said, I want to get the bishops off the board, trade those bishops and make the most of the dark squared weaknesses. But Hikaru's got plans of his own right now. Even Javokir has got plans of his own. h5 does arrive again. He has to play for the win. He has no option at all. He's in a must-win right now, trying to create trouble for Hikaru on the king side.
Yep, Harry the H-pawn is often used as a battering ram in chess, in modern chess, ever since AlphaZero. The AI entity introduced all of these ideas of just planting a pawn near the enemy's king and playing the long game, hoping for checkmate a bit later. But Hikaru says there might not be a later if you want to go for checkmate with the queens off. And again, long-term black's doing well, so this queen trade most likely should be avoided by Sindarov.
Yeah, and I should point out as well that the pawn on h5, if the queen moves out from defending that pawn, it looks on the surface like you've got a pawn and knight attacking it and black can go a pawn up. But given that g-pawn is directly in front of the king, that's not really something Nakamura is seriously considering at this point.
Yeah, you rarely want to capture one of these h-pawns, especially capturing away from the center, opening up your own king. Better to let the pawn live and just maintain the status quo. But Hikaru just looks very, very chilled on camera. This is like streaming Hikaru, as you mentioned, Tanya. Javokir locked in, but goes for something very forcing. We talked about how this pawn maybe was poisoned.
He's playing with fire right now with the rook lined up against the queen and a potential knight jump. You've got some juicy squares to choose from, including a pawn capture at the center of the board if you are Hikaru Nakamura right now. But I think this is the need of the hour for Javokir. He just had to go all out right now. Just hard to find, hard to keep control otherwise, hard to keep playing for a win. But this is playing with fire. And I think the chances are more that it backfires. Knight takes pawn is the first move that comes to my mind here.
I have just tried and failed, by the way, I should point out. After black plays knight takes pawn, I'm going, oh goodness. So if white recaptures with the knight and both queens can be captured, and then I think my brain short-circuited at some point. I'm not actually sure whose side that figures. But maybe that's a suggestion that the complications could be favorable for one player or the other.
Yeah, it's pure calculation. And I think this last move by Sindarov is intended to force Hikaru to calculate. We see the analysis board on the right here, the live board is on the left, and the move Hikaru wants to play is knight takes pawn. It's a double attack against the white queen. If the white queen moves, for example, tries to run away, we would see a trade, and maybe the black pawn will step forward to the d2 square in the near future. This looks very powerful for black.
Yep.
So the key, the one you have to evaluate is after the trades. Rook takes queen, knight takes queen. When the dust settles, does white have enough of an advantage here? For Hikaru, is he safe enough? Maybe this pawn is just a bit too far forward and could be corralled a bit later on. The alternative for Hikaru is to jump the knight the other way, hitting the white queen, and next move landing a knight fork.
Oh, wow.
This would lead to pure chaos.
I'm going to be honest, that move completely skipped my radar. That looks extremely dangerous. It's coming in with a big fork on the two rooks. Not only one major attack, but the other two coming under fire as well.
I'm going to ask the question, is that winning for black? What's the resource here that saves white?
I thought it was, and here, this is not me, this is me checking the oracle, the computer, pawn to e6.
No!
Counter-attacking, hitting the black queen, and this is happening, by the way. Now the white queen slides across, and there's still an ongoing attack against the black king. This is far from over, but played by Hikaru Nakamura. He's going for the win now.
But now Javakir needs to find this move.
Yeah,
and it's not an easy spot. E6 going on the counter offense. If he doesn't find it, Hikaru Nakamura will be with the edge.
Now, he has got a little bit of extra time, but we're talking 5 minutes plays 5.5. So it's some time, but it's not a crazy amount of time. And when you're under this much pressure, having to find a move like that, that is wild.
Yeah, so difficult. And just as Javakir forced Hikaru to eat up some of his clock time, now Hikaru is forcing Javakir to calculate.
I think to put this into perspective, this is exactly the kind of move where in a classical game of chess, you would not blink twice if you had a grandmaster taking 15, 20 minutes before making this next move. Like, it is so super critical, and these players are having to make that decision in like dozens of seconds.
Absolutely, and look at this. Javakir as well on beast mode finds the only move. Process of elimination is what got Sindarov to this decision. He gets that e-pawn moving up the board. You can still capture it. Knight takes pawn and the line isn't over. The complications continue.
Just to point out one possible continuation, knight takes pawn, the white queen will slide across. The key here is that the white knights are jumping forward. One of the white knights can hit the black queen in the near future.
Yep.
This is just the beginning of the battle.
That is absolutely insane. And choosing to go into these kind of complications when so much is at stake. We should point out, of course, the match situation. Hikaru won the first game. This is must-win for Sindarov. So trying to create as many complications as possible. But every time I see this exchange of ideas, I'm thinking, well, hang on a second. Is it Javakir who's trying to create the complications, or is it Hikaru? It feels like both players are going at it hammer and tongs.
Well, the brand of chess that both of them have, this is what we expect, and this is what we love to see, right? It is a cutthroat battle, and for Sindarov, only one result matters right now.
Yeah.
So it does make sense that he's gone into these complicated waters. Pawn takes pawn was the choice for Hikaru Nakamura, and still big questions for Sindarov to answer with just about 4.5 minutes on the clock. Where does he move the queen? How does he respond to the knight fork that's coming in next?
This is all in from Sindarov. Yes, he found that brilliant last move. Yes, this was given a question mark by Hikaru Nakamura, but ultimately, he's just got to go for the black king now. One of the two white rooks will fall. The black knight is going to jump into c2. You're just going to have to ignore the fact that those rooks are hanging, and time to go for that black king. It's got a knight around to defend, but other than that, the white queen, white knights, they could do some damage too.
If you want a summary of how tense the game is and how high the stakes are, hearing someone say, you have to ignore that your rooks can be captured. You just ignore that everything's hanging. You're thinking, hang on a second. Given the magnitude of what's going on here, that feels like an insane statement to make, but you're absolutely right.
You need nerves of steel to handle this position, and I think we might see those steel being played out because you really can't defend both rooks, right? You are going to lose material. Your best hope is to fight for that advantage, and there are a lot of tempting options. You could start with pawn takes pawn. You could start with a knight jumping over. You got about 3.5 minutes to figure all of that out. It's definitely harder to be Sindarov right now.
Yeah, this is like a labyrinth. Good luck finding your way through and coming out healthy on the other side. The white bishop can move. You can ensure that you get at least that black knight for one of your two white rooks. But where to put that bishop is a question. How directly to go for the black king is a question. Sindarov, he would love 3 hours on his clock, but 3 minutes, surely not enough now.
Time is of the essence, not only on the clock, on the board as well. Does he have time to move that bishop? Does he have time to capture the pawn? And he's fully locked in right now, trying to calculate and navigate his way best through these variations. A tough ask. He does jump in with a knight, comes in with a threat on that queen, which can be centralized to a more active square by Hikaru. Hikaru doing the queen's gambit pose there, starts looking at the ceiling right up.
Psychologically as well, it's just, it's so important where Sindarov is trying to create complications. He needs to win this game to stay in the match. And Hikaru is staring him down, saying, you want complications? I'll give you complications. You can't handle complications, and he's really bringing the fight to Javakir here.
But do not underestimate Javakir's ability to handle those complications. David, eventually he does go for your idea that at least he wins some material back. Not only that, he places the bishop at a square. That Hikaru's pawn cannot move any forward. He's still eyeing that g6 pawn for trades to open up pathways towards Hikaru's king.
That is a crazy move, though. He could have moved his bishop to another square, protecting the knight in the center. This is a full rook sacrifice. He will not get that black knight if it captures the white rook in the corner on a1. If the white rook retakes, the white knight on e5 drops. This is a full rook sack, and he's going all in. He's going for the attack. If the black knight sidelines itself, he's going to go for that black king.
So, knowing that, I'll ask the question, does knight takes a1 win on the spot?
For who is the big question?
And for who? Yeah, exactly. I'm not even sure.
It's very gutsy, this last move. Knight takes rook on the corner of the board. The idea that white has to have is pawn takes
Not
pawn.
played.
And it was scary enough for Hikaru to not go for it.
Wow. There's something about that maybe we haven't seen, but this is getting into some seriously deep territory.
Yep, he's arguing here, Hikaru, that that rook in the corner will not run away. Here we see some of our very special guests in the audience. But pawns f4, given a question mark, it's one of those positions. I think we can forgive the players for the mistakes that are guaranteed just due to the clock time. And this now results in Hikaru capturing this rook. Maybe capturing the other rook would have been the acid test of White's whole sacrificial idea. But still, this one, anyone's position. This could swing either way in a heartbeat.
I would love to find out why rook takes a1 wasn't played on the previous move. There's some really cool stuff here that I'm sure we can go and understand. A check getting played in the meantime. And this is, regardless of how this game ends, it feels like it's been chaos unleashed.
Well, Hikaru, with every move, is just not giving Sindarov the opportunity to go pawn takes pawn on that right flank, to open up the line for the white queen towards the black king. There have been trades and captures on every single move, forcing the capture back. Now the white rook hits the queen, and Hikaru Nakamura needs only a draw. So will he force further trades there? He seems undecided. Will he put the rook to block? Will that be the bridge, or will he find a square for the queen? Hikaru looks tensed.
Yeah, I think he wanted to move the queen, but realizing the black queen doesn't really have anywhere good to go. She can drop into f2. She'll get hit by a white knight, so he does block. Very, very logical when you're up material. You want to exchange, and he sacrifices his queen, Hikaru Nakamura.
It's a big move. He picks up the knight, and that is a queen sacrifice. The queen falls back, trying to activate to get to those pawns. Look at that beautiful centralized rook, defending b7, defending d3.
There we go. He solidifies that rook. Very hard to kick that rook out of the middle. We should clarify here, black has two rooks and a very powerful passed pawn in return for white's queen. It is small advantage, at least objectively, for Hikaru Nakamura, but queens, they are so tricky. And this is not going to be one-way traffic for now. The white bishop is the problem. Cannot really get into the game. Purely a blockader. But the black knight, not impressive either.
And that's because of Hikaru's last move, right? Sindarov's last move, the g-pawn moving forward, taking away some jumps from that black knight from getting into the game. This is still anyone's game. Yes, the bar says that Hikaru is the one who's doing well right now, but if the queen is able to infiltrate with some devastating checks or get on those dark squares on the longest diagonal on the board, you know, plant it on e5, get the bishop on c3, there are big ideas for Javakir to play for. Meanwhile, Hikaru Nakamura wants a post for his knight.
He runs away with his king. That does drop the g6 pawn, but if the white queen ever runs away, c4 is hanging. The black rooks would enter. If you could pick up the black rooks, put them anywhere near the white king, this is Hikaru Nakamura's game. But for now, it's very, very tense. And Hikaru is down on the clock. He's down 20 seconds. Javakir needs to use that as a weapon.
He does, because that's the weapon that Hikaru used against Javakir in their game one, from a busted position to eventually deliver checkmate. Can Javakir get the whole story done again in his favor right now? But now the clocks are leveling out. Not an easy decision. Queen takes pawn is what you want, but that allows the rook activity.
He has to move fast. Javakir, he's thrown away his 20-second advantage. It's currently 93% accuracy against 92% accuracy. Such a high-level game. Javakir going for it, trying to blow open the black king. This is great play from him, but did he spend too much time? Hikaru now 1 minute versus 1 minute. Can he hold it together?
Hikaru can always hold it together, and we are in a bullet ballet right now. The rook's coming into the attack. There's a threat of a rook sliding onto the e2 square, coming in with a check. You could pick up the pawn on d3. Did Hikaru just miss that? He never misses anything.
Wow, Javokir didn't take that black pawn. A frown here from Hikaru Nakamura. Watch out, the black king is caught in a mating net. There are some back rank checkmate ideas. The white king now, only one way to go. Has to go back, otherwise it would have been mated itself. Do not take that bishop. The white queen will deliver a killer blow. Retreats this rook. Any checks now on the back rank can be blocked by the black rook.
And if no check, then black just simply picks up that power pawn on g6 and no checkmate, thank you very much. This might be forcing a repetition with the rook going back and forth. A yo-yo dance between the rook and the queen.
That's not good enough for Sindarov. He needs to win. He's down 1 point. The white queen goes a different direction, grabs a pawn, but now the black rooks coordinate and harry the h-pawn marching forward. Whose pawn is quickest? It's a pure race right now.
I mean, it looks like it's going to be the h-pawn, right? Which comes in with a big check on that h1 square, assisted by the beautiful 2 black rooks as well, as Javokir clears the squares for his own pawn to move up the board.
Here we go. It's going to be checkmate on the board, potentially. Nope, he trades off queens. A new queen is born. And here it's all about the clock. Sindarov down at 12 seconds. It's not enough. The white queen fighting a losing battle. And there we go. It's resignation from Sindarov. Hikaru with a fist pump.
And by a scoreline of 2-0, but my God, what tense action over the board. Hikaru Nakamura for Team Falcons takes on a very successful match, 2-0 against Sindarov from Team Vitality, but not without its shares of ups and downs. The first win, getting the checkmate from a losing position at 1 point, and then what a grind. Queen for 2 rooks, imbalances all over the place in game number 2, but the pawn race is won by the player of the black pieces.
Wow, 2-0. It could have been 2-0 the other way. And Sindarov so close. Ultimately, the time scrambles. Just that extra millisecond of speed, giving Hikaru Nakamura the win.
This guy just has this unique ability to piece together all these trends that he has, playing on the clock, strategy, tactics, all of it together, and it worked to perfection in this one.
2-0, but it could have been anything but. What an incredible way to start this group. Let's head now to Hikaru Nakamura for his post-game interview.
Yeah, we're here with Hikaru. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, that first game looked a little bit dicey. We all saw you shaking your head a lot through it. You were not happy. You got to that little time crunch at 1 minute. I see your YouTube shorts, bro. You're really good at bullet. And you delivered that checkmate. What was going through your head in that moment when it was all going on?
Yeah, I mean, basically, I know that with the time format the way it is, if I get low on time, but my opponent has the same amount and we're under a minute, I'm a favorite. So I was just moving quickly. The main thing was I had to avoid the trades, and I knew that my speed would just be better, and it worked out, so I'm happy.
Honestly, you should be after that performance. Now, your next opponent is going to be either the winner between Wei Yi and Alireza Firouzja. Do you have any preference when it comes to those opponents?
I mean, it's tough. On the one hand, I want to play Alireza, so one of us is guaranteed to make it through to the top 8. But objectively, I'd prefer to play Wei Yi because I think he's a little bit weaker, but we'll see.
I think this is the first trash talk.
Oh my God, that was absolutely trash talk, by the way. That's what we love to see.
We want more of this. Boys and girls, 3 games down, 1 more, and then we're going to be starting the qualification matches at day 1 for just here at EWC. Congratulations once again. Let's head on over back to the boys and girls in the studio.
Thank you so much, gents. We want the trash talk. We want the decisive games. Our rapid time controls are delivering us rapid results. It was a 2-0 in this one, but Yovi, I think it was all about game number 1.
Yeah, that was wild. It was a little bit topsy-turvy, to say the least. Hikaru Nakamura just living his life there, and seconds left on the clock, you know, just getting that checkmate at the end. That was absolutely fantastic. Lucky.
Game was balancing on a knife's edge, but we heard straight from Hikaru there. He said, hey, if we're both going into 1 minute on the clock, I'm always confident that I'm the favorite.
Yeah, I can't disagree with Hikaru on that. When he has less than a minute and so does his opponent, there's like nobody in the world that I'm going to take over Hikaru. And even though he was fortunate to get the checkmate at the end, it looked like time situation was good for him anyway. So Hikaru was looking good at that point. Then the mate in 1 just made things real easy. So nice win for Hikaru. It could have gone either way, but when the chips were down and the time was short, Hikaru was the one who shined.
We saw the fist bump because he's got to feel good to get the victory, but I will wonder how he evaluates his performance today, because just the fact that he kind of had to fight back from what was a losing position against Yavakir Sindarov in that first game is probably not a situation he really had the foresight of.
Yeah, well, he's not going to be feeling like ecstatic about his play, but you know what? It is all about the clock. That is the 17th piece of the game.
I think if you flip the script too, then I'm wondering about what's going on in Javakir Sindarov's head, right? Because that was your shot, right? You almost took down Hikaru in game number 1 and put yourself in a position to only need a draw in game number 2. And that's where I question, how do people deal with the losses and retool towards a future now elimination match?
That's right. It's psychologically crushing when you have a good position, you end up losing. Now you have to win the next game. But these players have had this situation happen before, so they have to be ready for it. Sometimes things don't go your way, and you have to put it out of your mind, clean slate, and just play the next game. And unfortunately, Hikaru, with Time Scramble, was the stronger opponent again.
And talking about slates, let's take a look at the bracket, because like you say, you got to wipe this one from your brain. You now got to refocus on what's coming ahead of you. You heard the interviewer Sandstorm Tyler 1 out there on the stage talking about Hikaru. You know, who do you want to play? Of course, if I play Alireza Firouzja, it means one of either myself or my teammate is going to go through, to that top 8. By the same token, he thinks the better matchup for him would be Wei Yi. Either way, he goes upper bracket. Javakir Sindarov, he drops down, and now he faces do or die in future games. He's got to win 2 in a row. He loses one more, he's out. His road here at the EWC is done.
Yeah, absolutely. Tomorrow's all about survival, right? You lose, and that's it. You are out. But of course, everyone is going to be fighting hard.
Everyone's fighting hard, and as the group fills out here for Group C, there it is, 2-0 fashion for Hikaru Nakamura. We're awaiting the results for Wei Yi versus Alireza Firouzja. Moving a little faster here in the A stream than the B stream. Some more decisive results. But that's why we've got the man, Mike Klein, over there in the field to report everything that's happening over on Stream B. Let's hear from him now.
Thanks, guys. Here in Stream B, there is no need for Armageddon in our second match of the day, as Gen G's Arjun Erigaisi beat Nihal Sarin 2-0, and we're here with the man of the hour. Congratulations, Arjun.
Thank you.
Now, a lot was made in media day about the speed of Nihal Sarin, but you won the first game with less than 10 seconds on your clock, and then you were actually kind of faster in the second game, too. Do you think that you are just as fast as Nihal?
No, when it's pure scramble, I think he's faster, but in general, I also maintain a pretty decent speed.
Now, in that second game, you were facing down those bishops the entire game, and you knew you were lost in that second game, but he seemed to freeze. Did you feel it in the moment that he just kind of lost his way in that endgame?
To be honest, with this pawn on d4, with all my pawns on dark squares and his past a pawn, it should be winning, but it's not that easy because he cannot easily come up with his king, because then the d pawn would be quite dangerous. So he had to make progress further. He had to find a plan, and he thought a bit and he couldn't find, and I think it was a dilemma between whether to think more or just to play something. And that kind of got him.
And we have this interesting structure of the match. If you win again, then you'll actually get a day off tomorrow. How important is that for your progression in the tournament?
I wouldn't say day off is important, but it's very important to secure your spot because everyone is so strong. So if you miss your chance, you might as well get eliminated. So
Grandmaster Arjun Erigaisi of Gen G wins against his countryman Nihal Sarin 2-0 in Stream B. Now back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Mike. Great respect shown by Arjun Erigaisi to his opponent as he takes down Nihal. But now we're getting a look at Magnus Carlsen, the world #1, arriving courtesy of Jamil Motorsport here to our esports arena. He dives into our next matchup to see if he can follow the likes of Hikaru Nakamura and buy himself a bid into the upper bracket. We'll be back in just a few minutes to preview that series. Stay tuned.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Thanks, guys. We're here with Team Vitality's Yavakir Sindarov. Things did not go well against Nakamura, but you had him on the ropes in game one. What happened there at the end?
Yeah, in game one I was completely fine and have a big advantage, but also I saw in some moment I have 20 minutes more and my position was completely good, and I was thinking like, okay, I don't need to play very fast and just find best moves, but some moment I missed his tricky moves, knight g4, queen a6, and my king was not safe, and then I lost a lot of time, and and the last position I saw my clock was on red screen. It was like you have 20 seconds, and so I was scared to play very fast and missed this mate. Okay, we are playing without increment, so everything will be can happen.
So what you're saying for fans who don't play on chess.com very much, when the clock gets below 20 seconds, then the color changes. And that's the exact moment where the blunder was made. Maybe we should change that or something on the screen?
No, I think it's fine. Just I'm just thinking I have more than 30 seconds, but then I was realized I have 20 seconds, and just play fast. I was like, right now I was also thinking I have a lot of moves which is winning, but in the time increment it's very hard to find.
You played very energetically and you almost evened the match in game two, but couldn't quite break through. So just tell me about your thoughts going forward. How do you regroup mentally after that loss?
After that loss, I was thinking I need to play more tactical positions because strategically it's very hard to beat Hikaru. So I take the position. I think very interesting, but in my opinion he found the best moves for maybe blitz. I don't know. Maybe I have somewhere a chance, but I didn't find anything. Anyway, it was a very interesting match. Yeah, second game I was played the opening which I didn't prepare. The line which I prepared it was I was prepared after draw, but yeah, I want to get some position which I will play for 2 results. But after losing, yeah, I lost a lot of things, and so that's fine.
Well, it's good to see with a smile on your face. He had one of the best players in the world on the ropes. Yavakir Sindarov, good luck in the rest of your matches.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup as the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, about to make his debut here on the EWC stage. His opponent, though, Norbek Abdusatorov, somebody who I think could be seen as an underdog in this competition and maybe someone that the time format will favor. Maurice, I'm going to come to you first on this one. We heard earlier in some interviews from the players, Magnus had kind of a tempered approach to the format of this tournament. Maybe in some ways, I don't want to say lack of confidence, because I know the guy is always confident, but he didn't necessarily have the same bravado about his approach to the tournament as I would maybe have expected from what I've seen of him in other tournaments.
He understands very well that this format is different. And with the fact that there's no increment, the fact that it's on a screen, this favors the younger players. And Norbek, he's number 7 in the world. We're talking a top 10 player. This is not somebody who's just a pushover, happy to be here. He's a gangster, and he's a young G who knows that he could make a name for himself at a tournament like this one. So Magnus is right to be tempered, to think, let's see how this goes, because frankly, we've seen already today anything could happen.
Exactly. We saw that upset in game number 1 with Yesepenko taking down Nepomniachtchi. We saw Javakir Sindarov have Hikaru Nakamura on the ropes while Hikaru would escape from that one and ultimately take the victory. But yeah, if anything, what we've learned today is it's anyone's game here, Ben.
That's right. And I'd rather see a Magnus with a temper than a tempered Magnus. Because in this match, I think Magnus knows he's the favorite. He expects to win. And Abdusatorov is ready to pull the upset. But I think, again, I'm going to predict Magnus. So far, my predictions have been iffy, but I'm going to have to go with the best player, probably who ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. And he wants to prove right away after he sees Hikaru win that he's going to win also.
Well, regardless of whether or not the predictions have been iffy, I love that you're making them. So if that's the expectation, how does that play out? What is the expectation on the board for Magnus taking a decisive result?
I think the real important thing is what happens in game 1, what happens out of the opening. Typically, Magnus gets a better position with white and likes to have a time advantage. So we'll see who gets white the first game. And Magnus will want to win the first game and then have draw odds in the second game, of course. And Abdusatorov is going to have to win game 1 to put the pressure on Magnus. And if you put pressure on people, sometimes they can't live up to the expectations. I expect Magnus to win, but Norbek is a tough opponent. Very tough section. The section of death. The destructive section.
That's a great point. This is our first matchup in Group D, the Group of Death. So it's going to kind of set the tone, I think, for the rest of the matches in this bracket specifically.
Well, you got to realize that D stands for Darth Vader when it comes to Magnus. This guy is a control freak in the best way on the board. You think you have a whisper of a chance, and all of a sudden you look around, it's like, I thought I had counterplay, and he squashed it completely, and then he puts on the death grip, the squeeze, the Magnus squeeze. Everybody knows it. We've been caught in it. They know you don't have a chance. You thought maybe the game was even, and then all of a sudden, you're just losing. Like, how did this even happen? Because he just puts you in that grip, and it goes, and like a boa constrictor, he just gets rid of all the air in your body, and that's it.
Better than anybody. He finds a way to make games that look unplayable or look like they're dead drawn, and all of a sudden, like you say, with the snap of a finger, poof, all of a sudden a massive advantage. So then it's going to be a tough task for Noterbeck. He's going to have to, I assume, then make it messy from the beginning. Are we thinking that there's gambits in play? Is it as much as giving away material just so you can really trade for activity?
If he's got some kind of fishy opening line or something a little bit weird that maybe he can surprise Magnus with, something like what we saw Yasipenko do to Nepo in the first game with the black pieces that you're like, you can't do this, and you still have to figure it out at the board. Now, Magnus, though, has such an incredible memory. The guy could just blink at something and remember it forever, that you may not be able to just pull out something out of a hat that he hasn't seen. So I don't think we're going to see that. I think Noterbeck is going to play more correct chess and hope that other things come into his favor. Maybe the clock a little bit, maybe his youth, but it's Magnus. I mean, come on.
You're right. Again, we're trying to craft a story or a way for somebody to conquer Mount Everest, basically, in this moment. Noterbeck over Magnus. But I think, if anything, you can maybe take a look at an event that a number of these players are coming off of, from Vegas to Saudi Arabia. And Magnus, he struggled in the group stages there, got knocked out of contention for the top spot very early on, again, in quick time control. So maybe Noterbeck sees this as his one fighting chance.
Yeah, and I think Magnus isn't going to want to repeat what happened in Vegas last week. He's going to make sure that he keeps his foot on the throat of Noterbeck. And Noterbeck, I think, for him to win the match, has to come out strong time-wise at the beginning. He has to have a time advantage and get a 2 or 3 minute time advantage against Magnus if he wants to get a position that's good enough to win. And if he wants to win the match, he's going to have to keep up on the clock and not be in a situation where he has less than a minute and Magnus has 3 or 4 minutes, which we often see.
Now, I would generally agree with you, but while you're making that point, I'm looking over here and Maurice is shaking his head like that ain't even going to be enough.
I'm not saying that it's not enough. Yeah, if you can do that, then great.
Okay.
But let's say you pull that off. Magnus, you would think he's the older player, but Magnus is fantastic at all time controls, including bullet. Maybe he's not like the Hikaru Nakamura Alireza school of bullet, but he is fast, he is furious. This guy can get it done every which way. I do believe if it's going to be a chance, there's going to be something wild, tactical that maybe Magnus missed, and that's it. You got to pray.
Magnus, he might give you one chance, so we like to say he'll never give you a second one. So I think the onus is on Noterbeck to find that one opportunity in the 2 games that he has ahead of him to kind of put the finishing blow on Magnus Carlsen. If you don't take advantage of it, then it ain't going to come to fruition. Either way, it's Magnus Carlsen for Team Liquid. It's Noterbeck Abdusatorov for Na'Vi. They're making their debut here on the EWC stage. Let's get to it.
We are back. We are back with the last group stage game of the day before qualification matches tomorrow. And boy, oh boy, do we have a good one.
That's right. It's the match we've all been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Liquid taking on Na'Vi. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Noterbeck Abdusatorov. The undisputed king of modern chess taking on the pride of Uzbekistan. This match is going to be an absolute banger.
It absolutely will be. Guys, good to see you. Repping this up for us in the group stage. So these recent games today have been pretty close on time trouble. I'm not going to lie. That have you guys worried at all? Or?
Yeah, I mean, it was very interesting to follow. First, I saw that Levon flagged Vladislav, so that was kind of interesting. So yeah, I think we'll see a lot of flagging in these tournaments, and hopefully I'm gonna be the one who flags.
Magnus, what about yourself? We've seen specifically like the last game coming down to the very final seconds. How are you feeling about it as well?
No, I think it just goes to show that there are a lot of strong players here, and everybody may not be as familiar with somebody like Sindarov as they are with Hikaru, but everybody here is strong, and in those pressure moments, anything can happen.
That's true. Anything can happen. So, boys, if you wouldn't mind, keys on the pedestals. Get yourselves ready. This next match is going to be absolutely insane. So, boys and girls, make some noise for the match of the day. Casters, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, folks. This is going to be one to watch out for. Two incredible players representing two of the oldest esports clubs, most prestigious clubs in the world in Team Liquid and Na'Vi. Carlsen versus Nordebek. This is absolutely excellent stuff. How are we feeling about this match?
Can't wait to get this one started. It's a generational clash, and their rivalry starts in 2021. Nordebek Abdusatrov becoming the youngest ever World Rapid champion, and then on his way to do that takes down Magnus Carlsen. In 2023 he beats Magnus Carlsen again in the Classical in Tata Steel, Vika and Zay, but that is only poking the dragon. Ever since then Magnus Carlsen has been relentless. He's unleashed. Every match for him has been payback. He's got Nordebek's number. Will we see Nordebek finally striking back in this absolutely unpredictable format?
I feel like we're setting something up here, Tanya. Does that make this a grudge match? Because it's sounding like one.
Definitely does. It's yet another clash of generations. It's yet again one of the best players in the world against a young Uzbek phenomenon. And Nordebek is one with the best pedigree from the Uzbek golden generation. Magnus Carlsen, though, meditating, it seems like, with the white pieces. He does start as a big favorite, as he always does.
I'll tell you one thing about Magnus, you beat him once.
Yeah.
For him, revenge isn't just one win then against you. He wants to take you down every single time. He wants to be that dragon that's been poked and relentlessly breathed down fire every single match. For Nordebek, he knows the last few matches have not gone his way. That's the psychological block he needs to get past. He needs to make sure that Magnus Carlsen does not live rent-free in his head.
Payback for Magnus. I'm going to beat you back 20-fold if you beat me the once. But look, it has to be said, Abdusatrov has beaten Magnus Carlsen. He knows what it takes. He's under no illusion. It's not going to be an easy feat, but the point is he's done it before and he is here now to try and do it again. It is still possible that regardless of match result, both of these players make it through to the playoffs. We do not know yet, but what we do know is that Nordebek has what it takes, and surely even the tiniest fraction of Magnus Carlsen's mind must agree with that, must acknowledge that at the very least.
Definitely. There's always hope, even when you play a giant of the game, and Nordebek has done it before. This game does begin with a Queen's Pawn opening. Magnus Carlsen goes for, okay, it's branch of the Queen's Gambit declined. A transposition here. Magnus, will he bring out his bishop? No, he trades pawns. And a very classical start to this game. In strategic waters, he should be a heavy favorite against Nordebek. If it becomes more dynamic, anyone's game.
A traditional line. Millions of games have been played in this opening setup. As the bishop comes out, eventually for Magnus it will be about opening up diagonals for his light squared bishop. Meanwhile for Nordebek, he will try to reroute the knight from the left flank towards the right side of the board. He first takes out his own bishop. With this particular approach by Nordebek does invite some potential complications. The g-pawn pushing forward could be ambitious play. We're about to find out Magnus's mindset.
Yeah, and Magnus is known as the leading expert in this pawn structure, mainly from the black side, but interesting to see him kind of flip the board here, take it from the white side, happy to just set up this very solid structure. Here we see a trade of bishops. It's a pawn sacrifice from Magnus Carlsen, but do not take that pawn. The black queen taking on b2 would only be met by the white rook sliding across, and white would regain the pawn with the rook on b7 with a lot of interest.
And Nordebek does realize that. He keeps things under control, brings his own knight into the game. Magnus still ignoring the b2 pawn hanging. Now he finally does draw back with the queen, defends it. Nordebek advances with a flank side attack, trying to gain more space on the queen side.
So let's talk some of the ideas in this position, in this kind of pawn structure. We mentioned already the possibility of the g-pawn marching up the board. Now that we've castled kingside, does that make that significantly less likely, or is that actually still a feature? Are we playing things like king h2 and then proceeding with the plan? What's going on here?
Yeah, I think it makes it less likely, at least in the near future, pushing pawns in front of your own king while queens exist. A bit risky, but more likely here, Magnus Carlsen first relocating his knights. He wants to play on the queen side, that flank the queens sit on. You can go for what they call a minority attack. White has two pawns, the A and B. Black has a lot more pawns there. You can try and trade off, isolate some of your enemy pawns, and create some targets for your pieces a bit later. For now, though, it just looks like pure maneuvering. Both sides setting up their rooks, getting ready. The white queen dropping back, very mysterious. But I think we'll see the status quo maintained for the next 20 next 15, 20 moves, and then the fire be unleashed.
And what about if you're playing with the black pieces here, Tanya? Are there any particular, I don't know, outposts or pawn advances that could be committal or anything of the sort that you're particularly watching out for?
Well, this is the minority attack that David was earlier implying about, right? Magnus using his 2 pawns on that queen's flank to get those open lines in. You mentioned outpost. If you're allowed to breathe fire down, Magnus will use that knight and jump to the c5 square.
Yep.
Any trades would open up some lines in favor of Magnus. We see some pawn trades here. The rook was attacking the queen moves, and look at that, Magnus doubling down on that c5 square. He pushes the pawn. That b4 pawn contains the pawn chain that Nordebek has on the queen side.
Okay, so a reasonable amount of pressure being applied early on. Not exactly like this isn't going to be, you know, backbreaking or anything like that, but we're asking questions and we're trying to give our opponent the opportunity to make mistakes. Those mistakes aren't happening. We just want to start introducing the potential cracks in the armor, looking for first, maybe second weaknesses. Let's see what's going on the other side of the board and poking and prodding to see where the position could be weaker.
Exactly. It's just accumulating small advantages. First, you want to isolate one of your opponent's pawns. Then you want to maybe trade off the correct set of pieces. Only then do you start looking for a plan of action. First, we see a rook trade. Nordebek pausing. Slightly surprising that he decides not to instantly recapture or even pre-mover recapture. Maybe thinking about trading knights first. But there we go. Knights do drop off the board on Magnus's terms, and the knight leaps forward.
And now we could potentially see an imbalance appear in the position. You know, if you take that knight, which has just moved forward, that would mean the B pawn. You always want a flank pawn towards the center. That's how you want to capture, opening up a B line, a direct path to Nordebek's b7 weakness there.
And I'm going to guess that the pawn on b4 is absolutely nowhere close for the taking because of rook b... Well, whole bunch of moves starting with rook b1, I'm going to guess.
Yeah, for now the black knight is hit as well, so there's not quite time for the black queen to go pawn hunting. I would advocate for not taking that white knight. I've banged on about this too much in my chess career, but connect 4 is the perfect pawn structure. White's b-pawn taking and replacing that white knight on c5 would set up an unbreakable wall that black will never break through. So keeping the knights on the board, at least trying to improve the black knight here, a good decision. He's going for that white b-pawn on the b4 square.
And this is getting extremely concrete now because Magnus better have something up his sleeves. He does capture the central pawn. He's given Nordebek a B passer, which can start moving up the board. Magnus is relying on his central pawns eventually moving forward. Perhaps some attacking ideas as well. The white queen going to the G4 square, lining up against the king, with some checkmating patterns developing with the knight maneuvering eventually. This is becoming tricky for both players. He goes back instead with the knight to C5.
It certainly looks like we're setting up to say, you know what, let's play an endgame. White's got 1 pawn island, black's got 2. Who is going to be more comfortable potentially pushing for a win in that sort of scenario? Is there any way to isolate a black pawn and play against that in the end? This is all getting rather technical.
Yeah, getting rather technical, and one of our fans there in the audience working with his technology on the phone there. But in the meantime, I think it's all about which pieces to trade. If queens come off the board, it's unclear who benefits. It's probably the side who can attack the enemy pawns with their rooks. If knights disappear, I think that really helps black. The white knight's so active right now. Bishop for knight trade is available for Nordebek. He can remove that knight from the board. But then the black king loses its best defender if the f8 bishop disappears. It's just a series of very small questions. Ultimately, alone, one trade might not change the balance too much, but if you leave your opponent with the superior pieces in the endgame, that could be decisive.
And you want to be able to get activity for white by playing moves like queen out to g4, but then you allow the black queen to move in and get really active and start harassing the rook as well. So it feels really unclear, and it's almost one of those games where whatever you do, keep everything active. You can't afford a passive move.
Exactly. And a trade there. It's queen and knight versus queen and bishop, a big imbalance now, and activity is the name of the game. The queen and knight hold their own because they control a lot of central squares.
And honestly, both combos look very tempting. You know, the black queen and knight on those light squares really nicely planted. The black knight has a beautiful outpost, cannot be kicked out. Magnus's bishop doing a fantastic job on the longest diagonal on the board as well. Extremely active, plus defending its own pawns. That is the big imbalance here, and it's coming to the point of just asking these small questions. That's just what Magnus Carlsen does best. You know, keeps probing his opponent just little by little. It almost feels inconsequential. It's somehow gaining that little time on the clock, gaining that little advantage, those strategic points. There's a B7 weakness. Watch out for that. But right now, we've got Nordebek, who lines up his own rook against the white queen. For Magnus, the big question would be, does he want queens on the board or off the board?
That's I love the way you summed that up about Magnus, Tanya. With a lot of players and a lot of games, it's, oh, look, there's a big mistake. Here's a positional weakness that's been introduced that we can target in 4 or 5 moves' time. Magnus plays these subtle, maneuvering, grinding moves where you don't understand why that's useful until 12, 15, 20 moves later, and then it all sort of clicks into place. It becomes clear. He's a master at being able to do that to anyone on the planet.
And you have to take 20 right decisions of these small questions being asked. And that's the tough part about facing Magnus. David, we often talk about the Magnus touch in the endgame. He does decide to trade the queens off the board. Are we going to see a vintage Magnus grind here?
Well, the ingredients are there, but Magnus did a bit of a double take. He missed this last move, potentially. The Black Knight blocking the power of the White Rook. The Bishop in the center of the board is next on the menu. If you move the White Bishop away, the Black Rook gets in. So it does feel like, objectively, Nordebek totally fine, but we have seen Magnus squeezing water out of that stone so many times before, gaining space, pushing pawns, ready for any potential pawn race later. I'm going to say a draw much more likely than a Magnus grind here specifically, just because Nordebek has enough time on the clock, but you never know. We've seen it before.
We've said it possibly hundreds of times. I'm sure some people have said it thousands of times, where the eval bar, dead draw, dead draw, dead draw, squeezing just a tiny bit, and then a little bit more, and it's like a snowball that becomes an avalanche, and Magnus just finds a way to conjure those out of nowhere.
It's just unbelievable, right? It's a draw until it's not, and you don't even know where it all slipped away. But so far, Nordebek's doing a great job of keeping everything under control. That knight is a beautiful attacker, also a defender, just completely restricts Magnus's rooks, also takes away some key squares from the bishop. Meanwhile, he's using his rook for activity. The clocks, yes, Magnus has got an advantage, but 4.5 minutes still feels like should be enough for Nordebek. But look at that, Magnus, he's pushing the pawns in the center, you know, once again, asking questions. Are you scared? I'm going to push that just a little bit more.
Exactly. Poking and prodding, going, okay, not much going on here. I accept there's not much going on. Let's make something go on. And that's just Magnus's attitude to every position. And he does that when he's in worse positions as well. And you think, hang on a second, this is about to flip. I thought I was the one who's supposed to be pressing, yet he's pressing me. When we've seen him do that to so many people before. So, yeah, very, very dangerous player, and #1 in the world for good reason.
In the meantime, Magnus asks another difficult question. Do you want to trade rooks or not? Black would be justified in going back. There we go. He does retreat. Magnus looks surprised on the camera there. But a rook trade, I think, would have been totally fine as well for Nordebek. Black has a fortress. Very difficult to break through past the Black Knight. But Nordebek wants the tension, and here we go. Pawns on light squares. Bishop controls dark squares. That is classic Magnus Carlsen strategy. And it feels like Nordebek is just waiting here. He's playing the waiting game, Tanya.
Doesn't have much of a choice, right? The knight is ideally placed, the rook maximized for black as well, also in the open line, the king centralized. For Magnus, the big question is, can he strike in the center with that e-pawn moving forward? Who will those trades benefit? That's the key in this position, right? That Magnus holds the break. He's the one who'll decide when to open up the position, and he decides it's right now.
Okay, that doesn't come without risk. Magnus Carlsen, he's going for it. The black pawns were hit there on the king's side, but now the black rook has access into the white position. There we go. It attacks the white isolated pawn on c5, and Magnus goes in with his rook. This is already narrowing the margin for error. The black rook here can grab a pawn, but then the white rook gets into the 7th rank. Rook and bishop combine so well, and it's already a blunder by Nordebek.
And this is what happens every single time. All those little questions. Finally, this moment, and Magnus Carlsen out of nowhere is winning. The rook about to land on the 7th rank. The pawn beautifully placed. The bishop centralized. There's a check, and you can see panic on Nordebek.
He gives a check, but en passant here, taking that pawn as if it just moved 1 square. They say it's a streamer's favorite move, but that is also the most effective move. There we go. Magnus has tripled pawns on the g-file, but if you take that pawn back for Nordebek, your king is caught in a mating net. The white rook will slide down to the 7th rank, end up on g7. Magnus looks happy. he's winning.
He's got all the reasons, and now suddenly Nordebek's knight completely offside, far away from defending the king. I mean, that would just lead to checkmate. A pattern we saw Hikaru deliver with his own rook and knight against Sindarov. And we ask ourselves, how did this even happen?
You see the furrowed brow there on the face of Abdusattorov. He's going, hang on a second, what on earth happened here? Like you said, Tony, it's a draw until it isn't. And Magnus looking pretty chilled out with proceedings, but wow, what a way to squeeze an unbelievable win out of this game. Well, let me rephrase that. Unbelievable if it was any other player. For Magnus, it's called Tuesday.
Yeah, most of us would have just repeated the position, done nothing, acquiesced to the draw. Instead, the black rook there had to give itself up for the white bishop because Magnus, out of nowhere, magically created that mating net. The white rook was about to land on g7. Now it's a clean-up job. The black knight has a couple of squares to jump to, a couple of checks, but ultimately will not be able to stem the tide. The white rook is going to be so effective here at cleaning up the black pawns, which are separated and isolated.
Nordebek also completely in disbelief. He just keeps shaking his head. A position totally in control for the black pieces, for Nordebek. Played a beautiful game, really. You know, kept everything intact. The knight, rook, playing brilliantly, and then suddenly out of nowhere, is getting checkmated, has to give up his rook. He can give a few more checks, but that's really not going to help. Magnus can decide to centralize his king. That look from Nordebek is one of a player giving up. He realizes there's barely anything to fight for. You pick up that pawn that's on the left side, put it closer to the H pawn, yes, you can play on. But right now, with the pawns just being so far apart, one of them about to fall, I think Nordebek's about to fall.
Tell from the body language here. Although surprisingly, stone cold, 88 BPM on heart rate. It's lower than Magnus's at the moment. Unbelievably fit. But unfortunately, you can't say the same for the position. So right now, things looking like they are collapsing for Nordebek, almost reliant on an extremely rare and uncharacteristic blunder from Magnus. I think this is going to be 1-0 very, very shortly.
Landing some knight forks there was Nordebek's goal. Be careful of the black knight jumping back with a check so he keeps his rook and king on opposite color complexes. That's how to avoid knight forks. If you keep one piece on a light square, one piece on a dark square, they can't get hit simultaneously, and the black knight now has to give way. The black c-pawn dropping, and Nordebek resigns.
Wow, absolutely fantastic stuff from Magnus. Was it a vintage Magnus grind? Perhaps not. At least it wasn't 120 moves, let's put it that way. But the exact same strategy was there. Maneuver your pieces, look for small openings, give your opponent chances to make small mistakes so that something that looks really innocent turns out to be a blunder by design.
Always, right? Magnus Carlsen goes fishing in a dried up pond and comes back with the catch of the day, as he did in this one. Just looked like that had to end in a draw. And these were the final moments, you know, Nordebek trying to get tricky with those knight jumps, but Magnus finding the perfect spot for the king, getting rid of that defender, finally picking up the c6 pawn. And this was the moment that Nordebek that resigned. It was the last few moves. You could see him shaking his head.
Yep.
He couldn't believe how this slipped out of his hands.
Why is it, an impossible question to answer, David, to be clear. Why is it that Magnus can do this to anyone on command, but other people can't? What is that secret sauce? What does he have for breakfast?
It's experience, it's that muscle memory, it's the know-how, the cunningness to always be alert, setting traps, and just forcing the opponent to walk these narrow pathways, changing the pace when necessary. They do say, take kids to the endgame. Magnus loves taking the younger opponents into these drier territories and kind of wearing them down. Nordebek cannot trade queens in the next game. He has to go on the attack, go for Magnus's king. A position like that, you never beat Magnus, and more often than not, he takes you down.
Now that is interesting though, because Nordebek, look, he does come from a background where at a very young age he has scored wins against Magnus Carlsen. He is coming back in game number 2 with the white pieces, looking to go on the attack. This is territory where he has scored the dubs before.
Yes, he has. But again, you know, after those wins that he got, reminding everyone of 2021 World Rapid Championship as well as 2023,
Yep.
every match has felt like a payback for
Well, it's 2025 now, so he always skips a year, so maybe this is the time.
Well, if he has to get it done, it has to be this game, right? Good news for Nordebek, he starts with the white pieces, so he might be able to control the narrative of the amount of complications he could get on, or we get the king's pawn opening. And will Nordebek try to play something aggressive with a central pawn break, or will we see a more cautious approach with the Spanish?
Yeah, instead it's the Scotch opening the Scotch game. We see a trade of knights here. Nodebek advances with his pawn in the center. This is known to be very, very ambitious with white. You've ruined the black pawn structure. Neither side can castle easily. The queens are both a bit clumsy, and therefore it leads to more imbalance. And a very interesting choice by Nodebek. I think a good practical decision. Depends how well prepared Magnus Carlsen is, of course, but unlikely that Magnus has looked at this unfashionable opening in recent times.
And this is interesting as well, purely in the history of the Esports World Cup and what's gone on so far today. On the surface, we're going, ooh, difficult to calculate, unclear positions. Magnus has got to be favored against anyone in the field. But we've had surprise after surprise sprung at us today in this very arena. So Abdusattorov here trying to manufacture one of his own.
Well, no surprises so far in this match with Magnus sort of grinding that end game. So it really comes down to this. Can Nodebek, get that shocker in? Can he get the big upset in? Can he get his win to force an Armageddon? Not going to be easy, but I think it's a bit of an opening success. He forced Magnus to take a think, which means that Magnus is perhaps not as comfortable in the Scotch opening as he would have been in the other setups. Magnus, meanwhile, sets up a development concept for his bishop, which we call the fianchetto, to try to get to that central e5 pawn.
And I'd like to think that I have a little hand in this. This was my pet opening with white in Blitz for the last 10 years.
Oh.
I've played hundreds and hundreds of Blitz games in this exact variation with the Scotch, the white knight coming out early. But unlikely Nodebek was looking at...
Next 10 moves, David. Go.
Next 10 moves.
Let's go.
Both sides are going to bring their bishops out. Both sides are going to get castled. White's going to defend the e5 pawn with a rook, maybe with a knight. And it's going to be a very imbalanced middle game. One that I don't think is better for white, but at least gives some chances.
Wait, hang on. So this is your best pet, this is your pet opening for the last 10 years, and then you end this with, by the way, I don't actually think it's better for white.
No, it's just tricky. Okay. And that's my
just
Blitz
checking.
style.
You swindler.
Okay, the black knight doesn't move. It was hit. There's a pin. The black bishop on a6 pins down the white c4 pawn, and both sides do get castled. I'm expecting Magnus to do the same here, but the eval bar getting a bit more optimistic for white. I have found from my experience in this opening that the black bishop on a6 is very misplaced in a lot of variations, kind of bites on granite. So some hope for Nodebek.
Oh, okay. So are we thinking like if white can, I don't know, cement a pawn on b3, get a rook to the d or e file, and just move the queen out of the way? You're asking black the question, thanks for developing your bishop to a6. What are you doing there? And there's just no good place for it to go. Is that the idea?
That's the hope.
Okay.
No guarantees, especially against Magnus, but that is the hope. The black knight in the center is kind of caught in two minds as well. It's not directly attacked because of the pin from the black bishop on a6, but at some point it will have to give way.
And that point will be when Nodebek decides to move the queen away and unpin itself. Right now, he does improve the position of the knight, trying to not only defend that e5 pawn, but sort of eye those greener pastures. There's a nice central square for the knight to eventually jump on. Magnus decides enough is enough, moves his knight away, attacks the pawn. John, your idea of b3, consolidating the pawn in c4, but Magnus tripling down on it.
This is fun because, as we all know from streamer chess, en passant is forced. Unfortunately, if that gets played here, the dark squared bishop from black is eyeing up a free rook on a1. So gonna have to break the rules on this occasion. And suddenly, that bishop on a6 is frankly applying a heck of a lot of pressure to the c file.
It is for now. En passant would also drop the white queen. There's a pin on the e-file and on the long diagonal. So multiple pins that Magnus Carlsen is using to try and win this match. But for now, there are still resources here. And even dropping the c4 pawn, even allowing that black bishop on a6 back into the game isn't the end of the world. White otherwise has a very healthy pawn structure.
And I think what those tactics would be relying on is you give up the c4 pawn with the hopes and dreams of activating your own light squared bishop on g2. You're eyeing those c-pawn weaknesses that Magnus has created if there's a trade on the c4 square. So a lot of tactics. It sort of seems like the position that's about to explode. I don't see a healthy way for Nodebek to defend the pawn, and I think he's setting up those ideas. Saying, Magnus Carlsen, take my pawn, I'm going to play for compensation. If you were to grab on c4, Magnus does not rush.
Magnus has studied these types of things before. I've seen him play these types of positions in Blitz. I'm very surprised, therefore, that Nodebek, having chosen this opening, is the one lower on the clock. He's a minute and a half down. After all, if you choose the opening, you want to be well versed in it and at least land the surprise, land the time advantage. But for now, world number one Magnus Carlsen looking very comfortable.
Are there any kind of positions that Magnus Carlsen hasn't studied before, David Howell?
That's true. Freestyle chess positions, but he loves those two.
Yeah, I hear he's quite good at that as well, unfortunately. So it feels like he's a bit of a Swiss Army knife. What you could say one of the best. Isn't that interesting? But in this kind of position, I love the fact that even though the c4 pawn can be won, Magnus is taking his time about it, right? It's not exactly like a wonderful full pawn up that you can easily convert at an endgame because there are still doubled pawns on the c-file. It's not the biggest advantage in the world. He can sort of take his time here. Isn't that interesting?
He doesn't need to rush with that decision because there's really no good way for white to actually defend that pawn at any given moment. You know, you never want to retreat your knight to hang that pawn because you lose another central one instead. So he's just saying the moment you unpin your queen is when I'll grab that pawn. But I'm not going to rush with that decision. I'll just keep the tension on till then. You waste a move, that's when I'll win that pawn. And then we see a few more moves here coming in with tempo, attacks the queen. Magnus pushes that bishop back. Nordebek bringing it to f4, keeping the center under control. Some trades. Eventually, I'm expecting Magnus to go up a pawn because of that c4 weakness.
I'm very surprised that Nordebek kind of invited this. He lost a tempo with his bishop. The white dark square bishop moved out, hit the black queen, then retreated. This is the plan that Magnus wanted to set up anyway. He wanted to break out and erode white's stronghold in the center. Now that pawn for white on e5 has disappeared. Yes, you can take back on e5 with your bishop, but it's only going to result in trades. You kind of pin yourself as well on the e-file. This feels like it's gone wrong for Nordebek in the last two moves. 3 minutes down as well on the clock.
Very tricky. And the reason you can't capture that pawn with your own knight is because then Magnus Carlsen has set up the g5 idea, deflecting the defender. All the pins on the e-line will land into trouble. So instead, capturing with the bishop. And now Magnus has plenty of choices. You could trade. You could get more attack, you know, you pin it, you win it, find a way to get to that bishop, grab on c4, a lot of tempting options, and Magnus chooses one that's perhaps strongest, wins material.
We see a quick queen trade, but in the process, Magnus has won a rook for bishop. Yes, it's only the exchange, as we call it in chess, but the black rook looks mighty strong as well. Question mark given to Nordebek's last move. It feels like if Magnus is solid enough, if he makes sure there's no counterplay, the bishops don't break out, then he should still be in control. Nordebek, it feels like a roll of the dice.
It's not all about grinding out those small imbalances to try and find a win in the endgame. Magnus showing that he can out-position and out-tactic opponents in the middle game as well, showing some of the versatility that has made him the #1 player that he is today. So frustrating position for Nordebek to be in. And I also want to point out, yes, okay, players go exchanges down all the time, but this quickly against a player like Nordebek, it's just incredible the kind of things that Magnus can pull out of his hat.
Yeah, looked like a level opening position.
Right.
And 5 moves later, he's a rook for bishop up in a game he only needs to draw with black. Magnus, though, kind of accepting that it's not over yet. Just to point out, white does have a big threat on the board. The white knight wants to enter the center, land on d4, attacking the black rook, and winning a pawn on c6 in the process. So Magnus needs to preemptively deal with that one.
And he also kind of understands, right, the moments where he needs to pause. He understands these threats that his opponent's setting up and just sort of doesn't give them the chance. Like you said, the one big idea, and look at that. Magnus just coolly and calmly not only defends the a5 pawn, also takes control of the c6 pawn. Now he can just fall back with the rook, gain complete control. He's up on material. I mean, he's playing like liquid here. Impossible to contain, smooth endgame conversion. Brilliant stuff by Magnus.
Could become solid if need be, this liquid player. And he's just covered all the holes, rock solid. Again, it's a change of gears. He accelerates it, wins the material, then he takes a step back. He knows he's done the hard work, and just defending everything is enough for now. Nordebek needs something special, but if there's nothing immediate here, black will have time to make use of that rook.
It feels really strange as well being in a position where the light squared bishops are staring each other down through several pawns in the center of the board, where actually, like, the position's kind of opening up, but the bishops are still just staring. Everywhere else, the action's been absolutely insane, but really, the minor pieces just feel like they're on lockdown a little bit.
It's amazing how Magnus has attacked and also defended. You know, that bishop on b7, it also doesn't only take control of c6, but makes sure that the d5 pawn is also supremely guarded, not allowing the bishop pair to get active. And now Magnus's knight comes into the game, tying down the white knight to defend the b3 pawn. It could next jump to the center of the board, knight e4 coming on, trying to trade off more pieces as the game goes towards a Magnus win.
Yeah, unfortunately for Nodebek, he's coming up against the best front runner in chess history. When Magnus has a lead, you nearly never see him get pegged back. He knows how to just set up the barricades, be defensive, trade off the right pieces. You need to make sure Magnus is on edge, going for the win, because then you can counterattack. Here, counterattacking chances minimal. The white rook indirectly eyeing up the black knight, but that black knight, as you mentioned, Tanya, can land in the center, can improve. The black pawns will start rolling. Minimal chance of a miracle here for Nodebek.
It jumps further into the game, attacks the rook and plants itself on a square where it's inviting a trade, but that trade would only help black to connect the pawns. Now the c-pawn's freed up, you know, it could go to c5, displace that white knight, which is a power piece at the center, c5 being set up. This is beautifully played by Magnus in this endgame.
We were talking earlier about how, okay, no big advantage here yet. The c-pawns were doubled. They didn't look great. It didn't look like it was a game-winning asset. And then you compare it to now, and you're thinking, hang on a second, Magnus has just been playing 20 moves ahead of everyone else because this is suddenly looking beautiful. The d-pawn will be able to roll down the board with tempo as well. I mean, he just manufactures this out of thin air, I swear.
Yeah, and it just looks so smooth and effortless, almost. The black c-pawn hitting the white knight, c5, d4. Push those pawns. Nodebek is going to get steamrolled. And the rook versus bishop kind of dynamic here just doesn't provide any counterplay long term. And okay, a trade, as you mentioned there, Tanya, though, the pawns will just begin to roll. He's hitting 2 pawns. He's hitting d5 as well. But trades here only going to guide black closer to that desired goal of a safe endgame.
And you've got to watch out, right? Magnus has all these ideas of that c-pawn moving even further and then creating a b-passer that's going to be unstoppable on the board. Magnus is grooving in his head. He's enjoying the position that he has. You know, he's got it all under control. Meanwhile, for Nodebek, and these are the hard wins, right, where you can't figure out what went wrong. You don't even see a mistake that you've made. How do you overcome this mental block against a player like that? It's just psychologically just a very difficult place for a player to be, even the world number 7.
I'm afraid I'm in very much the stereotypical Hollywood movie guy going, it all happens so fast. I'm one of those guys who I don't have an answer to that question. It is unbelievable the extent to which Magnus can make it feel like I've done nothing wrong, and yet I'm not just getting beaten, I'm getting crushed.
We mentioned earlier, we've seen it all before. We've seen Magnus grind out these endgames hundreds, thousands of times, but feel for his opponents here. They've been on the receiving end of it. They've been victims to these endgame masterclasses so many times as well, and it's a matter of moments now before Magnus starts pushing those pawns forward, full control. 5 minutes against 1 here. Nodebek, he just never got in the game. It was just the previous endgame. It all turned there. He didn't hold, and he's being punished now. Magnus getting ready to start trading favorably. And, okay, playing safety first chess, dropping one of his central pawns, but still very much in control.
Another pawn could be picked up right now if you're white. Rook takes pawn, defending the knight. Magnus has set up his own bishop retreating. He wants to get as many pieces off the board as possible. There are back rank ideas if white goes pawn hunting. Bishop b7, it's on the board. The knight had to retreat, defending. Rook d1 check. Wait, could you still go for this?
You could land a check with the black rook, even drop the exchange rook for knight, then white knight will take back on d1, but at the very end, the white bishop will be forced to self-pin and be lost.
That awkward move that didn't feel great earlier on, David, bishop on a6, saving the day now.
Exactly, and note how the white knight didn't take the black rook because the white knight is forced to defend its bishop. Cool tactic on the board by Magnus, and now he's going to go hunting for the white b3 pawn.
Just super stuff, right? Combining positional elements, strategic elements, and when the tactics present themselves, he just grabs it with both hands to finish it off in style. And now the b3 pawn, no one's coming to its defense. It will start marching up the board. You could just slide the rook away, clear the path, go b3. But look at this. Magnus doesn't want to give any chances to Nodebek's knight there. Make sure that knight isn't getting close to the black king.
The knight jumping, hitting a rook. Magnus, though, just setting up his rooks in an ideal spot. He retreats, covering all pawns. And yeah, the problem is for Nodebek, even if you play really well, you might secure a draw. Magnus is actually repeating the position. Will we see a draw? It is a draw, and Magnus Carlsen takes the match.
Absolute domination strategically in game number 2. It was a draw by repetition, but that is because Magnus Carlsen knew that a draw would be good enough to send him into the winner's match in his group. That was a masterclass in dismantling your opponent positionally in the middle game. What an incredible show of force from the world number 1.
And he did it from a position of strength, Magnus Carlsen. He still had several gears to go up if he so wanted. Nodebek, we have to give him credit this second game for defending really, really well, but ultimately the damage was done in the first encounter, not able to hold a level endgame. How many times have we seen that before?
And I think that really plays on your mind. Getting over that first loss is what cost Nodebek the match. Magnus just doing Magnus things, and he made it look easy. Team Liquid, Magnus Carlsen drowning out the competition as he usually does.
So that first game decisive, that second game, frankly, more dominant despite ending in the draw. Let's head over live to hear from Magnus Carlsen.
We're here with Magnus after that soul-crushing win. I'm not going to lie, bro. That was methodical, perfect. There was no mishaps, no blunders, no mistakes. They were like, dude, you need to ask him a question. I'm like, I don't really know what to say. So I'm just going to ask you, how are you feeling during that game? Like actually playing it? Did it feel that easy? Was there any things that sparked your interest there? Or is it pretty standard?
No, I feel like he did a very good job for a long time in the first game defending. I thought my position was slightly easier to play than I was a little bit better, but I didn't really believe it. But I was trying to keep pace up on the clock, pressure him a little bit there. He was doing well with that, and maybe a little bit too good since he blundered with a lot of time left on his clock. But overall, yeah, felt good, and was just trying to play by intuition, flow more than anything else.
Now, when it comes to your next opponent, it's going to be either Fabiano Caruana, your teammate, or it's going to be Jan Krzysztof Duda. Do you have any thoughts on your next matchup, or it's just another day in the office for you?
Of course, it's unfortunate that Fabi is in the same group as I am, but I hope he wins this match so that I can face him.
Well, we'll see if that's going to be the case. Congratulations on a sensational win. Boys and girls, what a series that we've had so far. 4 matches down, and next up, we're going to have some qualification matches, so stay tuned. We'll be right back. But first, the studio will take over.
Thank you so much there, Sandstorm. Magnus Carlsen will get it done here in our 4th matchup of the day and his debut here on the Esports World Cup stage up against Nodebek Abdusatorov. Giving some respect to Nodebek, at least in the way that he played the majority of game 1. But I think that's the big point there, Maurice. It was the majority of game 1. Where did it all go wrong? How did it all go wrong?
Nordebek had played so well in that game. He was getting it done. He had plenty of time on the clock. And then he cemented his knight on b5 and relaxed. He thought, I'm good. Everything is okay. I think I can just take this pawn here on c5. And then he basically made it himself, because he thought that he had this move that would save his game, and it turned out to just torpedo the position. Once that happened, that was it. He had no chance to come back.
Yeah, we like to say that Magnus will only ever give you one chance, but we forgot to say that if you give Magnus one chance, he'll always take it.
That's right. It was a very unusual happenstance that you get checkmated mating attack in the end game, and he probably relaxed and thought, my king is safe, and there's very few pieces on the board, but there was just enough attack for Magnus to bring home the full point. Big mistake by Norderbeck, not understanding the mating attack that was happening.
And ultimately, I feel like, Maurice, you could kind of feel the deflation in Nodebek after that first game, right? Because he was so close to doing what we asked of him on the black side of the board. If he could have gone into that second game with the white pieces at even, maybe he really believes he could do it. The body language had changed.
When you had done such a good job, you climb this mountain that's Mount Magnus, and you're looking at it, and you're seeing the peak. I'm almost there, and it's like Atlas trying to carry the boulder up the hill, and then the guy goes, sorry, dude, and you got to go all the way back down to the bottom, and not only that, the boulder crushes you, runs over your skull, and it's Magnus sitting there going, did you really think you're going to stay with me? I mean, he just had no heart to play the second game. And for Magnus, you saw him bounce against head. It was like a party.
Yo, seriously, I want to know what tunes were playing in his heads or in his earphones because he looked like he was grooving out there on the stage.
I think he was singing "We Are the Champions" in his head.
Already, you think, huh? Okay, day one. That's a bold song choice, I'd have to say. Let's take a look at some of the brackets here in play. First, we're looking at Group D. That's, of course, with Magnus Carlsen taking down Nurderbeck Abdusattorov. He awaits his opponent between Fabiano Caruana and Jean-Christophe Duda. They're locked right now in a drawish position through game one and currently playing out game number 2. Over in Group C, though, we've had some more results come in. Of course, Hikaru Nakamura, he had a decisive win there against Javakir Sindarov. Alireza Firouzja, he got it done. He had the win in game 1. Half a point in the second game is all he needed. So we will have teammates facing off in the next round and in one of our qualifier matchups. To hear more, though, about how Alireza got it done in his matchup against Wei Yi, let's head back over to Mike Klein.
Well, Alireza Firouzja is the next person to win his match. He won 1.5 to 1/2 and relatively easy. That means that Team Falcons is now 2-0. He's now coming around. I think he's getting a couple of autographs. And as far as I know, he doesn't even know that his teammate Hikaru Nakamura also advanced, and they're about to play because he was finishing up his second game doing a little bit of media while Hikaru was doing a little bit of media himself. So that's going to be some pretty cool news to break to Alireza Firouzja. Now in game 1, he just ground down his opponent and basically outplayed him. In fact, we haven't had a draw until his final game today, until game 2, and a draw was just as good as a win for him, winning 1.5 to 1/2. So it's been a lot of fighting chess. In fact, I believe White has chalked up 4 wins against 1 loss in the Stream B room, and it really could have been 5 wins against 0 losses. So let's go find the man right here. We're going to put him on camera. Congratulations, Alireza Firouzja, on your match.
Thank you.
And you were playing while Hikaru was finishing, so do you even know about his result?
I saw he won the first game.
Yeah, and he won the match, which means Team Falcons are 2-0. How does that make you feel about your start?
Yeah, it feels great now. We have to play against each other, so it'll be interesting.
Well, let me ask you about that. When the draft happened yesterday and you saw you were in your teammates' group and you saw that this matchup was possible, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, I think we could both get out, so we both could get out of the bracket, so it's still good. Even if somebody lose now, there is tomorrow another chance. So.
Do you have any kind of team camaraderie with Hikaru? Have you had a meal with him or any kind of meetings or anything?
Yeah, we went to some dinner together, but that's it, yeah.
Okay. And about the match today, it looks like game 1 was a relatively professional win, almost like you'd see in classical chess. You just took an advantage and you ground your opponent down.
Yeah, it was a smooth game, but at the end I just had to finish it much better. I gave him a lot of chances, but still I was up so much on time that it didn't matter. Yeah.
Okay, and finally, this is a whole new format. You've got people all around you, you've got lights on you, you're playing without increment. Now that your first match is behind you, how do you feel?
Yeah, I feel more confident now. I didn't know what to expect, so now I am a bit more familiar with the setup. I think next match is in another arena, so I have to adapt still, yeah.
Okay, well, there you go. He's feeling more confident. He's going to probably walk over to where Hikaru just played. Team Falcons will face off in the next round, but congratulations, Alireza.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Mike. Congrats to Alireza Firouzja. We got teammates facing each other down for a qualification match, but there's our next matchup here on Stream A. Thanks to Jamil Motorsports for these two arriving in style. It's Andrei Yesipenko against Levon Aronian. This is a rematch from the LCQ. These guys are familiar with each other. You will not want to miss this match, as one of them will book their ticket into the top 8 and into our single elimination bracket. We'll catch you on the other side of this commercial break to preview it all.
This land is calling.
gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Coming to you live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We're diving into our first qualification match of the day, and it sports two of our LCQ qualifiers. It's Levon Aronian and Andrei Yesipenko. Interestingly enough, a rematch as well from LCQ. It was Levon Aronian who came out on top in that one in 3-2 fashion. So already a lot of familiarity with each other, Maurice, specifically with the 10-0 time controls. And just like that, they're going back at it. But now it's for a top 8 spot.
Listen, the guy must feel like destiny on his side. I'm talking about the young man, Andrei Yesipenko, because he did not qualify through the LCQ.
True.
He actually failed. He had his bags packed. He might have been on his way to the airport when somebody said, whoa, wait up. Your countryman, Fedoseev, is dropping out of the event and you're getting the slot. Now, that has given him new life. He ended up beating up on his other countryman, Nepo, to be here. So he's got to be thinking the hand of destiny's on my side.
Right. He took that breath of life, and he's making the most of it. He took down Jan Nepomniachtchi at the beginning of the day, and now he gets to earn that rematch against Levon. Now, Levon, though, Yovi, is having maybe the month of his career, having just taken home $200K in Vegas, and now he's making a bid for $250.
I know, he's feeling in a good mood, and you can actually tell that from his previous match. You know, it went to Armageddon. He made a really aggressive bid. You know, he bid 6 minutes and 58, and he won that Armageddon. I mean, he's feeling confident.
He's still in Vegas.
Yeah, you're right, exactly. Or he's flying right back there with his tournament winnings, either or. Who are you putting your money on then? Let's talk about Vegas. Let's talk betting. Are you going for the guy who got the breath of life and seems to be taking full advantage? Or are you going with the guy who seems to be just riding a high right now and peaking in his career?
I've been super confident in my picks so far, even though I was dead wrong in the first one, and I picked against Yesipenko. I get to pick again, and I'm picking against him again. I'm going to go with Levon, and if he proves me wrong twice, then I'm not betting against him for the rest of the time. But I would say Levon, super cool customer. Again, riding that high. He's taken down so many players so far in the freestyle, I mean, including Magnus Carlsen, and now here to even get here through the qualifiers. There's something maybe even more of a mystique that's on him, than it is on Yesipenko right now.
I like it though. One's not enough to convince you, but a second time around and then you're fully on board the Yesipenko train. This is a look at that Group A bracket just so everyone has a full picture of what's sitting in front of us. It's those two in the top bracket, Andrei Yesipenko and Levon Aronian, playing for the first qualification to the playoffs. Of course, their opponents from the previous round, they dropped down to the losers bracket. They'll be playing in elimination matches starting tomorrow. But get it done here. Get yourself that day off. I think that's what they got to be thinking right now. Just don't even allow yourself the opportunity to drop down in that lower bracket and feel that kind of pressure yourself.
Yeah, exactly. You got to take it one move at a time. Let's be honest here, because if you kind of start getting ahead of yourself and start thinking of the bigger picture, then you are bound to fail. But what Yesipenko has to do, you know, I'm going to argue for him, is that he just has to be confident. You know, he's here for a reason. He played such smart chess in his first match. I'm sure he's going to do it again.
You're arguing for him and you're betting on him in this one?
Yep. I'm gonna bet on him because he was so clever with his opening choices. He looked like he was here with a mission.
Does he get it done without going to an Armageddon?
No, it's going to go to Armageddon.
This one also going Armageddon? You think it's decided Armageddon, or does it get decided before that?
Levon.
Get it done. All right, well, we'll see. Again, I told you my favorite studio is a split studio, and that's what we've got here. We're set for fireworks on the stage. These are two guys coming out of the LCQ. It's a rematch of them both. Levon Aronian and it's Andrei Yesipenko. Let's get back out to the stage and watch these guys do battle.
It is now time for the first qualification match of the day. I'm going to tell you, brother, I am excited.
Listen, so far the games have been absolutely insane. So I don't think we need to make this crowd wait any longer. Ladies and gentlemen, first qualification match. Let's introduce our competitors. It's Virtus Pro and Team Reject. Respectively, Andrei Yesipenko representing Virtus Pro and Levon Aronian representing Team Reject. Aronian beating Vladislav Artemiev in our first Armageddon match of the day, and Andrei, who took down Jan Nepomniachtchi heading towards the top 8, is now on the line. Boys, this is going to be the first qualification match. Aronian, tell me, how are you feeling with the qualification on the line?
I'm very excited. First I qualified to this tournament, so this is a non-stop qualification. Love it.
That's what you want.
Yeah, and I'm not going to lie, brother. They were doubting you in that first match, and I hear them doubting you out there again. What's on your mind about that?
Yeah, it will be an exciting match for sure. And Levon is such a top player, and I'm always very excited to play against him. I hope it will be a great match.
Well, I know for a fact it will be. So, boys, you know the drill at this point. Keys onto the pedestals. Get yourselves ready for the first qualification match of the day. It's Team Reject taking on Virtus Pro. Levon Aronian taking on Andrei Yesipenko. Casters, take it on, baby. Let's go.
Thank you very much, folks. Right, we are here on the cusp of a qualification. Chess at the Esports World Cup. We're getting to the point now, the sharp end of the group stage. One of Aronian or Yesipenko will be booking their space in the playoffs right now. Both of them have won a match. They have very different backgrounds, of course, coming into this match. Both incredibly strong players and have shown strong play today, critically. I mean, if you're only as good as your last game, well, guess what? Both of these guys are titans as far as today is concerned.
Yeah, they have had different paths. Aronian doing it through Armageddon, Yesipenko doing it very impressively against Nepomniachtchi in the first two games. They also have that history from the last chance qualifiers just a few days ago, where it was Aronian who came out on top in the Armageddon too. So you would think on paper, Yesipenko wants to get it done in normal time.
It's high stakes, high drama. This matchup is. It's the qualifier to the quarterfinals, and everything is earned, as our trophy mentioned there. You know, it's going to be Levon's artistry versus Yesipenko's preparation. We saw great stuff by Yesipenko in his match earlier against Nepomniachtchi. This is momentum versus momentum, coming off two big wins for these guys.
I mean, look, the history, the recent history has to count for something here, right? They were in the last chance qualifiers. Aronian did defeat Yesipenko, like that is a fact. He must be sat here on the stage right now thinking, hang on a second, does this guy have 9 lives? What do I have to do to get rid of him? And he's going to have to do it all again. How much does that favor one player or the other?
Yeah, normally the player with the upper hand with the recent history will be feeling very confident. But then again, this is totally new. Yesipenko must be feeling like fate is on his side at this point. And the way he started against Nepomniachtchi, the openings especially, so impressive. He's the younger player. It's been a long day. A bit of waiting around for these two, but we're off. And it's a King's Pawn opening. Levon with the white pieces.
And there we see it is the Italian as the bishop comes out to c4. And the big question is, what does Yesipenko have up his sleeves? You know, he had this brilliant prep against Jan, worked to perfection. He's had a couple of hours since that matchup. And we see the players, they're blitzing out their moves. Yesipenko once again starts with the black pieces. So far, no big surprises on the board.
No, the Italian game, the Gyokyo piano, known to kind of start very slow. It's all about maneuvering, posting up your pieces. But sooner or later, it always explodes. Maximum tension, all the pieces on the board. For now, though, Levon Aronian with the higher heart rate by a distance. Yesipenko looking very composed as he kind of puts his finger to his lips there, telling us to stop talking.
It does feel like that a bit, doesn't it? Like this is, I'm really keen to follow the ebb and flow of the pressure that the players exert in this game. Because when we watch Yesipenko take on Nepomniachtchi, we had Yesipenko pressing in the first game, which ended in a draw. He was then pressing again in game 2. And it was maybe on his 3rd or 4th attempt that he actually found that vital breakthrough. So for me, I'm looking out for which player is applying the pressure. Where are we going to see the sustained pressure that results in one of them cracking? Will it be Yesipenko again?
Well, so far it feels like both players are in familiar territory, and you know, an opening that we've seen games being played before. The imbalance here, of course, is that we've got bishops of different color complexes here, so those cannot be challenged. If you take the majors off the board, trade the queens, trade the rooks, that's a draw for immediately. And I'm just wondering, for Yesipenko playing with the black pieces, I think that would be a bit of a win there, right there. You know, a bit of a moral victory, getting the draw in if he can. But what gives white a slight edge, as our bar does proclaim here, is that notice how the white bishop and the queen are actually targeting the tender spot on f7. There's an easier target for Levon's bishop, and also a better pawn formation. So even though it might look at first like Yesipenko out of the opening should be doing fine, a little something for Lev to play for.
Yeah, it's a couple of small things. It's the pressure of the white queen bishop. The bishop clearly superior to its counterpart right now. Slightly better pawn structure, black with the double d pawns. And for now, Levon Aronian just happy to build up. To my eyes, it does look like the type of advantage that the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura might enjoy. Very small, very stable. Levon Aronian, a dynamic player by nature. Will he enjoy it? That is the big question. I'm just shocked by the speed that they're both showing, especially Esipenko. Barely used a minute, and he's made some huge critical committal decisions so far.
Does it feel like, because the players have played an opening that we're relatively well-versed in, are they maybe feeling the pressure after their initial matches to go, actually, I need to get to this middle game faster. I need to not get caught in a position where I have less than 2 minutes and I've got some critical decisions to make. Do we think that the speed now is an indirect result of the pressure they had in their first matches?
Possibly. They're definitely kind of up to scratch with the pace here. I think potentially as well, it's just a show of respect to each other. They've played down this opening they're clearly both familiar with. Esipenko just trying to equalize, nothing more, nothing flashy with black, as he tried against Nepomniachtchi. And Levon doesn't try to knock out his younger opponent. He's just sitting on the position. He's playing the long game.
He's playing the long game, and the long idea here is he retreats the queen, but with an attempt at an attack. I think he wants to push the f-pawn forward, f4, and then think about where he wants to break. Will it be with the e-pawn or the f-pawn? At least just keep the tension, keep sort of having those threats in the air. Levon Aronian with the slight pull in this one, with the better bishop here. Still something to fight for, but I like this approach by Esipenko. You know, he goes for the direct counterplay.
Usually you don't want to push pawns in front of your own king. It can be very weakening. But here, due to the opposite color bishops, both sides having control over their respective color complexes, it is fine for now. The white rook steps up, getting ready to stack up the rooks in the center of the board. It's all about the e-file now, tension with a couple of pawns. But ultimately, it's something that Tanya alluded to earlier. If all the rooks disappear, if all the queens disappear, this game fizzling towards a draw, opposite color bishops.
So we're at a point now where both players of both colors have to decide like what files they want open for the major pieces, where they want to be picking their battles heading into the later stages of this mid-game. Is there an easy answer? There might not be. To what white wants versus what black wants out of this on the E-file and the F-file?
I think you want to keep the tension for as long as possible. You want to get black to trade on e4 so that you can pick that pawn up with your own pawn, open up your queen, also start advancing those central pawns that you would have built. Very instructive is the piece placement that we see. You know, it's Levon with the light squared bishop. Notice how he's placed every single major on the board and the king on light squares. So
yes.
There can be no checks. You know, for Esipenko, the bishop sort of can't attack a single piece. And Esipenko is doing exactly the same. You know, you move that rook one step up at the center of the board, put it on rook e7, and suddenly everything's on dark squares as well. So that's a great strategy when you're playing with different color complexes.
And the pawn on d4, I've noticed that, like, naturally, you almost want to play a pawn up to c5 to protect it and solidify the pawn chain. But I guess you want to delay that for as long as possible because you might want your bishop on b6 and you want to ask white questions of, guess what, your b pawn and c pawn are going nowhere as long as I've cemented the middle of the board.
Yeah, it seems counterintuitive, but often when you have a light squared bishop, you want to put pawns on dark squares to color, to kind of cover those squares. And likewise, if the black bishop is on dark squares, you want to put pawns on light squares. The black bishop now, square has been opened up on the edge of the board on the a5 square to hit the white queen where it stands. I think that was Esipenko's plan with his last move. The white queen will slide across. Ultimately, I think it's easier to play with white because you kind of hold the key when to open up this central e-file, when to trade off pieces, when to go for peace if all things go wrong. But for now, it's all under control. Kind of mirroring each other on the clock, board level as well. Very stable start to this game.
Does that mean then, I'm going to go with an extension of this idea, does that mean then black can stack rooks on the e-file, but white can't because of bishop a5, and that's one of the small positional imbalances that we're looking to maybe make use of in this game?
That's a fantastic point you make. You know, with that square that the black bishop will land on, it will take away the possibility for Levon to double up on that e-line, while Esipenko will be free to do that and then put pressure on e4, sort of forcing Levon's hand there. So we might even see a trade before he's able to get all of those rooks on the e-line. Esipenko is. He does take a pause. It's a bit of a thing, giving Levon a slight edge on the clock. Bishop a5 to me feels like the most natural move in the position.
Yeah, I think he's kind of tempted to play that move to bring the black bishop out, but just looking into the future, deciding on what next. That's what's slowing him down, Esipenko here. But he was very impressive when the clock ticked down against Nepomniachtchi. He doesn't want to, however, leave himself with just a minute or two in a position like this where there's no clear path towards simplification.
And the point is, right, probably why he's taking this long, like you said, looking into the future. Once you get that bishop on a5, it becomes harder to double up your rooks on the e line. White will slide the queen over, and then suddenly the rook on e7 is not defended. So any opening up of that file, you'll be sort of forcing trades, and eventually a queen infiltration might happen. So I think he's trying to figure out, does he put that bishop, attack the queen, or does he go for the idea of doubling up on the e line immediately? For example, now if you play rook e7, pawn takes pawn, and lots to calculate.
Yeah, that's a good point. The only thing sort of stopping you from doing that is the immediate pawn takes pawn. So black needs to think of a way to, I guess, mitigate that risk before opening up the position. Not an easy problem to solve, which is really frustrating because what you want to do looks obvious, but the path to get there seems a bit murky.
Yeah, and big decision, given a question mark, bringing the black king out into the open.
Wow, okay.
Bit mysterious to my eyes. He wants to stop the white central pawn, the e-pawn, from stepping forward. But was that a threat in the first place? Does the black king feel safer here than it previously did?
What is with Asipenko and his king today? King f7 was the shocker against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and now he steps it up one square further. King f6 against Levon Aronian.
Which means tomorrow it's going to be king e5. Whether he's qualified or playing in the final group match, we need to see king e5 tomorrow now when he has the black pieces, and then we'll have completed the set.
Yeah, and the chess variant, king of the hill, a king on e5 wins you the game automatically. So he wants to centralize. If the queens were off, this would be a fantastic move, by the way. Kings out in the center, contributing to the battle, often give you a bit of a extra gear there. But here, it does feel like it's provocation. Levon Aronian, he needs to improve the f1 rook. There we go. He does slide it across, threatening to push a pawn to c3 potentially. But maybe opening up the center, going for the black king was available at that right moment.
It's really strange. I mean, just with all the mages on the board, to see the king land on f6, you know, potentially lines opening up. Very bold, very gutsy. Could backfire in a position where there was no need for Asipenko to take this risk.
I'm going to ask what might be a silly question here. We see a red X on our screen there against rook c1. Really? It looks perfectly natural to me. What am I missing here that could have been played instead? Was it e takes f5?
Yeah, white could have actually broken the central tension there and could have traded off a set of pawns. That was a very opportunistic moment. Black didn't have a good way to recapture. That's the problem. Black would have had to part with the e-file. We'll just very quickly show now the players are getting ready to stack up on this e-file. Again, it's available to white. And maybe this is a good moment to show it as well. Pawn takes pawn. We're looking at the green board, the analysis board. And the problem is you don't want to take with the king. You will drop your rook, the black king, also too far out in the open. You want to take with the queen, but queen takes would drop your central pawn and end the game immediately. The black king caught in the crossfire. You cannot really take with your pawn either. And we're actually seeing this unfold. Now there would be a double attack, hitting the king, winning a pawn. This would be game over. So Yesipenko might be forced to trade rooks. There we go, he does. And after the rook trade, white conquers the e-file.
I see. Okay, so it was more to do with there was an opportunity to grab space and consolidate the position and take control of the e-file there, rather than rook c1 being objectively poor.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
It's still totally fine for Levon Aronian with a small advantage. He's now taken the e-file anyway. But yeah, it looks like he's trying to break open that center.
I really like this move. Instead of going pawn grabbing and sort of doubling up your own pawns with no pathway to break through if pawn takes pawn would have happened, what Levon's focusing on is opening up the diagonals for his bishop. That bishop cannot be challenged for the rest of the game. You want to play on your opponent's light squares. Levon's trying to create weaknesses to get some infiltration against the black king. That is a classy move by Levon to play c4.
Absolutely. Love the subtleties of the position that we don't necessarily appreciate at first glance, and then the more you take a deeper look into it, the more you realize how cool that actually was. And that's what chess is all about, right? So really cool to see that on display here by these two, frankly, fantastic players who have had a great day so far.
You know what else chess is about? It's about accepting your mistake. And finally, I think for Asipenko, he realizes that the king needs to step back. It wasn't on the right square. It was under fire. He places it back. But has he given Levon too much play? Now the d4 pawn comes under attack. Queen to f2. That pawn's about to be picked up with a check.
And if you do take the time out to defend your pawn in the center, that d4 pawn, as he does, Esipenko, now the white rook conquers the open file. This is going to be very one-sided traffic. Maybe he can defend if he plays perfectly from now on, Esipenko, but he's offered a pawn anyway. The rooks disappear, white grabs a pawn. He needs to get the queens off. That is the only way black defends this. The black king very open, down a pawn, but opposite color bishops grant you some solace.
It does give you drawing tendencies, but as long as the queens are on the board, draw is off the cards. I think Levon will decline that queen trade every single time. Oh, what? That is that a mouse slip? Oh, it's a big threat.
I love that.
Not a mouse slip.
Is it bad that I saw that straight away? I look at chess, I don't see good positional moves, I just see the tricks. I love this.
He is a trickster at heart, Levon Aronian. He loves these flashy moves. You cannot take that bishop. If you do take it, you get checkmated in the corner. Queen to h8 would end the game. The black king caught embarrassed. Let's just very quickly show it. This bishop now is poisoned. Queen takes bishop, and ooh, he slides it forward one square. That was almost a mouse slip, but queen takes bishop would have allowed a mate. Now the difference is, after he slid it forward to the e7 square, you can block this check with your own queen, and you survive at least for another few moves.
And queen trades once again. The only side that favors would be black, would be Esipenko. We saw a little bit of flex there by Levon once he got this flashy bishop to e6 move in. Love to watch that. Right now, the mate defended.
Okay, and the green board was our analysis. White does not have to go in with a check yet, of course. But there is no threat for black. You can slowly improve your position. And here for Aronian, it's just about a matter of breakthrough. He needs to find a second avenue of attack. He's already up a pawn, that's one thing. He advances as king, as opposed to earlier. This one is very safe for white. Black king still the weaker of the two.
It's a game for just two results, right, if you're playing white. And Levon, he rushes through. I was thinking he could perhaps wait with this break, and that is a big, big blunder by Esipenko.
Look at this. Now the black queen can never slide across to block. There's a checkmate threatened in the corner. Queen to h8, as we showed earlier, is the mating motif. You cannot survive. You can barely prevent that. The white queen also has the f4 square to check from another angle. This is just checkmate, forced within 6 moves.
Unbelievable. He just rushed, and now Esipenko realizes it.
Wow. Both sides rushed. Levon rushed in with a pawn break, maybe not best. Esipenko now rushes in, and a check on the diagonal. There's 2 different checks for the white queen to deliver. That ends the game.
But this is just check, 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 and eventually there's mate. There's a forcing sequence of moves that ends the game. Right now, right here, Levon takes a pause. He's going to see this through. He's been on fire. Clutch wins, getting that Vegas win, winning his match against Artemiev. About to pick up that h5 pawn with a check, but it's not just about that. He's going to hunt down the black king. It's a checkmate in 3.
There we go. It's a check. The black king's going to come out, but the white queen can give mate on h7. There we go. It's over. Levon Aronian takes the first win.
And Levon Aronian draws first blood in this crucial qualification match. These opponents' second chance, but Levon wastes no time in going 1-0 up and is now a draw away from qualifying for the playoffs here at the Esports World Cup.
And he took a small advantage, nursed it just mercilessly into a full point into the victory there. Levon Aronian, it was a small advantage. He grew it, won a pawn, and ended up delivering checkmate.
It's been the resurgence of Levon Aronian the last few months. The just chess that we've been seeing by him, the creativity. I mean, just the way he played this opposite color bishop middle game, you know, created his chances, found that breakthrough, and eventually delivering checkmate in beautiful fashion against Esipenko. This is Levon Aronian at his best, and the chess world loves to see that.
Look, and to people who say, oh, it's opposite colored bishops, this is going to end up in a draw, let's just, you know, tune off after the pair of bishops are the only minor pieces left on the board. You show them games like this, because this is absolutely textbook on why, with major pieces still on the board, if anything, it makes it sharper, it makes it more dangerous, and it shows that one small slip-up costs you the game.
It always favors the attacking side, opposite color bishops, as long as you have the queens and all the rooks on the board. Levon Aronian, a masterclass from him, 42 years young. So impressive, still maintaining this world-class level.
Oh, there's hope for us yet.
There is.
Nice. I shouldn't have said us there. I feel like I've unfairly dragged you two along with me. I shan't do that again, don't worry. But love to see it. Really good to see Levon. I mean, Levon is just on form at the moment. Off the back of freestyle, his calculation ability frankly, it's like a fine wine. He is getting better with age. And right now, he is looking unstoppable.
fine Armenian wine.
Absolutely.
Incredible stuff here by Levon. You know, he's such a clutch player, and this you can see it. The pressure now that Esipenko is feeling. He's got to play for the win in the next one, a must win. He starts with the white pieces. That'll give him some hope. But again, just losing in this fashion, you know, you play this opening flawlessly. You feel
the old recipes here. Andrei Esipenko employing the Jabava London system that got him a win against Jan Nepomniachtchi in the previous match. Here we saw a quick trade of pawns, the white knight now entering the center. Levon Aronian with the black pieces. He's gone for the most solid reply. About a decade ago, everyone was debating this variation. Andrei Esipenko, of course, was a youngster at the time. So how deeply has he analyzed white there, pushing a pawn very modestly. And looks like it's stabilized somewhat. Good news for Levon Aronian with black.
It's safe to say for Andrei Esipenko, Jabava London is the big trick that he's prepared here for trying to get to the quarterfinals. Twice today on the board with the white pieces. He keeps the pace on the clock as well. He's kind of hinting that he might take the king to safety on that left flank, but it looks like that might be still very dangerous, especially with Lev now preempting it, lining up his rook on the C line. I would highly advise against a long castle here.
Yeah, sometimes though you need to take risks, must-win situations. He's a very young, very ambitious player. I don't think he'll rush to make that decision. Often castling is a good idea in chess as early as possible, but it also does show your hand somewhat. And White's king is flexible to go either direction, so he might keep Levon Aronian guessing for a few more moves.
Oh, or just play h4 now and remove all doubt, David. I mean, Harry's served us well today. Harry has served Esipenko well today, to be fair. He's had some pretty strong results, shoving that pawn off the board. So maybe we'll see the same here.
Ooh, his hand was
it's possible. It's happening.
Yeah, the white king had to castle there. That was the only way to defend the d4 pawn and b2 pawn from the black queen's gaze. As the queen moves yet again, setting up some potential sacrifices. The black bishop on f8, looking at an a3 pawn, a hook for the attack.
And you mentioned hook for the attack. The b pawn rolling to exactly target that hook, b5, b4 coming in as well. So a lot of threats here being settled, being set by Levon Aronian with those last two moves.
That's actually a question I wanted to ask, where if I count the number of moves required for black to get the pawns rolling in, b5, b4. I can count to 2. I'm bad, but I'm not that bad, right? White, h4, g4, h5, g5, g... I'm counting the moves here, and I'm going, White's attack is so much slower. What am I missing? Like, what are we abandoning the king side and going for the center here because Black's king is uncastled? What's the plan here?
Yeah, I don't think you're missing much. I think at least in ease of plan and ease of play for Levon Aronian, it's very straightforward. You throw pawns down the board. I think there are ways to guard against the attack. When the black b pawn reaches b4, you move the white knight out of the way. There's tension between the queens. Maybe at some point you do just move the knight and offer a queen trade and try to seek your chances in a queenless middle game.
Okay.
Ultimately, he might have to put his own attack on the back burner for Andrei Esipenko, but with his mood, the match situation, he might not want to do that.
He's fighting the board, he's fighting his mind as well, right? Not only that, he's fighting the clock right now, 7.5 minutes. Keeps thinking, and nothing's very clear. How are you building the attack here? Do you have enough time to push immediately? Do you allow black to go b5 and set their own threats right now? Some big questions, little time on the clock, head in hands for Andrei Esipenko.
Yeah, the automatic response, whenever you castle on the long side, then in this case, the queen side, you always want to take a time out, move your king closer to the corner. Just means you're less likely to get checked. You cover more squares. There we go. The white queen steps forward, but apparently a big mistake from Andrei Esipenko, allowing some tactics potentially by Levon Aronian. Very surprising decision.
And I think he realizes it, and he can't quite believe it, because he took a good 2-minute thing to play this out. It's ideas that you were mentioning, right? The rook and the queen combining threats on that knight on c3. Not just that, bishop takes pawn at a certain moment.
Right.
And I think he's trying to make this work. It could come in with a tempo. Can he make that happen? Is that about to happen? Bishop takes pawn next?
He's giving it a go. And there's an exclam next to that move. So I think you're absolutely right, Tanya. Are we seeing bishop takes a3 next? Is this the breakthrough moment for Levon Aronian to seal this match against Andrei Esipenko? This is the pivotal moment.
Esipenko's reacting. Something happened there. I'm not sure whether he mouse slipped or whether he just totally hallucinated. Look at this, a sacrifice by Levon Aronian. I'm expecting 2 exclamation marks to pop up. There we go.
Boom.
Computer approved. Esipenko shakes his head. This is going to destroy the defenses around the White King. Even if the queens come off, Black's attack continues, and with power.
Yeah, he's completely shocked. How did he even allow this? And the point is, you said, right, magic number is 3 when it comes to an attack. You take that rook with the pawn. The bishop joins the party. The queen's ready. The black knight ready to jump in.
Oh, Esipenko looks ready to resign, by the way. He looks gutted.
The end of this sequence as well, with the knight jumping out of danger into the most amazing square on the board for the knight on e4. Everything just seems to be coming together for black in this position. And if you want to skirt out of the way afterwards, you've still got castling as an option.
Yeah, the Black Knight is going to be the deliverer of doom here for Black. I just don't see Esipenko saving this game. I don't see him even continuing. Maybe we can show that sequence on the board as the fans there look fascinated by what's about to happen. Or maybe we'll just see it unfold now. The queens do disappear. That was the only way to stop any immediate checkmate. And look at this. It's Forktown incoming. The Black Knight is hitting this pawn on the c3 square. It's hitting the f2 pawn. Either way, that would come with devastating power. The Black Bishop is threatening a pawn too. And you've only sacrificed a rook for knight. You're going to gain far more in return.
And you're just unable to defend and guard against all these threats. It's like you said, one way or the other, the knight forks coming in. Bishop takes pawn, knight takes pawn coming in with a check on c3 after that as well. And Esipenko, he realizes this is a miniature. He's absolutely busted out of the opening in this one. Queens are off the board. What a beautiful sacrifice there by Levon, known as the artist, you know, one of the most creative players. And he sort of set that up, bringing his queen first to b6, then to a5, finding that right moment to trade the knights, and eventually, boom, rook takes knight.
Yeah, the best you can do in this position is probably just to move your rook out the way. It's going to get hit by the Black Knight. So you preemptively move, you give up a pawn with a check, you run your king towards the corner, and you just hope to survive. But Black here has 2 pawns and a knight for the rook. This is actually happening on the board right now. We're going to see this unfold, but imagine the black rook coming across. This is going to be a matter of time before the white king gets caught embarrassed in the corner.
And that's the thing, right? Even though the queens are off the board, it's still a mating net with the knight and the bishop combo combined. One of the majors joins the party, and guess what? For white, it's impossible to get a piece into the defense. And we see he goes for the other way. He gets the king to safety with castle. And David, your idea is still on the cards. Rook c8, it arrives. We're going to see this being played out. A rook left, and then over to the other side.
Esipenko forced to desperately retreat his bishop here. It's still full control, but he survived the first wave of attack. That's always a necessary step, the bishop retreating. Problem is that white king is not going to find safety anytime soon. The black pieces are always creating threats. Esipenko looks really upset. He keeps adjusting his headset. I think he's just annoyed at himself for blundering earlier with his queen to e3 move.
So we see this sometimes with other esports as well. Occasionally, you'll be buying yourself time, looking for the way back, and the question I would normally be asking you is, what is the path forward? What is the way back for white here? But realistically, you're buying yourself time. You're coming to terms with what has happened in the game. All of the body language, all of the facial expressions for Andrei Esipenko, they're not giving I'm coming back kind of vibes. They are absolutely him coming to terms with what's going on. And I think this is going to be a 2-0 for Aronian fairly shortly.
Yeah, I don't know if a way back exists already. It might be too late to find that answer right there. He does set up the bishop against the king. And look at that. For Esipenko, he doesn't even bother about a check. He says he's ready to block it. You can bring your rook into the attack. Knight jumps in the air. Levon, he takes a pause. He's got all the time. And you can see the frustration there. Esipenko, he knows this is over. He's got to fight again for that quarterfinal spot.
Yeah, it's so rare in chess to see someone give up hope this clearly, this visibly. Esipenko, ever since he moved his queen forward to e3, his face dropped, and he's not been hiding that poker face. The black rook comes in, it's forced checkmate within a few moves, it seems. Or maybe he's just going to win material in the process, Levon. Is there going to be a flashy double check? The black knight can jump forward. The king is hit by both bishop and knight. The white king therefore has to move, and the white bishop on e3. The dark squared bishop about to fall.
And this might be the moment that Esipenko might just resign right here, right now, about to lose that bishop. It doesn't even stop there. The king hunt will continue. You can see it in his eyes as Levon, he glances up as well. What a beautiful game by Lev this was.
So powerful, Levon Aronian. He got one chance, he took it, and Esipenko smiling here. He's about to hit that resign button. This is going to be game over.
He's not smiling because he's pleased with what he sees. He's smiling because he knows that this is absolutely over for him. Knight D1, the double check, the bishop hanging next. And there we have it. Levon Aronian is through to the quarterfinals.
Aronian overcoming Esipenko for a second time in dominating fashion to book his place, to book qualification to the playoffs here at chess at the Esports World Cup. An incredible display from the veteran who is still very much at the sharp end of the spear as far as world chess is concerned. What a fantastic performance.
Just incredible. So inspiring, Levon Aronian, for the more experienced players out there, showing that you can continue pushing yourself, breaking down these new boundaries. And for Levon, he looks like a tough one to stop. So much momentum behind him. Esipenko, meanwhile, heartbreak, we saw it on his face, but he'll be back.
Yeah, and at 42, the oldest player in the field as well, you know, is the first one to go through to the quarterfinals. And this is a format which should be suited to the young modern generation. 10+0, no time increment. You think it is the younger guns who will be faster on the mouse, faster on the speed there. But just the way, the flawless execution of the attack and this final move, just wrapping it up, keeping pressure on the clock. Levon Aronian is on beast mode.
Now, here's the beauty of the GSL format, Tanya. It is still possible that Aronian and Esipenko are the two players that go through to the playoffs. It is not done and dusted as far as Esipenko is concerned. He will be going to the losers match in that group stage, and he has the opportunity to progress. But for now, the man of the moment, the man of the week, the man of the month, maybe in a week's time we'll be saying man of the year. Who knows? Let's go ahead and hear from Levon Aronian himself.
Yo, Levon. All right, so that first game you were white pieces. It was pretty slow for a long time. You capitalized on one of his mistakes and kind of just ended the game right away. Game 2 comes around, you're black pieces. You only need to play for a draw, and you are on his head. Walk me through your like thought process on that whole situation.
In previous match against Andre, I was playing passively, and I almost paid the price. So, because you know, it gives confidence to the players. So I made a mistake a few times in this tournament, so I'm trying to stay away from staying passive.
Now, when it comes to your next matchup, first of all, congratulations, you made it to the quarterfinals. Is there any player that either you're looking forward to playing or hoping to avoid in this competition?
You cannot avoid people here. They're also strong. So I love to play chess, so I'm just here to enjoy.
Do you have anyone in mind that you'd like to face in the quarterfinals then in that case? And anyone that you'd feel like you'd have an amazing match with on the stage?
I think, I mean, anybody I'll play will be so strong that they'll probably be favorites. So I'm ready for the challenge.
I like that. Ready to take on absolutely anyone and everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one match left. And this time, it's going to be Falcon v. Falcon for yet another qualification match. Don't go anywhere, because we're going to head on to the studio and prepare for our final match of the day.
Thank you so much, Sandstorm. Our first quarter finalist has booked his ticket to the top 8 and is none other than Levon Aronian. He gets it done in 2-0 fashion over Andre Esipenko, and he didn't need much time to get it done, Yovi.
No, he didn't. There was no Armageddon. It wasn't even a close match. I mean, Levon Aronian, he was in boss mode. There's nothing for it to say. But what can I say? Levon Aronian just played perfect chess.
Seems to be his month. He seems to be in top form. But how about that answer, talking about the rematch and how he felt the last time, even though he did come out on top, he played too passively, saying, I needed to shift gears here to make sure I took down Esipenko this time around.
Don't call him old. You know, I say he's 42. He's got a little bit long in the tooth. Excuse me, I've got the veteran experience, is what he said. He understood how to change strategy, understands competitive mindset, competitive changes that you have to make. That's exactly what he did, and he completely eviscerated his opponent this round.
It says form excellent on your screens. Of course, I agree with that, but we might need to change that to peak following today, because this guy is starting to cement himself as a possible front runner. He wasn't necessarily one of our favorites from the beginning of the day, but I think that conversation is going to get more interesting as we see results roll in.
Yeah, it's definitely very interesting. Whether we saw that Levon is in really good shape there, you know, from start to finish. And we're definitely going to have to be reevaluating some of our assessments as our dark horses and maybe our contenders get knocked down to the lower brackets.
On the flip side, Andrei Yasipenko, I mean, what a crushing defeat in so many ways. Again, you can see the deflation in his body. He goes for the Jubava London. That worked for him against Jan Nepomniachtchi, but it's a single inaccuracy, and Levon pounces.
The main thing is you want to play good chess. I lost, but I played well. I competed. I fought. When my opponent beats me and only used 2 minutes and 43 seconds in what was just not even close, your position got shattered by a rook sacrifice on c3, and then he did a disco on you, a double check, grab you. I mean, it's just embarrassing. And you could see that look where he just is like, are you for real? I'm as strong as I am, and this guy beat me like a child.
Yeah, and he's going to have to, rest and retool quickly for tomorrow. He now will face an elimination matchup while Levon gets the day off and he's looking towards the quarterfinals. Here's a picture of Group D just to take a look at it. The matchup we've got coming up after this is Magnus Carlsen versus Jan Krzysztof Duda, but we've got some matches as well in play over on Stream B. Mike Klein is standing by with an update.
It's big news over here in the Stream B playing hall as Grandmaster Jan Krzysztof Duda of Twisted Minds has beaten Fabiano Caruana. We're here with the winner. Congratulations, Jan Krzysztof.
Thank you.
Now, in the first game, you liquidated, but the second game is the one I want to talk about because I couldn't tell who was playing for a win for most of the game. Could you tell who was playing for a win?
Yeah, probably both. I think it was a very interesting game and kind of, came up with this maybe goofy but quite interesting idea in the opening. This like Alpha Zero, style, this H4 rook H3 and trying to attack. But then Fabio came out with this extreme sacrifice, which was very good, at least from the practical viewpoint, but probably objectively as well. And then at some point I lost track because it was also not very easy to play, with an open king versus 2 knights and the queen combo. And basically I got confused. I think I completely misplayed my position afterwards, and
but you found the final trick with the queen trick.
Yeah. In the end, I mean, probably blundered the only trick into position. I mean, he must be pretty annoyed, I think, on me because I'm winning games like this a lot actually against him. I mean, it was basically kind of the same in the New York.
Would you say you have his number then in some of these crazy positions?
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes you are just fortunate against a certain player and you don't even know why.
Well, let me ask you, when both players had 2 minutes left, your heart rate was almost double his. You were almost at 140, he was at around 75. Does that surprise you to learn that?
Yeah, a little bit because I was kind of sleepy, to be honest. I mean, I thought maybe that I had some chance, with the knight, but I mean, it liquidated pretty straightforwardly, so it's high rate.
Now, the groups are taking place at the same time, so while you were busy beating against Fabi, you may not have known that Magnus won his match. So did you know that up until now, and what are your thoughts going into the Magnus match?
Well, I didn't, but I kind of expected this, to be honest. Of course, he's a very difficult opponent, but at least we are playing, without increment this time, so it will be something new, because overall we have played a lot of games against each other. And we'll see what happens, basically. I mean, of course, he's the favorite. He's always a favorite, but I guess I hope at the very least I will put up a good fight.
And finally, I don't know where that match will be, but if it's over at the Stream A playing hall, it's a lot bigger. Do you prefer sort of a little more quiet, intimate experience on Stream B, or do you prefer the bright lights of Stream A?
Well, I'm not really, a media person, I would say, so I enjoy, my comfort, I would say. But of course, I mean, there is no talking. When you play Magnus, you can't really, be off the cameras. So, we'll see.
Well, you may not be a media person, but I thank you for the interview. You did well with me, and dziękuję, and good luck.
Thank you.
That's all from here.
Thank you, Mike. Massive congratulations to Duda. But here's our next matchup. It's another qualification bout between teammates Alireza Firouzja and Hikaru Nakamura. They're making their way to the stage. We're heading to a break on the other side. We'll break it all down for you. See you soon. Heyo! And we're back, I guess. That was a bit of a surprise, was it not?
That was. They played us for that.
They played us on the cameras just like Duda played us when it came to the results. I think that is going to come as a shocking surprise to many, right? The idea that
What's up, everybody? I'm Quickshot. I'm joined by Anish, and I want to talk a little bit about chess and it developing and growing. I know you've been playing this game for 25 years, an exceptional grandmaster. But how have you seen the popularity and the fandom grow in your time playing the game?
I mean, chess is a very rich game. I think it stands apart from the many other games, and it's like it's been around for a couple of centuries in its form, and it's experienced popularity in cycles. It's been, at the peak of everybody's mind, like during the times of Cold War, before there was any streaming, any video gaming, probably didn't exist at all. It was barely video. Video wasn't existing at all.
Yes.
It's hard to play games with, on video. We don't have the video. There were games though, and the chess is, in that sense, it's special. Recently, it's started to also develop in the direction of the internet, YouTube channels about chess are growing.
Queen's Gambit helped with that a lot.
For sure. But also, I think many shorts form content is also, it's a very chess-friendly format as well. And we see sort of development of chess in that direction too, not just the traditional way where you play on the board, long games, with all this history books and all of that, but also something which is much more appealing to the younger audience, to the audience that's familiar with esports. And that's been happening recently, and I'm really excited about the development.
Tell me a little bit then about how you actually got involved, joining Team Secret. We had a conversation before going on air. I know all the gaming side. You're learning the esports side. What's that been like as a transition for you?
Yeah, for me, it's really new. I mean, when I started, to play chess, for me, it wasn't like one of the video games. It was just chess itself. So for me, it's new. A lot of my colleagues have been getting approached by different esports teams. I was also approached by various teams, and we were a good fit with Team Secret. I've heard, of their different esports they are into, as you have also informed me. I read that they're good at Dota.
Yes,
you
very
confirm
much.
That? ChatGPT told me already, but it's nice to have a human confirm that too.
Amazing.
So then you know. It's new for us. It's new for them as well. And the esports people are excited about chess. The chess people are excited about esports, and we'll see where it goes.
I am one very quick fire question. You mentioned peak of chess, Cold War era before video was even around, or peak of chess during and after COVID, thanks to Queen's Gambit. Which is bigger?
Honestly, the world was different at the time. There was less stuff around, and I think at that time it was probably bigger relative to what existed. But the eyeballs was not a concept back then.
Of course.
So if you start measuring by eyeballs,
well, there we have it. Eyeballs have it. Now is the chess golden era. Thank you so much, Anish.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. It's a team battle between Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja. This is also our Saudi National Bank match of the day, and I think for good reason here, Ben Feingold, we're going to have friendly fire for the first time on the World Cup stage.
That's right. We have Alireza versus Hikaru. I'm afraid to make a pick. If I had a coin, I could toss it and tell you who I got. I think with the first match underway, I think Firouzja is a slight favorite, but I wouldn't be surprised at either result. What about you, Jovi?
Fast, furious.
Fast, furious. We are guaranteed to have fireworks on the board again. This is a qualification match, but they got to put it all on the line out to the stage to meet our competitors.
Teammate versus teammate in the last game of the day. Some of the strongest chess players in the world. Oh, I can't wait.
Neither can I. So, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce our final match of the day. It's Falcon v. Falcon. Hikaru Nakamura taking on Alireza Firouzja. Is he scared to play his own teammate? Is the call coming from inside the house? We'll find out as one of these players will make it to the top 8.
Now, we've already spoken to Hikaru, and he did say that he actually did not want to play you because you were way too good. And I quote, he said that, and I quote. So what's your mindset coming into this one for that?
Yeah, I think it will be a tough match either way, so I expect a big fight.
Hikaru, you said before you'd prefer to play Wei Yi because, as you said, he was the weaker opponent, but now you're going against your own teammate. Little stressed, little anxious, or how are you feeling about that?
Well, I mean, it's a team event, so at least one of us is guaranteed to make it into the final 8. But should be a good match, and hopefully we'll play well in front of the home crowd here that's watching us tonight.
Well, I'm loving the positivity, boys and girls. So let's get ourselves ready. If you wouldn't mind, gentlemen, keys on pedestals, get yourselves in those chairs, because the final match of the day, the match of the day is here. One Falcon will rise, one Falcon will fall. Who will make it to top 8? Casters, the floor and the stage is yours.
The 2024 Esports World Cup champions, Team Falcons, now face our dilemma. Hikaru Nakamura, Alireza Firouzja facing each other. One of them will get an automatic ticket to the top 8 off the back of this match. The other will have to drop and face more matches, but still have the possibility to qualify. And one thing we should point out for everybody watching at home, David, is this is part of the best case scenario for Team Falcons. One of them has to progress right now, and they have to hope the other also makes it through the group in second place.
That's right. One of them will be through. These two, they might be teammates now, but they do have a rather checkered history. A lot of rivalry, some big clashes throughout the years in candidates matches, Bullet World Championship matches, and it looks like the game's delayed slightly by Alireza Firouzja, and potentially just trying to get those last-minute preparations in place. Maybe it's the sound and the music, the screen, who knows, but they both want it. It's that clear. There's going to be no collusion here. They both want this win so badly.
This is rather important. It means that they don't have to come back and fight their way through and maybe be a little bit unsure of whether they're also going to be able to make it through. There's also the matter of seeding. Even if, let's have a hypothetical universe where the teammates are very chill, we get 2 quick draws and it's just an Armageddon game so that they save their energy for tomorrow. That's entirely possible, right? But if you do that, there's potential money on the line for the person who drops below. You're not guaranteed to make it through, so that's really risky. And if you finish second in the group, you're going to play the winner of another group, so that's a harder route to the final as well.
Yeah, you would literally be taking one for the team, and here it's hard to ask 2 world-class players to kind of fight their path through, fight their way through. Tomorrow it will be whoever loses this match on the line with their last life, and yeah, it's going to be all guns blazing once the games do begin.
Exactly. They cannot afford to think about that right now. They have to focus on the 2 games that are directly in front of them. What are they going to do? Do we think there's enough, there's enough respect and friendliness and team play here that we might get some quick draws and we're just going to Armageddon? Or are we absolutely slogging it out and giving everything to qualify? How do we feel about that?
Well, I think Hikaru Nakamura, he knows the speed of his opponent, and although he's a speed demon himself, he might want to avoid the Armageddon. Hikaru's track record with Armageddons is actually a bit up and down in the last few years. Armageddon adds that random factor, and he knows how quick Alireza is on the mouse. I think he'll want to avoid that scenario.
All right, well, it sounds like, Tanya, we're probably in a position where Hikaru wants to fight and wants to win in regulation time here. How are we feeling?
Every single move, every single game, the 2 rapid before the Armageddon, it's going to be a fight. And I think it's a complete toss who takes this one. I mean, 2 of these 3 were in the favorites when in our studio we've got the punditry going on. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and Alireza Firouzja as the big favorites to take that $250,000 top prize. I mean, Hikaru said it in his interview, right? He almost wants to face Alireza, so that at least one of the Falcons is through to the quarterfinals.
And this is part of the high-risk, high-reward approach of the way the groups are structured. David, you were there. I saw Team Liquid and Falcons having both teammates in the same group, and my eyes went as wide as dinner plates. I went, why would you do this? You actually want to be on opposite side. You are really front-loading a lot of the risk. But the upside is that if in either of those groups, both Liquid players go through or both Falcons players go through, they go through in first and second and end up on the opposite side of the bracket. There's no team kill until the grand final if they make it through the groups.
Exactly. As you mentioned, I was there when the groups were being chosen, and I just thought it was the biggest blunder of the century when Magnus sent Alireza to Hikaru's group, because in revenge, in return, of course Hikaru was going to send Fabiano to his own, but yeah, these teammates and the paths that they could make it through, it could be a masterstroke. Maybe Magnus was capable of seeing that far into the future, so many steps ahead. We wouldn't be surprised by that.
Yeah, and right now, these two are trying to look ahead into the future. I mean, so much on this match, right? Both want to book that quarterfinal spot. Both absolute speed demons with a bunch of speed chess championships under their wing right now. When it comes to mouse skills, both these players, Hikaru and Alireza, second to none. I think it's going to be so much about those time scrambles. We're going to have some dirty flagging in this one.
Dirty flagging. Are we going to see that? Let's find out. We start positionally with 1d4, so let's get cracking into game number 1. It's the battle of the teammates, Team Falcons. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, a small surprise from Alireza Firouzja this early. Firstly, serving with the d-pawn. He's not a d4 kind of expert necessarily. He rarely employs this move on move 1, and this little pawn push, pawn to g3, gives black a bunch of options. Maybe aiming to transpose to the Catalan defense, but this one, yeah, we'll see how Hikaru reacts. He counters in the center immediately.
I mean, Hikaru Nakamura has 9 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, and I'm used to him being 25 moves deep at this point. So that, to me, tells me how much he's being made to think instantly.
I mean, this is not only a generational clash, it's also a clash of styles between these two players. And I love that there's already a face-off in the center. Hikaru took his time to go in with that. Early moves, it's kind of good if you're not super familiar, something you were not expecting, to just sort of find your rhythm, warm up into the game. There's a trade that just happened right now, and I wonder if White will pick up with the knight. For Alireza, 2 decisions to be made here. You could go knight takes pawn, you could go queen takes pawn, both with its own pros and cons.
I love the facial expression from Hikaru as well. It's almost saying, look, I know this position's fine, but what's your game plan here? What have you got in store? I was not expecting this from you. So I love that Firouzja's clearly kept something up his sleeve. Regardless of the result of this game, the elements of surprise has been achieved here, is what it looks like.
And Hikaru maybe waiting for that decision from Alireza. He'll be waiting a bit longer because Alireza castled his king instead, now pushing a pawn. That d4 pawn that black is up currently, it's not running away. So just delaying the decision, a very typical kind of action by these top players.
Impossible to defend it, so why not improve your pieces slowly before capturing? He might even bring his bishop to b2 and argue, I might pick that central pawn up with my bishop on the longest diagonal. Some very creative play here by Alireza in the early stages of the game. Safe to say we're out of any opening preparation. The players are on their own now.
Yep, both freestyling, both going their own way, and multiple options here. It looks like black probably is likely to develop the dark squared bishop, get castled, attend to all of the kind of first steps of the opening. Nope, he brings the knight out instead, Hikaru Nakamura. Now we finally see that pawn drop off, and we will likely see a trade of knights on someone's terms in the next few moves. This position resembles a Grunfeld defense with colors reversed, where it's all about hyper-modern chess. That means bishops on the longest diagonals, fianchettos, and central tension from afar.
Yeah, being very, very happy, of course, to deal with that from afar. I think those being the key words, because White doesn't have a pawn in the center of the board right now, and that's completely fine. It's becoming more and more prevalent in modern chess for that to be okay and deferred until later in the game.
Absolutely. Like you said, right now is the key word there, right? Because those pawn moves, those pawn advances will be set up. Either we'll see the e-pawn move forward or the c-pawn move forward.
Right.
And the idea is not only to get a central break in, but you want to activate your light square bishop. You want to break that wall that d5 Hikaru Nakamura has set up right now. So definitely those plans are on the radar. You know, the big question here is, if we do get into those time scrambles, David, what do you think? Who out of these two players is faster on the mouse?
I think Alireza. I know Hikaru has the pedigree, he's got years of experience, but Alireza is so much younger, 15 years younger. He's been Bullet World Champion now a few times. Hikaru didn't even turn up to the last Bullet World Championship because maybe fearing Alireza's speed. They've had some big matches there over the last few years. It's very close though. It's so hard to call. I think it depends on the position. If it's slower, more strategic, an endgame, maybe Hikaru will be faster. If it's crazy position, Alireza, his speed will tell.
But also, when you get great rivalries in any sport, even if there is a passing of the torch moment, there is a time period where it almost comes down to what they had for breakfast that day. Even if Firouzja is on the rise, Hikaru on his day could be a 2-0. Could be a 2-0 the other way. We don't know. And the fact that they're just that capable and that on top of their game, that they can beat each other almost on a dime, absolutely incredible.
Exactly. Just two warriors, two legendary players. Alireza has already kind of asserted that status despite his young years here. And yeah, the consistency from both is impressive at quick formats. In the meantime, Hikaru, the first to make a bit of a face here, develops his bishop, getting ready to castle. Black with the center, but white with the slight lead in piece development.
Yeah, both Hikaru and Alireza, they're big stage players. The best comes out in them under pressure. They thrive in the chaos, and that's really the biggest asset an athlete can have. And right now, well, what are the assets in the position? You've got these two beautiful bishops on the long diagonal. If you are Alireza Firouzja, you're again constantly trying to eye either the c4 pawn push or maybe plant your knight on the dark squares. Meanwhile, for Hikaru, he's still got to get his development complete. He's got to take that time out to get the king to safety. I'm liking what Alireza's created here.
Yeah, it feels like this is his opportunity, though, this next move before the black king castles to safety, that he needs to strike, whether it's the white A pawn to try and create some pressure on the queen side, whether it's preparing the white C pawn to move forward, or the white knight jumping to hit black's light squared bishop. It feels like this is the moment to change the pace, accelerate the pressure, create some small threats that might slow Hikaru down.
And I also want to point out, you know, while these two players, of course, they are on Team Falcon right now, but they're also rivals. They push each other to the limit here, you know. So playing against each other, this match means a lot to them because they've had these epic finals. They've had these epic clashes. And I think this is another leaf in that big rivalry despite their age gap, which is a rivalry that continues to unfold.
It's like watching Nadal and Federer on the same team. You look at that and you go, on paper, that's just unfair. And that's what Team Falcons have successfully done here. There's a reason why both of these players are in our top bracket. They are some of our favorites to win the entire event, and it's no coincidence. They've proven this time and time again, despite the fact that Alireza is so young. He's been able to do it multiple times at his age. Incredible.
And I love what Team Falcon's done, right? Because they picked up Hikaru as their first player, and it was in March this year that they signed on Alireza, immediately sort of building this rivalry against Team Liquid, which had Magnus and Fabi.
Absolutely.
So this is the big immediate clash. This is the big storyline at the Esports World Cup. Team Falcons versus Team Liquid.
Yeah, you only inspire your rivals to try and one-up you here. You only push them, inspire them to greater heights, and yeah, this team rivalry is going to be fascinating.
And look, already, if you're the team bosses here, you're thinking, well, actually, Hikaru is meeting Alireza in the winners match in their group. Magnus and Fabi will not be. So from a smugness perspective, Team Falcons must be thinking they've drawn first blood. It's still possible, of course, that all four of their players make it through to the playoffs, and it is symbolic at the end of the day. But they are currently more on form. I mean, the results speak for themselves there, so it'll be very interesting to see how they fare going into tomorrow as well.
Yeah, it's these two who are slightly closer to those quarterfinals. Meanwhile, there was a trade, a knight for bishop, and a couple of pawns disappeared, so still level material. Here, Hikaru, very, very principled play from him. He's trying to get the queens off. White has a passed pawn, the pawn on b3, but that is also an isolated pawn, a potential target. White's light squared bishop, surprisingly ineffective right now. It feels like it's dead level, but it's the type of position that could still turn in either side's favor if some inaccuracies creep in. Alireza, it's not his type of position. That's the one thing I'm going to say. It doesn't feel like he's getting at the enemy king. He's not keeping so many pieces on the board that he can hope to whip up an attack later. It feels like Hikaru in his comfort zone.
Do we think that it's psychological then, maybe, where Alireza surprised Hikaru with the choice of opening, but Hikaru's now sitting there going, okay, cool, now what?
It just shows Hikaru's experience at handling those surprises, just how good he is at it, and that's the response that he got. He kept the pressure on the clock, didn't really spend too much time there, and what he's gotten out of the opening, going into this middle game, everything under control. You know, the b3 pawn, it's a target. He takes control of the only open line, while the c line with the two rooks right there, not offering any trade. The big break that Alireza has is moving the e pawn forward, but that would just invite a lot of trades in the position. Hikaru would be happy with that. I think starting with the black pieces, if this game ends in a draw, it would be once again just a draw on Hikaru's terms.
I do worry for Firouzja here. He needs to pull the break soon. He needs to maybe trade off Okay, there we go. He does blow the center open. I was going to say bishop for knight trade was available as well, but he's 2.5 minutes down on the clock. He's facing a bit of pressure on the board. Hikaru now looks very interested in what's just happened. This looks like a pawn sacrifice. After a bunch of trades on this e4 square the pawn's just landed, the black queen can snack on the pawn on b3. Some calculation needed. We'll see another trade in a moment, and it's up to Hikaru to try and apply some pressure. He's in the driver's seat right now.
He really is, and that's the b3 pawn you're talking about. But like you said, there are checkmating ideas on the back rank, also the tender g7 spot. So there might be some attacking concepts that Alireza is trying to build. If queen takes pawn was to happen on the board, I'm trying to understand if there's a quick knockout blow, because again, Spidey senses tingling here.
Yeah, maybe we can show it. I think there's a bit of a trap in the air, or at least something that Alireza wants to bait Hikaru into. He's hoping that Hikaru grabbed that pawn on b3. Nope, Hikaru kicks the bishop back first. He delays capturing that pawn. Just to backtrack one move, quick action replay. If Hikaru had played the most obvious move in the position and taken this pawn off the board, there would have been a cool double attack. Here, Firouzja would have sacrificed his bishop. A brilliant, luring sacrifice here. The black king steps forward and a double attack, hitting the king, hitting the bishop. And when the dust settles, it would have been at least an equal position for white. In the meantime, though, pawn stepping forward, Hikaru has gone a pawn up in a safe manner, and he's the one trying to press the advantage.
No more bishop takes pawn once that bishop has retreated, which means now Alireza has to prove the compensation. He first brings the rook to the party, gets it to the central line with a tempo, attacks the bishop. It feels like a pawn, and suddenly momentum is shifted, right? For the world number 2 for Hikaru, it feels like a game for 2 results.
Body language has shifted as well. Hikaru was looking very chilled, very composed, leaned back. He knew probably it's just a level position, probably it's a draw. Now he's won a pawn, suddenly he's much more interested. Still some problems for black though, coordination, back rank problems. The black king kind of trapped behind its own pawns, so tactics maybe not working in his favor, but it is Hikaru the only one who can really realistically win this game.
And looking at the way the pieces were exchanged as well, there were ways in which you could have opposite colored bishops here. And I know we've spoken about with major pieces still on the board, that's really dangerous, but ensuring that the dark squared bishops are the minor pieces still here, I feel like that's an attempt to keep the position a little bit more sharp, to engineer situations where your opponent just has that little bit more opportunity to make a mistake, where just a little bit more calculation is required on every move to make sure that there isn't a trap of some description.
Yeah, there's still plenty of flavor here. I'm not sure how happy either side are. Watch out, there are still some tricks in the air. If you take the black pawn on e5, the black bishop will slide over to f6 with a bit of a skewer, hitting the white queen, hitting the rook in the corner. But yeah, this is definitely a design by Hikaru to try and win. It's still 4 pawns versus 3. The fact they're on the same side is maybe what will hinder him winning this game. But Firouzja, in the meantime, going active. That's a great kind of trait by all the top players. They defend actively.
This is going to be quite spicy because Alireza is going in for the attack. You know, the rook coming in, another rook could join in on the 7th rank, targeting the black pawns in front of the king. Your h4 idea, you know, the alpha 0 way always on the cards as well. And Hikaru, they're almost giving up a tempo. He moves the bishop 1 step and then another step back to defend. The e5 pawn now can be picked up because the skewer you earlier lined up isn't possible anymore. So queen takes pawn would, in fact, neutralize that material deficit.
Yeah, not just giving up the pawn, but giving up his winning chances. It feels like Hikaru, maybe a bit of panic there from him losing a tempo with that bishop. Now it's Hikaru who wants to pull the brakes. Maybe he's going to try and trade off the queens, trade off rooks in some scenarios. It is 3 pawns versus 3 pawns, very symmetrical. Looks like it's heading towards a draw, but missed opportunity, or at least a half chance there for Hikaru, squandering that pawn advantage.
It's also this opportunity that you just make your opponent sweat a little bit more. Even if Alireza has that counterplay against the pawn sacrifice, you make him sort of fight for it because there's another game coming up, right? That's how you build pressure, not just move by move, but game by game, till your opponent cracks. So I think there was something for Hikaru there, but the bishop retreat twice, that tells the full story of the miss there. Like you said, rook's trade being offered right now with some checks on the 1st rank.
Yep.
Eventually coming in if white's not careful.
When you look at the relative activity of the pieces as well, like previously it felt like Hikaru had a little bit more harmony. The rooks were on the same file before Alireza could get his own. It is now. There are significantly fewer imbalances in the position. I feel like Firouzja has had some time to get his house in order. The most active pieces have been traded off we've got a little bit more harmony in White's position, and it's now difficult to see where the breakthrough is coming.
Yeah, the problem is for either side here that you're not going to win unless you can land a tactical blow. There are no pass pawn potential. Queen trade, draw. Rook trade, draw. Bishop's off, likely draw. And here we go. We see the look on Hikaru's face. This game is going to be guided towards safety any moment, and a draw by agreement.
All right, so the first game ends in peace. 0.5 apiece going into game number 2. There was a little bit of a surprise, though, because Alireza Firouzja did break out an opening that Hikaru might not have expected, but they both navigate the middle game. Hikaru showing his experience in being able to handle that under pressure, and at the end of the day, a relatively peaceful conclusion to game number 1.
Hikaru handled it really well, and going into this final 10+0 game, you know, Hikaru's got to be pleased with the way things went. I think the draw was completely on his terms, starting with the black piecings, being the one with the edge, with the advantage, pushing through. He never really had too much. Even the extra pawn, Alireza with that advantage of compensation, of initiative, things under control. But I think Hikaru starting with the white pieces, he could very much go all out in the next one.
Does Hikaru respond with a surprise of his own? Like, he was a little bit... We saw his facial expression in game 1. Has he got a surprise with White, David?
I think he does, Hikaru Nakamura. Nice to see smiles from the fans out there, by the way. Also, I should mention in the action replay, we saw 98% accuracy from both sides. In order to beat the top players, though, you do need a surprise. You need a bit something a bit spicy. Often that means compromising your own accuracy in your quest to bamboozle the opponent.
Yep.
And with White, Hikaru, I think this is his chance, or at least he sees it that way. Whether it's a direct surprise or a surprise a bit later in the game, he's going to try and land the first blow.
I have to say, that was so in sync when the referees walked on. I thought they were the backing dancers for a second. That was beautiful, stride for stride. But no, the players getting ready now for game number 2, checking that the issues at the start of the match no longer persist. Everything looks good. We're about to get started game number 2. Hikaru with the white pieces. I really want there to be some sort of surprise here, because I would love to see how Alireza Firouzja responds in the equivalent position to what he just put Hikaru Nakamura through.
And what's really interesting about Alireza's brand of chess is that he's one of the fastest when he's got little time on the clock, but very often he's also behind on the clock a lot. You know, he's the one who comes in with that time deficit, uses up those extra minutes at the start. So if Hikaru is able to get that opening surprise, we might see that being played out.
Right.
And against a player like Hikaru, you really don't want to be the one who's behind on the clock.
That's true, you're faster, but if you're faster out of necessity and not by choice, to what extent? It's obviously a useful skill, but against someone like Hikaru, if he's putting you under time pressure, you never want that, right? So what we have here, we've got the French being busted out. I'm not certain anyone's in surprise territory just yet.
Yeah, it's actually Alireza Firouzja reverting to his childhood favorite, the Caro-Kann defense. And although it is a French pawn structure now, the pawn's blocked in the center, Hikaru baiting Alireza into breaking that center. It's a temporary pawn sacrifice. Black did take the pawn on c4. We'll see that material balance reestablished, and this is just super trendy stuff. I think Hikaru may be landing the first small surprise going for this variation, 30 seconds up on the clock, but Alireza still, he's seen this before. He's been playing it since youth.
So crucially, if we're very, very used to these French-style pawn structures, realistically, there's not going to be any quick liquidation. There's not going to be any instance of a player going, "Oh, I wasn't expecting that. I didn't realize," or how to necessarily play this out. The players will already have a good feeling of where the best squares for their pieces are likely to be, which means early game, early middle game mistakes, rather unlikely in this game.
Or maybe after this last move, we might be seeing those mistakes happen, because that's not an easy move to respond to if you haven't studied this line with Black, at least recently. You know, h4, h5 coming in. There's a beautiful post on d6 that the white knight could eventually get on. Black, meanwhile, trying to get his own knight to f5 to stop that idea. This is an imbalanced game. This is what we want. I think this is where also both these players really excel at. So I'm expecting it to be even more exciting. Hikaru Nakamura also setting up a beautiful square for his queen to land on g4.
Yeah, despite the fact that we've already had 11 moves now, it doesn't feel like Hikaru is winging it. He's not just playing it on the fly in this clash between the Falcons. He knows exactly what he's doing. This position, I believe, has been studied before. It's been played before even. We see a knight trade. Just the speed. Hikaru, he's only spent 50 seconds to make some big decisions. Now it is a pure French pawn structure with the blockages in the center. It's a check. The white king will happily move, though. This is fine when the center is blocked. And I do fear for the black king.
Speaking of the black king, it's Hikaru who goes the bon clave, gets the king on e2. You know, it is his favorite, opening the favorite square. It does arrive. You know, you're mentioning the French defense. Now, the biggest problem in the French structure for black is the light squared bishop, which is stuck behind his own pawns. Now, with that off the board, that is why it's absolutely level, because the problem child is not there anymore.
So once we get into... I guess there are still some reservations about white wanting, for example, to bolster the h-pawn push with like f4, f5, something like that. You want to get the rooks behind it and ideally get the queens off the board as well, because otherwise the king's looking pretty breezy in the center. This isn't something that you can accomplish in the next 3 to 4 moves. It's more long-term strategic thinking.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And speaking of strategic thinking, David, you know, we spoke about the bishops off the board. Great news for black. Another French concept, break to get to that king, right? F6, an idea that we often see. And that's definitely on Alireza's radar.
Yeah, I mentioned that I feared for the black king. Actually, it is the white king this time that I don't like the placement of. I think Hikaru maybe missed a trick. He could have slid his king to the f1 square, slid it even further across to safety, and then gone on the attack with his pawns, thrown the white pawns forward. Black king does feel like it doesn't have too many defenders around it, but meanwhile, Hikaru occupying the c-file, that hints that he might be happy with some trades. The c-file feels like the battleground for all the rooks. Maybe we'll see all the rooks disappear. Long term, the pawn structure looks very balanced. The black queen comes out instead. And this one, it feels like a 50-50. Hikaru with a small time advantage, though. I think he would have taken this position if you'd offered it to him before the game began.
I wonder who would be the happier out of the two if this match does go down to the wire. It goes to an Armageddon. I know the fans would love it. We would love it in the studio.
Oh, it'd be great.
And who does that favor more out of Alireza and Hikaru?
Oh, that is a great question. I feel like, look, these are the two players capable of bidding 2 minutes and still finding a way to complete the game. But obviously, you don't want to do that in an Armageddon game. Oh, wouldn't that be something if we had the Armageddon game and we got to see whether Nakamura and Firouzja are happy to bid lower than everyone else? Wouldn't that be something to watch?
How low can you go for those black pieces for trying to fight for the draw?
Right.
And speaking to the point of the c-file trades, you know, if the majors are off the board, suddenly you're very happy with your decision of keeping the king in the center. It turns out to be the best square in the position. So Alireza trying not to rush with the decision of getting the rook to c8, but it might be time because Hikaru is setting up an f5, f6 pawn advance.
Yeah, he's just hinting at least to Alireza that he might go on the attack. The white pawn's already very far advanced. And Alireza doesn't like his cramped positions. Despite the fact there have been some piece trades, his pieces feel free at the moment. Long term, the white pawns are more likely to push forward. So I still feel that Hikaru may be the more comfortable of the two, at least his position easier to handle. And again, that's reflected in the clock. Hikaru definitely wants to stay ahead of his young rival, his young teammate here.
It certainly feels like the best way I would describe it is that Firouzja feels like he's playing a little bit more reactively to what Hikaru wants to do, or he's waiting for the timing that Hikaru can dictate to determine the course of the game. And Hikaru here keeping Alireza guessing a little bit. I know I mentioned earlier, I'm not sure I'd want to push f5 until the queens are off the board. I'd be getting a little bit worried about that. These guys seem perfectly happy about it. Maybe we will see that, and maybe that's part of the reason why Alireza has gone into the tank a little bit.
And its strat is always stronger than the execution, right? So just the idea that f5 is always available for white is something that Alireza will have to think about and calculate every single move of the way. I think the problem for Alireza here with black and why he keeps burning the clock is that it's just not his kind of position, right? Those tactics, those tricks, that chaos, it doesn't exist. It's sort of a strategic fight where black's on the defense. And that's a bit of an Alireza nightmare.
Let me ask you a question, and maybe the answer to this is it's not possible. Is there anything that can be done conceptually? Like if you had 3 or 4 free moves and you got to play around with where the pieces are, what can turn this into a position that he would love?
For Alireza, first he needs active pieces. I'm looking at a few of them here. The black knight has nowhere to jump forward to. I think he would love this position if the final set of rooks also disappeared. And just because for now, white rook is perfect as a defender, but also controlling the only open file. If Alireza can jump forward with his knight somewhere, trade off a set of rooks, long-term black should be happy. The white bishop is actually a very bad piece in these types of endgames, stuck behind its own pawns. So again, not necessarily his type of position to go for endgames, but this is a good start. The Black Knight reroutes itself. Given 2 more moves, it might jump forward to c6, then b4 with a fork. Looks like a good start for Alireza.
That is some nice maneuvering there. You know, you just reroute the position of your pieces to better square, to greener pastures. That knight, where it came from, had absolutely no jumping spots in the position.
Sir.
You mentioned b4. There's also the idea of knight c6, a5, c4. So 2 very nice spots for the knight to eventually land on. And what Alireza is saying is, I don't care about what's happening on the other flank. If you play f5, you know, the opening up will benefit me. I've got my rook and bishop defending, the queen sliding over. And there we see he continues with the maneuvering game.
Yeah, Hikaru's move given an exclamation mark, not because it gives him any advantage, just it prevents a big threat. The Black Knight was jumping forward to b4. Here, Hikaru wants to prevent your other plan there, Tanya, of the Black Knight jumping by bringing his knight to d2. First, some pawn pushes look very innocuous there, but actually quite committal long term now. The Black King slightly less safe due to that pawn push, but the White King maybe easier to break through to it.
I want to point out one spot which, you know, is easy to miss out. That H-pawn, which has been a strength, is something that can come under fire.
Yeah.
With all of Hikaru's forces on the left side of the board. And look at that. I think Alireza's heading towards the move. Queen E8, Queen H5. Start putting pressure on that pawn, because guess what? Hikaru's placed too many pieces on the other flank.
I was wondering about that as well, because as soon as I saw that, I went, H5 looks weak. So does E6. Is White going to play Queen G6 is what I was wondering, and it feels like both players saw the light square weaknesses maybe at the same time, and you obviously can't push the F-pawn or take because you've got Queen takes E6 with check. So we're now consolidating on the light squares for both the white and the black pieces.
Yeah, and that was a hole presented to the White Queen. She jumped in, attacking some pawns. Now you've got to be a bit careful as Hikaru Nakamura. The White Queen doesn't have too many escape squares, especially if Black gets the time to push the pawn to f5. There's no way back after that. The Black Knight is within a couple of moves of kicking that White Queen out. So this looks like a very nice maneuver from Alireza Firouzja. The problem for Hikaru is no teamwork here, no coordination. White's Queen is flying solo. And for now, it does feel like Hikaru maybe losing the thread slightly. Maybe a bit overextended here with the white pieces.
And it's really fascinating how Alireza sort of played in his own camp, you know, the queen coming back, queen placing to d7, but all of it comes with this big idea. f5 is actually a huge threat to trap that white queen. And guess what? If you came back from where you came, yes, Alireza will have the option to perhaps repeat, but he could anyway go f5, you know, take away that outpost from the white queen and then target the h5 pawn. He's down on the clock, but he's slowly getting up on the position, and I think Alireza realizes that.
Yeah, the time difference at some point was almost 4 minutes. Now it's down to around the 2-minute mark. Hikaru has slowed down, realizing it's not so easy. Retreating the white queen, probably a necessity, there we go, in the next couple of moves at least, and feels like a loss of time. The black queen now can slide across back to the e8 square that it wanted to use in the first place and go for that lonely white h-pawn.
I've got a question to both of you on this position now. Oh, well, hang on a second. The queen's potentially being swapped off. Do we want to resolve the tension for white or for black with the pawns on f6 and e5? Do we actually want to take that off?
Possibly, but maybe you want to wait so your opponent does it on your terms. In the meantime, fascinating moment. A repetition is in the air.
Oh, wow. Okay. We are going to Armageddon, ladies and gentlemen. This was an entertaining, a very interesting fight, a very cerebral fight between these Team Falcons teammates, but it is a second draw in a row, and that means we are going to see Armageddon, I think, for the first time on this stream today. So both players will be bidding for time. The player with the lower number, we will get as the black pieces, and at the end of that, if the black pieces draw, that counts as a victory.
I love it. Two of the fastest players on the planet going into an Armageddon, but for me, slightly surprising that Alireza decided so quickly to take it to that repetition. Just felt that there's maybe something more to fight for, maybe something more to play for, but perhaps it was the clock, and we saw a very high accuracy there. 97% to Hikaru, 98% to Alireza Firouzja, but perhaps Hikaru, the more relieved one.
Now, two high-quality games cancelling each other out. Ultimately, Hikaru was slightly faster in both, so maybe that bodes well. Maybe that gives him some confidence for the Armageddon. But either way, these two Falcons, it will be decided in this next game.
All right, well, Armageddon it is. The players are getting ready to bid for time. It all comes down to one game. Draw, no longer possible because that will be a win for the player with the black pieces. The players are now getting ready to submit their bids to the referees. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, we find out which of the Team Falcons players make it to the quarterfinals.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Welcome to the most exciting format in chess, Armageddon, the ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants White more time on the clock, but in return, White must win. A draw secures Black the match point. White will start with 10 minutes. Each player submits a confidential bid with the amount of time that they are willing to play with to take Black and get those coveted draw odds. The lowest bid gets to choose their color, usually Black, and plays with the amount of time that they bid. The opponent gets the full 10 minutes. Let the Armageddon commence.
Welcome back to Chess at the Esports World Cup. It's the end of the day, but we are not ready to go just yet. We've got Armageddon between the Team Falcons teammates. Nakamura and Faruja are now going to be playing an Armageddon game to determine who qualifies for the quarterfinals. First of all, we have this process. The players will bid for how much time, and the lowest bid wins. But the reason you want to bid for lower time is because you play black with your bid on the clock against your opponent who has 10 minutes with white. You're thinking to yourself, well, hang on a second. Doesn't that mean I have a much bigger chance to lose the game? Yes, you do. You have less time, but you have one massive benefit. A draw results in a win for black. So let's take a look at what times the players bid and who is going to be playing with what. 6 minutes, 48 seconds is the bid from Alireza Firouzja, who will be playing black in this Armageddon game. So Hikaru Nakamura with 10 minutes, Alireza Firouzja with 6:48. A draw is a win for Firouzja. This is exciting.
And that is a very brave bid from Alireza Firouzja. Coincidentally, he only won the bid by 10 seconds. Hikaru Nakamura bid 6:58. But that's time difference now, over 3 minutes advantage that he'll start with. Hikaru, he'll be trying to put pressure on the board and the clock. Firouzja, will that courage pay off?
6:48, dangerously low. But the fact that Hikaru went only 10 seconds higher than that, perhaps these two just know each other so incredibly well. And I have to say, what a way to end day one for chess at the Esports World Cup. You know, we get these two speed demons going down to the wire. It's the Armageddon, it's the final game. This is exciting stuff.
This is in murky water territory. We have been saying, a lot of people have been saying for some time, these two are speed demons, but if push came to shove, maybe Firouzja's just a little bit faster. But is he 3 minutes and 12 seconds faster in a 10-minute game? That's a lot.
That's a lot, and already Hikaru landing the first surprise. There's been a knight for bishop trade. This is a king's pawn opening, but slightly offbeat. No clear path forward for black, and Firouzja's been eating away at his clock already. Spent 20 seconds. Hikaru had only spent 5 seconds up until this move. It does feel like Hikaru, with the white pieces, has come up with a great opening strategy, but he needs to apply that pressure, keep it up. I think we'll find an answer as to who is the most in-form player today.
If we have the version of Hikaru that plays 20 or 30 moves by the time he's gone 1 minute on the clock, I mean, bringing that version of Hikaru out now when your opponent's already over 3 minutes down, that's got to be the play, right?
And that's a big move by Hikaru, you know, just opening up the position. It was a question mark, but I think practically really smart. Alireza forced him to think just a little bit more right now, and Hikaru pauses before he picks up that pawn. There are some exciting, tempting options for white. You could develop your knight, you could push the e-pawn forward, hitting the black knight, or will he go for bishop takes pawn here? David Hikaru, he takes a pause after that first f4.
There was a big shake of the head as well from Hikaru. He kind of shook his head, closed his eyes, being like, why did I do that? He accelerated the play. That means he's gone a bit more direct, and that helps Firouzja. Now it's clearer what black's plan is. Black is going to castle. Black is going to blow open the center with a pawn push to d5. I think Hikaru, Armageddon strategy, maybe he should have been keeping the tension, and there we go. He sits back again. A quick shake of the head, and he's trying to reset because he knows suddenly things are speeding up, and it's not easy for white to find moves.
So let's explain that for the viewers at home. If we engineer any sort of situation where Alireza Firouzja basically has a clear strategy, and you can almost pre-move your next 5 to 10 developing moves or spend very, very little time thinking about them, there's a chance that negates a lot of the advantage Hikaru Nakamura had by starting with 10 minutes on his clock, and a draw would be disastrous because that counts as a loss for Hikaru.
Exactly, and just by nature, in a must-win scenario, you need to invest a bit more time. You need to just eliminate the moves, the variations that might lead towards a draw. And with the time advantage disappearing, now down to only 2 minutes, Hikaru might be regretting that last move here, Firouzja. He's going to get the black king castled, and then he's going to pounce with pawn to d5.
It feels like he rushed with that, right? Especially with the long thing that just came after that pawn move, developing the knight. Now, the big Armageddon strategy at the top levels often been, you know, take those big decisions, the critical pawn trades, much later on when you've got your opponent down to those final few minutes, becomes that much more difficult to deal with. And Hikaru, another question mark on the board, pushes that e-pawn forward, trying to keep things close, trying to keep things complicated. But look at that, Alireza doing Alireza thing. He doesn't care about his knight. He's coming for Hikaru's knight, which is pinned to the white king.
Look, they're doing one thing. They're keeping it complicated. That much is for sure. But I'm not sure in whose favor. If they end up swapping here, there's an absolutely horrible discovered check that Hikaru Nakamura could be walking into here, whereas once the black knight is captured, a simple recapture with the queen or similar gets you out of trouble. That extra tempo here could prove crucial for Alireza Firouzja.
Disaster. These last 3 moves for Hikaru Nakamura have been so bad for his position. Quick action replay. It looked like on the last move, the white pawn stepping forward was hitting the black knight. Instead of running away, though, counter-attack on this white knight pinned, and that discovered attack that John was mentioning here. If the white pieces continue to grab the material on offer at the very end, you take a pawn, hitting the white king, a check, and next move, the black queen, the new queen, actually defends this rook in the corner. This is the key detail Hikaru might have missed. You can make a queen with a check, the black queen swoops back. Instead, this variation, unthinkable. Hikaru was forced to defend his own knight. We see knights jumping, the black knight hitting the white queen, and wow, this game is progressing so speedily, but black is a couple of pawns up. Let's go back to the game. Hikaru is in hustle mode now.
Couple of pawns up and a beautiful spot for that black knight on e3 planted. It's never getting out of there. This is looking absolutely stunning. You could even just get your king to safety, defend that g7 pawn, which has just been attacked by Hikaru Nakamura. I don't know if you guys saw, but Hikaru's expressions gave it all away. He's frustrated with the way he's handled this Armageddon out of the opening, just giving Alireza a bunch of force moves. Not just that, lands himself in trouble. It might be the white king that's about to face fire.
Yeah, I like the idea of the queen out to b4. You're threatening, well, you're sort of threatening the pawn on b7. You're also preventing castling. You want to keep the black king in the middle of the board, keep those threats alive. The problem is there are more black pieces surrounding white's king than there are white pieces right now. This is so unusual and so dangerous to look at that I just don't think this level of compensation is enough.
Yeah, we saw what happened to a king entering the middle earlier, and the white king now looking precariously placed. Hikaru trying to fight back. He's won one of the pawns back. He's still just 1 pawn down, but a question mark given to this last move from Alireza Firouzja.
And it's Hikaru's king that's on f3, pinning that knight on e4. Very surprising. Again, a very natural move by Alireza, getting the king to safety to the other flank. But let's remind everyone, for Hikaru, a draw is not good enough. So queen trades, Alireza would be super happy to get into the endgame. And we saw that. Hikaru was heading for that queen to c5. He put it right back on his screen.
Yep, that is the only move to stay in the game. According to our computers, the white queen stepping forward to c5, offering a trade. But that only fights for a draw, really. Queen trades, the white pawns might start dropping as well. He does play it out of necessity. If you didn't play this move, the white king would have been in the crossfires. And he's going to try and seek his chances in an endgame. The problem is 4 minutes for Firouzja, when Firouzja is a pawn up and in full control, should still be enough when a draw is sufficient.
Declining the queen trade there. And just take a look at that absolutely monster knight on e3. You take that knight off with any piece for any reason, you got a protected pass pawn for the black pieces as well. This is such an amazing position.
This is nuts. This is insane what Alireza has done. He's just inviting Hikaru to capture the a7 pawn close to the king. Yes, he's eyeing a check on the other flank on h3. We're seeing that being played out right now. And Alireza missed it. He did not see that the pawn was hanging. He can't believe it.
Wow, that was a blind spot. He just made a massive assumption, Alireza, that the black queen can jump in with a check, but that's just a one mover. That's just a one move trick. The white king will happily step back and run away. Suddenly, the attack is on the black king. Why didn't he trade queens? A draw up his sleeve in an Armageddon, enough for black. He could have traded queens, gone to safety. That was very impractical.
That was Alireza's intuition taking over. You know, something that's his biggest strength can sometimes be your weakness. He wanted to keep the attack going. But again, the practicality of the situation, you have a beautiful knight planted. You have an extra pawn. Get the queens off the board. You need only a draw.
And look, this isn't like a game-losing blunder or by any means. But when they say the hardest game to win is a winning position, that's when you get the most complacent. That's when you start missing these small details, these little things that could have ended up being crushing.
And there's a big threat on the board. Queen a8 check. Knight coming in with the check would fork the black king and queen. Alireza going into a think after giving up a key pawn is bad news.
Yeah, it might not be a game-losing blunder, but it's definitely a momentum-losing blunder.
For
now
sure.
It's all about white's threats. The black pieces here just lacking the coordination to deliver a killer blow themselves. It does feel like the path is narrowing. He finds a good move there, Alireza, stopping the white knight from leaping forward to c5. But this is, again, just the beginning. Suddenly the clock is all important.
And that's the problem, right? You keep the queens on the board. Hikaru's got another 100 moves that he can play right now. Get those queens traded, you're in an endgame. You're in sort of safer territory right now, under 3 minutes, and Alireza cannot stop shaking his head.
Yeah. The emotion for Firouzja there, you can see it. You see it in his body language. You see it in the way he's shaking his head. He thinking, you know what? this is going to be big, this is going to be bold, I'm not going to swap queens, I'm going to win this game. And then a couple of moves later, he is the amount of regret making that. But you have to move past that. I find this impossible to do over a chessboard. If you realize you've made a mistake, moving past that mistake while you're still playing the same game, in my opinion, is one of the hardest things you can do in chess. It is so difficult to do.
So difficult. And Firouzja, the one thing that might have held him back in his chess career is that inability to shift gears. He's always going for checkmate. He never wants endgames. He's all about the attack. But in Armageddon, you need to use the draw up your sleeve with black to bully the opponent. That queen trade that he declined might come back to haunt him, but still not easy. This position still so irrational. Queens, kings, everything just up in the air. Who is safer? Material count is level right now, but that might not stay the case for much longer. Hikaru Nakamura now tanking before pushing a pawn forward, avoiding any checks from the black queen. Very slow, subtle move there, but will that change the momentum back to Firouzja's hands now?
Gives the move to black right now, and Firouzja is considering taking that central e5 pawn which is hanging, which will allow white to pick up pawns of their own as well. f7 would be weak, but I love this move by the king. It sort of frees up the rook to come and start chasing the white queen from that a file, getting away from any checks on the board and trying to hide on the other flank on the right side, perhaps marching from e7 to f8.
Now Hikaru looks a bit desperate. I think he missed this one. The white queen suddenly looks a bit offside, needs to get back into the game, but it's not going to be an easy path for her. 4 minutes now and counting for Hikaru.
It's like Hikaru now needs time. The queen on a7 feels a bit offside. The rook on h1 isn't in the game at the moment. Hikaru can do all sorts of great things, but he needs to get his pieces in position, and we have a blunderer.
The white queen is trapped. The black queen is going to save itself with a check. The next move, the black rook is going to slide into the corner. The white king suddenly is hit as well. That is a crazy decision by Hikaru Nakamura. He's blown it in one move.
He sees it. Under pressure, he was looking for the way through, and unfortunately, it's backfired in spectacular fashion. The next move, the rook slides across, and Hikaru's now facing down the prospect of losing his queen.
And you could even pick up the rook on h1 and wrap up matters right now. Rook 8, go for the queen, go for the rook, and there's frustration on Hikaru. He got that chance, he got that opportunity with Alireza 2 minutes on the clock, and there was a huge gift at such a critical moment.
Free rook. Forget the queen at this point. Like, the queen would be a trade. The rook is free on h1. Options abound. It looks like rook a8 is the decision made. And compared to queen takes h1, I'm guessing that's the reason we have the X against that move. But that still looks pretty darn strong for black.
Yeah, he just didn't want to calculate there, Firouzja. He wanted to be practical. Queen takes rook on h1 would have allowed some nasty checks, some scary checks. Here we're going to see a queen trade. Slightly convoluted. The black queen gives itself up for one rook. And there we go, the white queen drops off too, but the white knight is actually trapped in the corner. Cannot have saved itself, but it would have been pinned. Black has an extra knight. Firouzja now, with just under 2 minutes, is a huge favorite to take this game.
But what happens? Is he going to play this on? Will Hikaru try to flag? 1 minute 45 is quite a bit of time. And look at that. Firouzja up a piece. He's happy with the repetition. A draw is as good as a win. Keeps everything under control. Makes those small moves on his mouse, right? Doesn't want to lose out on time. And Hikaru, he's got any entering squares. He's trying to flag Firouzja.
He's playing a lot more. It's almost like not swapping the queens and risking the game there. Shocked Firouzja into going, oh yes, I need to change gears here. And you can see him playing significantly more practical chess at this point, realizing that he can bully his opponent with the use of the Armageddon rules, like you said, David. And this is far, far more practical than we saw even minutes ago.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Firouzja has been very slow the last few moves. He's trying to checkmate the white king, but this last pawn check has liberated a square for the white king to step up and into on e5. Firouzja thought he was winning on the spot, thought he could end it there and then, but it's not over yet.
But he has to make a move. He's just taking so long to play, and that's what Hikaru's done now. He's created some escape squares for the king. The game does go on. Hikaru has a bunch of pawns, 3 extra pawns for that knight. Firouzja desperately trying to repeat the position.
Hikaru can't repeat. He's got to push his king to a different square, maybe retreat it. And yes, it's not objectively correct, but it's all about the clock. His last chance, 1 minute. This is touch and go. This is still anyone's game if Hikaru can induce a blunder or catch Firouzja in a tricky pre-move.
But I look at him and it's almost a feeling. Is Hikaru about to throw in the towel? Is he about to resign? He does continue with the repetition, now changes his mind. Game on.
He had to try something. This isn't ideal. The white king now slightly offside, misplaced, and the black rook is going pawn hunting. The black knight is going to hold the other half of the board. This is a clearly winning position for Alireza Firouzja, but does he have enough time under the 1 minute mark now?
Gives a check, forcing a decision with the king, gets his own king. Look at the speed with which Hikaru is playing, just making sure that Alireza gets no time to think on Hikaru's clock there. Gives a check, comes back with the rook. Alireza trying to keep his pieces close, making those short moves.
Ooh, and Hikaru's pawns are getting very far forward. Alireza might be getting nervous. 45 seconds this time. The white rook pinning the black knight. Hikaru can force a draw, but again, it's not enough, and a big mistake there. The black knight is coming around. It's going to be checkmate. The white king is mated. There was knight a6 check and a mate.
That was a checkmate in 2, which was missed, but there is 37 seconds on the clock, and this is once again flagging territory. What a huge opportunity there. Firouzja had to book his spot. And once again, the fight is on.
Fight is on. It's all about the clock. Hikaru still has some time in the bank. It might make sense to slow down, wait for 10 seconds, and then try and trick Firouzja, but here the position repeating itself. Hikaru cannot let that happen. Under 30 seconds now, but still the rook's on the board. Still tricky for Firouzja.
Gives a check, comes back, and as long as the rooks are alive, the game goes on. And there we've got Firouzja trying to repeat at every single opportunity. The knight
to make progress though.
Coming in. More checkmating patterns. He doesn't even want to try.
Here we go. Firouzja just wants the draw, but he's dropped a pawn, and he gets the white rook off the board. So sneaky from Firouzja. That is going to end the game. It's going to be a draw now, guaranteed.
And there is the draw that clinches it with 20 seconds left to go on the clock. Alireza Firouzja will take the Armageddon game and move on to the quarterfinals here at the Esports World Cup. Hikaru Nakamura drops to the lower bracket match within the group. He still has the possibility of joining Firouzja in the quarterfinals, but he's going to have to do it the long way.
The second sign-up by Team Falcons is the first to qualify for the quarterfinals, and what an Armageddon it was. It almost felt like it was slipping out of Alireza's hands, and then eventually that one big blunder, the pressure piling on the seconds, but this is why Alireza is a bullet monster. I see nerves there, but you can still feel the tension.
Yeah, they both really wanted that game. They were both super nervous. That's the only reason we saw those mistakes, as both players taking big risks against each other. Ultimately, the clock was the key factor, but Firouzja was always in control. He's a speed demon, a bullet beast, and he proved it there against Hikaru Nakamura. This last trick to trade off the rooks, so classy from Firouzja.
Super professional. The rook trade would end in the knight eventually capturing the pawn with no material left on the board. Those 20 seconds did not matter. Alireza Firouzja gets the job done.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. I mean, in the Armageddon as well, I have to say, we saw a little bit of a dent in the armor of Firouzja there. The number of times where he could have put it away and he was still looking for the checkmate and he didn't shift gears meant that that was open to 3 results for so much of the game. That was the most exciting possible way to end the day. Thank you to both of the players for giving us that incredible piece of entertainment. But now let's go ahead and hear live from Alireza Firouzja.
Here with Alireza after that heart-pumping last game of the day. Brother, I'm going to be honest. First game, draw. Second game, draw. You're in Armageddon. You get black. You have the lower time. All you need is a draw. He offers a queen trade. You don't take it. What's going through your head there?
I think second game, if I had a bit more time, I would have tried to play more because I think I was better, but yeah. Then Armageddon, yeah, it was a crazy game. I think he just went everything wrong for him in the just from the beginning, and then yeah, nerves came to the game, and it's tough. Yeah.
You said it, nerves came in at the end of the game. How are you feeling when it came to, I want to say like less than a minute, but specifically less than 30 seconds? Moves were just coming out as fast as a bullet, honestly. What was going through your mind at that moment? How were you feeling?
Yeah, I just lost 1 second the whole control of the game, and I blundered the pawn, and then I had to adjust and try to be fast and somehow pray for the best, but it was really hard, and I was a bit lucky that my position was so good that it was really hard to mess it up.
It really definitely was. But congratulations, Alireza Firouzja, making it to the quarterfinals. Also, congratulations to Arjun Iragaisi, who took down MVL 2-1 on the B stream. And of course, Levon Aronian, who joined us in the first quarterfinal as well. So we have 3 already, and I believe 1 more game going on the B stream. But we wrap up day number 1 here on the A stream. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining in. But we still have to break down everything that happened throughout the first day. So over to the boys and girls in the studio. Take it away.
That's right, Sandstorm. We've got plenty to discuss to break down the end of the day, but first we got to talk about the man who joins the top 8. It's Alireza Firouzja taking down his teammate Hikaru Nakamura in the Armageddon. Let's start there, Yovi. Of course, they mentioned kind of the 2 drawish games that forces the Armageddon. All he needs is a draw, and he finds it.
Yeah, and what a nervy draw that was, right? You know, with the Black King going on an adventure, White's King doing the same, and then it all coming down to the end. Will he get flagged? No, he didn't manage that, but, you know, well played to Alireza Firouzja there. He just held his nerve, and that's ultimately what Armageddon is all about, just keeping calm and playing some good chess at the right moments.
Yeah, and Ben, I can respect the attempt at the flag here from Hikaru, but you even saw it on his face, the realization and the smile once that pawn comes off the board. Respect to his opponent getting it done in the Armageddon.
Yeah, he knew there was very little chance when he was down a piece in the ending, and he already had sort of a resigned look on his face. But he fought until the end, and he got his opponent down to 20 seconds. So without increment, if Firouzja didn't find rook d4, forcing the trade of the last pair of rooks, could have been a different outcome. So an amazing try by Nakamura, but brilliant play by Firouzja ensured the draw and ensured the match victory in the Armageddon.
Yeah, a smile, a laugh from both guys. A well-deserved show that they just gave us, and a well-deserved berth into the quarterfinals here for Alireza Firouzja. Hikaru Nakamura, of course, his journey is not done. As John mentioned there on the caster booth, he's going to drop down to the lower bracket. A longer road to the top 8 if he wants to get there, but by no means out of it.
No, but no means out of this whatsoever. He's going to be facing the winner of the lower bracket, because of course they have 1 more game extra there.
Yeah, so he'll come back tomorrow to play again. He doesn't get that rest day that maybe a couple of the players will be able to enjoy, Alireza being one of them. It was also mentioned, of course, that we have 1 other game playing out on the B stream as well. That's Magnus Carlsen up against Jean-Christophe Duda. That's going to be a fireworks matchup as well. So if you want to catch the end of that one, make sure you're tuning in to the B stream. But what a day we had. Can we just take a moment to appreciate the display of chess that we saw here, first time out on the World Cup stage for chess?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an incredible day of excitement. I mean, it started off with a mad time scramble with Yesipenko with a surprise there defeating Jan Nepomniachtchi. We had incredible sacrifices. We had checkmates from the middle of nowhere, right? And we also had an Armageddon.
And Ben, I had you at the top of the day as we previewed everything. We talked about front runners, favorites, contenders, dark horses. So far, Alireza obviously going through. Hikaru couldn't match it just because they were forced to play against each other. Magnus possibly going to join the likes of those 2. But I think this was one of our biggest surprises of the day right here, and it came in game 1, match 1.
That's right. We thought Jan was going to win, and Yesipenko played better than Jan in both games and was in control all the way, winning 1.5-half. And also, I'm surprised. July seems like it's the month of Aronian. Aronian winning in Vegas, winning his matches here. Aronian, to me, was the biggest surprise. He's the oldest player in the event, and didn't seem like it. It seemed like he was fresh off his tournament victory, and he's looking to continue his winning ways.
A little bit of a face of disgust there
bad.
from Nepo. I mean, but how about the ending to that? A time scramble, queen versus rook. You had to find the checkmate at the end, and you got it. That's relief right there. That's relief if I've ever seen it.
Absolutely. I mean, you have all the feels looking at that one. And yeah, here we see Group A.
Group A, Andrei Yesipenko, he moved on to face Levon Aronian, but that's what we were talking about, feels unstoppable in the month of July. He goes straight to the playoffs, so it's Yesipenko awaiting the winner of Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Vladislav Artemiev. That will be an elimination match that takes place tomorrow. That's the picture of Group A. From Group A, though, we got to talk about that Levon rook sacrifice, because I think this is one of the things about his play that makes it feel like he might be in unstoppable form.
Yeah, this is the thing with Lev. You know, when he's feeling happy, it's almost like luck is on his side. He plays gutsy, fearless chess. We saw him bid in an Armageddon with a really, really bold time bid. He won that one. And there you can see the smile on his face as he enters and advances to the knockouts.
I mean, he's already had a great month of earnings, and it's just going to get better as he's already up into the quarterfinals. Here's a look at that Group B and how it's played out. It was MVL over Anish Giri to kick things off, and Arjun Erigaisi over Nihal Sarin. Arjun Erigaisi would again advance to the playoffs. In the bottom bracket, that means MVL is awaiting the winner of Anish Giri versus Nihal Sarin. So still a lot to go when it comes to that bracket. Let's take a look at bracket C as well. We're just going to run through it all, make sure you guys have a good picture of what's in store and what took place on the stage today. This is the matchup that we just took a look at. It was Hikaru and Ali Reza who both dispatched their opponents in the opening matches. Ali Reza would get it done in Armageddon here against Hikaru. So Hikaru awaits the winner of Javokir Sindarov, a possible rematch, or Wei Yi. And I think that'll be a very interesting one, to say the least. This was an exciting matchup. Hikaru's checkmate against Javokir Sindarov. Obviously, it did require Javokir to miss a little bit something, but I think that's the beauty of the format that we have here, Ben. Do you get to see finishes like this?
Yeah, and it reminds me of the Magnus game that he checkmated his opponent at the end, in the end game with just a rook and a bishop. And instead, let's see, he was playing Abdusattorov, I believe. And Abdusattorov had to give the exchange away to avoid this checkmate in the end game. It shows you your king's never safe. Even in the end game, you can get checkmated, and we saw that today in spades.
Yeah, exactly. You got to be on the top of your game at all moments. Here's the last picture of our groups. It's Group D. Magnus Carlsen over Norbert Abdusattorov, like you talked about. He's over playing against Jan Krzysztof Duda to see who will be the first qualifier out of that group to make 4 of 8. But I think that brings us to talking a little bit about what's in store tomorrow, because yeah, 4 guys have booked their tickets, but now we've got the rest of the field battling it out for just 4 more spots. So if they felt pressure today, double, triple, quintuple that tomorrow.
It's going to be a dogfight tomorrow, because they are fighting to survive, because you cannot lose another match. And we're going to see absolutely everything. The players are going to give it their all, because there's incredible prize money at stake.
Yeah, and I wanted to say the incredible prize money for the people who do get knocked out, they get the consolation prize of $50,000, which is maybe more than they've ever won in their life at a tournament, and that's for losing their matches. Imagine the people who won their matches. We have 4 people that are going to go through today after the Carlsen match, and they get tomorrow, they get the rest day. They get to rest after winning both matches, and they're going to get even more money. It's an amazing prize fund, and even if you get knocked out quickly, it's still a lot of money.
I mean, we already saw some of the incredible plays in that highlight reel, but of course, we had incredible and brilliant chess on display across all of our matches. Let's see what Kadia had in store for us with our plays of the day. So this brings us back to that Hikaru Nakamura versus Javokir Sindarov. We're going to get another look at it. But again, just speaking, I think, to the intensity and unforgiving nature of the format in general.
Yeah, totally. I mean, this happened in a complete mad time scramble. Players with just seconds left on the clock. And it just goes to show how painful chess is in one moment. That checkmate coming from nowhere. Oh.
You and the fist pump.
Hikaru with the fist pump.
I mean, he gets away with it in a way. And we heard straight from Javokir in his interview that, like, it was the time. It was noticing all of a sudden that he only had 20 seconds on the clock, and he misses that one thing. Over here to Noterbeck versus Magnus Carlsen. This is what you just mentioned, Ben. Another similar, singular error by one of our young players, and Magnus pounces as the veteran.
Yeah, if you're going to blunder in this tournament, make sure you're not playing Magnus. He's not going to miss it. He's not going to give you a second chance. And as expected, Magnus winning his first match. And the second game, easy victory, brilliant bishop a6, and giving himself a 2-0 score.
Yeah, just kind of a masterclass
Yeah,
out of him.
totally. Like, you might as well call him Magnus Masterclass Carlsen, because that's exactly what he did.
Ooh, and now we're looking at our move of the day here with Levon Aronian.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Here comes the exchange sack. Rook takes c3, double exclam.
That's such a pretty double exclamation mark right there.
White's position completely falls apart. The king is attacked, the pawns are attacked, the rooks are forked. Levon wins 2-0.
The other thing about that, too, is just the pace at which he's playing and finding those moves. It'd be one thing if he spent 8 of his minutes to find such a brilliant move, but he does it with still 7 minutes on the clock and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just like the hands are just making the moves. The brain is just not even there. It's just simply just flowing so nicely. And Levon is just completely in form.
And you can't forget about Levon. He was the second highest rated player in the world a few years ago, getting his rating up to the 2840 or so. So Levon's always dangerous, and he's really finding his form this month in July.
Well, he's finding his form. He's finding our Sony MVP of the day, and I think for good reason. We talk about form, we talk about flow for players, and maybe the two of you can speak to it as accomplished chess players yourself. Do you feel like that kind of flow state exists as much in chess as it does in other sports?
Absolutely. I mean, you saw it there in his match up against Esipenko. He just made it look easy. And let me tell you, Esipenko is an incredibly strong player. And for Levon in that particular game, the moves just flowed. He didn't even need to use that much time. It was all just coming so naturally. I mean, just take a look at this. He just goes in for a full attack there on the left side of the board. And now, boom, that rook slams down in the position, just wrecking havoc on the pawn structure that white has, and thus can't get back from that.
Absolutely. An unrecoverable position at this point here for Yesipenko. And I think right now, Team Reject feeling very good about their pickup in Levon Aronian.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, Yesipenko looked like clearly the better player against Jan Nepomniachtchi in the first match. And then Levon made him look silly in this match. Levon looked like the savvy veteran that he is, and made Yesipenko look like he needs to look at his openings again and try to get an advantage somehow. A great match by Aronian, a great day for him.
Yeah, so looking for Yesipenko to recover tomorrow, but that guy right there, he's earned himself a day off. He's going straight to the quarterfinals, and we'll see how he performs when he gets there. Now, we've talked enough about him. We want to hear from the man himself, my boy from the League of Legends world, Quick Shot, standing by here with Levon Aronian.
Yeah, I'm going to go behind this time because he's going to get attacked by fans. So.
Series qualified for the next round. Let's start by talking about the games. How did they go, and how do you feel reflecting on both of your wins?
I think I started the day slowly because I forgot the detail early on in my first game and I was in huge trouble. So when I managed to win that game, I kind of relaxed, and then I lost like a baby in the next one, and then I fought back to win the match. Yeah, so it was a tough start. But I think in the second match I played much better because I think I kind of relaxed after, at least winning one match, and yeah, I'm quite happy with the way I played in the second match.
I can hear it in your voice, the relief. We chatted very briefly before we started and talked about the wins. How much of a benefit is it that you now get to sit back, watch those lower bracket games, and kind of prepare for a specific opponent as you can see the bracket play out?
Yeah, of course it's an advantage, but at this stage in tournament, so far there are no easy opponents, so it's going to be tough, and I know that I'm going to be an underdog. So, and I like it. It takes away the pressure.
I sincerely hope you can see the glint in his eye. I can feel it. You mean that. Now, you look like a sprightly young 35-year-old man. I imagine you've been around for a little while. Yeah. What's it like seeing chess at an event like this alongside other more traditional esports titles?
Yeah, I love it. Since I was, let's say, 17, I've been playing chess online, and chess always had this presence in the internet. And it's a great joy, personally, for me to see that chess is being included with more traditional titles. And it also makes me proud because, the game of chess, it takes from 20 to 30 years to master it. And I think that's quite a contrast to the other games.
Big time. Some of the other games, it's 20 to 30 hours, depending on your skill level, yeah. The last 5 years has seen an explosion in popularity of chess, especially in the online world. I'm a child of the internet, so I only know the internet. Queen's Gambit, esports organizations, streaming, now EWC. What comes next for chess?
Hopefully more opportunities, and finally we might get the recognition and more fans and more players in the game, and I'll feel that my life mission is accomplished.
I think when you're standing here and you're going to be one of the top 8 chess players in the world at the Esports World Cup, I would like to say you've accomplished something pretty spectacular. I'll give you one last opportunity. Would you like to say anything to anybody watching, either from home or fans in the audience?
please continue being interested in chess and learn to play. And this is a world of lots of interesting things, and it's a deep game, and I'm sure you'll love it once you get to know it better.
I'm going to do one more quick fire. I'm taking a shot, Checks to Know Chess. What is the name of your favorite opening move in chess?
I love the Najdorf.
That's perfect. I don't know what that means. We'll Google it and we'll learn together. Thank you so much. Back to the show.
Thank you so much, Quick Shot. Maybe later in the week we'll do a little Najdorf explanation for you so that you can put a picture to Levon's answer there. But I would say in Levon's efforts to inspire and bring chess to the greater world that he did a great service today with the kind of style of play that he put up. I'd say he inspired a few people.
He certainly did, because it was magical when it appeared on the board. And, he summed it up really nicely. You've got to be relaxed. You've got to just enjoy.
Yeah, here you have just some of the matchups that are taking place tomorrow. Those TBDs, of course, those are reliant on winners from our first elimination matchups that will qualify through. But the core element here is we got 12 players now fighting for only 4 spots, Ben.
Yeah, it was an amazing day. I like Levon's answer, the Najdorf. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting a chess move like D4 or E4. So confusing the audience, the Najdorf is one of the most amazing openings for both sides, and it's been considered mainline theory for many years, many decades, and it's actually a very good answer. So you guys who don't play chess out there, learn to play, learn your openings, learn the Najdorf, and you can follow Levon's career.
Now, quick reveal just for those of you who have been with us here on the A stream while we were watching that interview play out. Magnus Carlsen did end up getting the win on the B stream, so that fills out our final top 4 or top 8 and the 4 that qualified today. Of the remaining 12, now I'm just going to put it to you real quick. Who are you most excited to watch today? Now, I'm not making you make picks for who goes top 8. But who really excited you with the way that they showed up today going into those elimination and qualifying matches tomorrow?
Okay, I'm going to say MVL. Okay, I know he's in the lower bracket right now, because he lost to Arjun Erigaisi, but I was so impressed with his first match against Anish Giri. The way that he kept solving problems with those tactics, the way he just magicked all these complications out of nowhere. I thought that showed something very special.
Yeah, my answer is Levon Aronian. I can't believe he's still playing well, being the oldest player in the tournament. And he's just on a roll, and he had the move of the day, the game of the day today. And I'm looking forward to watching Levon play, although I'm going to have to wait, because he won all his matches. He's not playing tomorrow. He gets to have a rest day.
Yeah, that's
so
tough.
I can't wait for a couple of days to see Levon play again. I'm going to have to wait.
I like it, though. We've got a teaser for tomorrow and a teaser for 2 days from now. Right. And how about one more teaser? We got a quick word from Magnus Carlsen as he qualified into the top 8, got himself a day off tomorrow as well. Take a look.
We're with Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, who got the job done today, 2-0 in his matches. Now, in your last event, you said your nervous system didn't hold up on day 1, but it felt like it held up pretty well today.
Yeah, decently, but I still felt a bit shaky in both these games, but he's a very good player, so I couldn't expect to get an easy ride.
Now, in both of the games, I saw you make gesticulations at the screen. Were you getting mad at yourself for an oversight, or was it something else?
Yeah, I was just annoyed with myself a couple of times for things that I missed, and also in the first game, like rushing at a crucial moment. But it's part of the game. These games are very tense, and it's a kind of reaction to stress.
And in game 1, you got the win. You only needed a draw in game 2. You played bishop takes h3. Did you see a good continuation, or did you kind of figure, there's going to be a perpetual at the least with a move like that?
Yeah, I felt that there was no way I could be worse after that move. So I was thinking that's the move I'd play in a normal game, so I should play it in this situation as well. What is funny is that usually in all of these openings, you get your rook from A8 to D8, but now I moved my rook from F8 to D8, and that actually led to some tactical trouble, which I didn't completely anticipate. So I'm playing a little bit too much of vibes at times, and there I could have been punished for sure.
Well, speaking of vibes, I know playing in front of a esports arena like this is one of your dreams. So after your first day, you've seen everything around you. What do you think of the organization of the event?
No, it's been great. So I'm excited to still be doing well in the tournament, and to come back in a couple of days and hopefully an even better environment.
There you go. Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen gets the day off tomorrow. He played in Stream B, just like Stream A. He got the win. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Mike. Magnus, he gets the win, and he will join the other 3 as 4 of our top 8 and earning a day off tomorrow. So things are taking shape here with chess at the Esports World Cup, but we still have 12 players in play for another grueling day and brilliant day of chess tomorrow. 4 spots remain in our quarterfinals. Who will take it? Meet us back here, same time, same place tomorrow to see it all unfold. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.